If you notice, it got picked so much, but then practically only ever got played in one place, right? And that place was Archipelago. The one time it was not played in Archipelago, it lost. Such a bad Civ. Like, what you learn from this is Order of the Dragon and Juji only function when you remove the militaristic element of land and make them basically water civs where they're based on their economy. So what the statistics tell you is that Order of the Dragon and Juji's economy are quite good. Their militaries, however, are terrible. But yeah, French and Joan, I mean, we knew this for a while. Like, I'm sick and tired of people just saying Joan is, like, too strong, right? I can't believe there's still, like, goldies and platinums saying that this is the case. Like, dude, give even the gold and plats half a year more and they'll figure it out. These are the same people that thought French was OP well over a year after they'd got nerfed. So, like, you know, this is the thing. Like, when you introduce something that is different, people are polarized by it. JD is too strong for short. Battle team, please. If you keep saying this, you're coming last in the LAN. Battle team, please. Byzantines. Yeah, that's what I love. Is like the fact that they have 6 wins and 12 losses definitely isn't indicative of the players picking it, and also the map pool, right? Right. I do think, by the way, that Byzantines are slept on 4 legs. If you think about it, that Civ should function very powerfully on 4 legs, right? Because you churn food into a land push, an aggressive land push. Right, so I don't know, man. I think I need to see some people experiment with Byzantines on 4 legs because I've maybe seen. I think I can count on one hand the amount of times people played 4 legs Byzantines in the top 50 on ladder in the last since Sultan's Ascent released. It's wild to me. Why would you play Biz on 4 legs? Because it's a juiced economy. That's all it is. It's all it is. It's just a juiced economy. It just pumps more Varangian. You pump Varangian, you could even... I actually think you could even do Hippodrome play, by the way, because you're going to be fishing, so you're not going to be using Grand Winery. So, like, you do Hippodrome play, and then you run Horsemen. And the cool thing about Horsemen is, like, when you get a few of them together with Expilatores, and you will get quite a few of them because of the 4 legs fishing, you can snipe a lot of villages. If you make tier list now, what would it be? Oh, dude. Do I need to open a tier list now? Is that what we're doing? Wait, has someone already got a pre-config tier list for Age of Empires? Because I can't be asked to drag all the images in otherwise. Has someone got one for Age of Empires? Let me check. There might already be one. Okay. So, and this is based on, like, a wider configuration of maps, not just what we saw in Master Realms. I think those are my 2 S tiers. No. Okay, I almost feel like that. I'm just going to get the S tiers out of the way. These are kind of obvious ones, right? So, like, Byzantines is just wild. The timings are insane. You guys saw it in the games yesterday, right? There was a game, like, the game that Lucifron lost, where he went fast castle. The only reason he lost that game is because he postured aggressively while teching. If he'd sat close to the home with those Lombos, he would have been fine. He was teching up while outmassing the Malian military force. That is absolutely wild. English... It's somewhere between... I almost feel like I want an extra tier between A and S. Right? Because I think they're better than what I'm going to put in A tier, but they aren't quite as good as, like, Rus and Biz, right? Because the thing is, the English aren't completely impeachable and unbreachable, but they have a ridiculous timing around the White Tower build right now that is almost unstoppable. It is very difficult to stop. But the thing that really makes them next level is when you put them in the hands of a high-level pro, there is a level of omni-flexibility, right? These 1 TC all-in builds with the king is insane. What people still aren't really processing is the Abbey of Kings reintroduced the OG campfire, where the English longbows used to heal. It's back. It's just in a different form. That type of build is still being used way too little, and it's incredibly strong. I'm surprised we haven't seen more players doing that build on Socotra. Because on Socotra, Lombos are OP with that crap. So, Achery is like a tricky one, man. Oh, we should probably like highlight Roost as well. Why is Roost like this OP? Roost fundamentally changes the way you open the game. They already stick themselves a step ahead. We're talking about a Civ that, for one, gets their hands on a ridiculously fast feudal time. One of the fastest feudal times in the game with Wheelbarrow because of the bounty system. The bounty system that you have to interact with, and thus you are off course on your build because most people have to react with a second scout. So it's already skewing your build order by just doing what it does naturally. There are not many Civs that do that 2 minutes into the game. Then, add into the fact that the Rus have a bunch of egregious little buffers along the way. The Kremlin is one of the highest DPS structures you can get in Feudal Age. It's on par with Castle Age landmarks in terms of damage output. On top of that, the Rus always pump up to 3 scouts to bare minimum. That not only is for the bounty system, where it pays itself back, but then also at the high level will be utilized for a lot of vision. Vision is critical. We're talking about an RTS that is designed and developed around the idea of counters and getting a leg up, getting ahead of your opponent. There is not a single Civ in the game that is harder to hide something from than the Rus, because they have 3 scouts. That is a fundamental flaw with them. They are ridiculously powerful because, yeah, let me get this off there. Achery are not Seeked here. They're ridiculously powerful because of that. And then you add in things like, for example, the fact that when they go and hunker down, they have walls that build 33% faster than other walls while costing the same and having double the health. That, frankly, makes little to no sense to me whatsoever. That is a development change they made a long time ago that was a residual effect from a different change they made. That clearly shouldn't even be there anymore. Then we've, of course, got the fast-moving monks, allows them to rush towards relics. High Trade House is always a good landmark, even when you think it's a bad landmark. And then when you get into the hyper late game, they have one of the most unbeatable comps, right? Like, it's not quite on Ottoman level, but it's very high up there. Streltsy with mass horsemen who have Boy's Fortitude, which gives them, by the way, more health than Royal Bloodlines for the French on their horsemen. And then you add in the fact that they have the Banded Arms on their Springalds, which means there is only one Civ in the game that can outrange them in anti-siege, and that happens to be a Civ that never gets that deep into the game anyway. So Rus is most definitely an S tier, as is Byzantines, for the reasons we've disclosed, right? Like, I probably should have dove in more details. Byzantines, Olival is just way too much. Like, people really haven't thought about the mathematics behind how much you actually get out of Olival. So you get the system straight away for 10% buff, right? You're already a 10% eco buff Civ, which means you're already a quarter of what the HRE does. Because we have to focus HRE because everyone's going to talk about how OP they are. So HRE get a 40% buff once they're age 2. You've already like got everything buffed no matter how long you stay in Dark Age, 10%. Then you add in a Grand Winery, and remember, when you gather from berries, you get 50% of what you gather in terms of food as olive oil. So that's essentially, that is now a 60% buff to your economy, right? We flat pack the statistics. But it's really not, because when you do a Grand Winery, you get an extra 60%, which gives you 82% of the food you gather as olive oil, with an increased gathering rate of 10 or 14% at that stage. That is unfathomably ridiculous. Like, there's no other Civ that can even rival that remotely. And even after you switch into the olive groves are going to give you a 32% return of olive oil instead of 20% because you've got the Grand Winery there, right? Add in the fact that then, on top of it, you pay 60 wood for the best farm in the game instead of 75 wood like most Civs have to for worse farms. And then also, while paying 60 wood, you get, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's an 8 stone rebate. So you're paying 52 wood. So you're fertile crescenting your way into the best farms in the game. There is no doubt in my mind that this Civ is well overtuned. And this is before we even talk about the military details. Has no one noticed that, like, Lombos, Javelins, when you think about just those 2 contracts in themselves, you have given the Byzantines access to the majority of premium units in the Feudal Age. Bar the fact we add in the idea of neutral trade posts, which are still being criminally underutilized. Anatan is the only one waking up to that factor. That's why we saw him able to take down Vortix so easily in that 3-0. So, no doubt about these 2 being up there. HRE is kind of like where English is. I would put HRE above English slightly. I think English can park themselves in pretty much any map, but there are certain maps where HRE will feel a lot better. I would put HRE here in the A tier. I don't think they're as absurd as these two. They are ridiculously strong, but they are not quite as absurd as these two. Crackly is just going to summon out of nowhere and re about this, but like HRE is very powerful. 40% buffer rate is too good. Realistically, what they need around the HRE, I almost feel like Archon Chapel needs to have a capacity of how many units it can buff, or it needs to have a scaling gathering rate buff per age. The only issue with that second idea is that second idea, and maybe even the first idea, what it does is it pushes people to rush tech ups, which is what you don't want H3 doing anymore. The whole redesign and the introduction of marching drills was to bring them more in line with a Civ that could play earlier ages. So they're in a really tough spot when you look at HRE and how to balance them now, because if they try to tier the economy buffs based on age, all that's going to happen is H3 is going to go back to rushing Imp. And that's already a big problem in itself, right? Like if H3 players don't play the Feudal All-In, they play the traditional Imp build. That Imp build is busted. Palace of Swabia should not be cheaper than Els Bakatul. I don't know why it is to this day. On top of that, cannon emplacements are absolutely ridiculous in conjunction with emergency repairs. So, like, you know, I don't know. What's the solution around the emergency repairs? It's like, on its own, E-repairs isn't a disgustingly OP thing. It's just in combination with all these other details, it's out of control, right? No nerf HRE. Yeah, with a name like Kazi Johan, I wonder why you don't want to have HRE nerfed. So China's A tier 2. They're really good. It's interesting. I feel like there's a lot of these guys that just slot into the discussion of me wanting to have an extra tier here between S and A, right? But like China, and we should probably like just the order of this. I think I said I might go like that. I think China's really, really good in a wider map pool. The ranked map pool right now, they're pretty damn strong. They're not like as broken as these two. The thing that really took the cake with China, the mistake they made, is when they nerfed the Ottomans, they forgot that by like nerfing the Ottomans, China was going to creep up because Ottomans was one of the stalemates for late game, right? But what they then also done on top of that is while nerfing the Ottomans early game, they buffed China's early game. What may have seemed like a small buff, that change they made to the Imperial Academy was really, really poorly informed. The Imperial Academy now has the 30% discount buff, which means that you get your 4th Imperial official at the same price that you would have gotten like free on the old build, right? It ramps up the timing. And Imperial Academy, by the way, was already a busted landmark. Like I think Imperial Academy will be what, like top 4 feudal landmarks easily. It's ridiculous just how much economy you inflate as the game goes on. And how easy it is to just keep maintaining that as the game goes on. So yeah, really powerful landmark opening now leads to what was meant to be the weakest point in the game for the Ottomans, actually, for the Chinese rather, not being that weak, right? Like, think about China. Castle, it's not the most OP castle age, but they can do things and they start to flourish quickly. They hunker down. They're incredibly good as a defensive civ. And then Imp gets out of control. But now with Feudal, like, they can just do so much. And H3 Feudal is not bad. H3 Feudal is really strong. Clock Tower is too good in Greed. So, like, if you guys really want to kind of gauge whether Clock Tower is OP, let me ask you a question. How many times have you watched a Chinese player with Nested Bees and went, man, Nested Bees are OP? Now, how many times have you watched a Zhuji player with Nested Bees and gone, man, Nested Bees are OP? Right? And I'm just talking in the last year, right? Like, less than a year. So that we keep it in par with Zhuji and China existing. So it's China. Because Clock Tower. Clock Tower is insane. 50% more health means the Springald takes an extra shot. Here's another one that I think people have started to realize. Rams are underrated with Clock Tower. No cap. Rams have 540 HP, I believe it was, when you just build them out the Clock Tower. That's before Siegeworks, by the way. Siegeworks that adds in another, was it 30%, I want to say? Let's have a look. Siegeworks is 30, right? Oh, sorry, 20%. So even an extra 20% health, though. Just think about that for a second. On a 540 HP unit, you're now up at like 660 HP. Who's making Rams? I've seen a few players do it. Because like the logic is if you don't need Nested Bees, you can just casually shuffle Rams. It's kind of insane, right? But like, even if you don't think Rams are OP in that like vacuum, the whole idea of Clock Tower 50% more health is insane. Still to this day. It's crazy to think that when this game released, you could supervise that building, by the way. So, let's see. I think Irobids Am I going to get flack for this? I actually think they're B tier. They are a very inflexible civ. They require very specific maps to be broken. So like Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, these sort of things. And the more I've been watching recently, the more I feel like their feudal timing can be cracked really fast. We had Kazva in here the other day thinking he thought Ibids were absolute trash. And that started to get me thinking. And here's another one for you guys. This is going to be a fun one for you. Do you want to know someone I noticed? I didn't bring up on the broadcast yesterday. But when you have a look at the statistics here, and look down at Marine Lord, there are only 3 civs he did not pick the entire tournament. Now, that might be a coincidence or whatever. I don't think it's fully a coincidence. On that map pool, I don't think Ibid's that great. But I also don't... I think while there are maps where they are good, they aren't an all-encompassing civ. You can't just throw them out anywhere. And I also think people start to clock counter to them. This is a very rigid civ that just doesn't have much flexibility, right? They go military wing, growth wing every game. And military wing is pretty freaking strong, right? But, like, it's not insane. And no, it wasn't actually banned that much, Patrick. In fact, Marine Lord regularly let his opponent pick it, if I remember correctly. So, like, the thing with Ibids, and this, I feel like I should have actually just had A-. It's like, I maybe put them slightly above what else I'm going to put in B, but this is why, remember, we stagger left to right in terms of, like, most OP. So left ones are the better ones, the ones to the right. I think Ibids aren't better than these 3 at all. In fact, Ibids, I don't know if Ibids can beat these 3. HRE they can, right? That's a situational matchup. I think China does okay. English definitely can trounce Ibids. But the thing with Ibids is, although some players have found some flexi with the growth wing in the H2, you're then still playing into a lot of matchups where you just have a worse feudal age. So, like, you're always looking for a predictable way out into castle. And then if this goes into Imp, it's like, there's a weird thing about Ibids where they have one very powerful play in Imp, which is to ramp up into Ghoulems and Hand Cannoneers, but you'll very rarely see that because of how weak the early Imp players. So, what should we put in next? Oh, Abbasids. I actually think Abbasids are pretty solid. I kind of feel like Abbasids... Do I do it? I'm gonna get judged for this. I think Abbasids have a lot more flexibility than Ibids. And they have a lot of matchups where they look really good right now. With the hybrid maps in particular, like, I'm thinking all-encompassing, not just what you're seeing in Rank, not just what you're seeing in Master of Realms, like everything across the board. These guys are really bloody good. I was surprised that the win rate was abysmal on the Kawasan map in particular, actually, because their strategy is very strong. Yeah, like 1 win, 4 losses. I don't think this is indicative of them as Civ, though. It's indicative of the people picking them. Same logic as that Japan, by the time we got to playoffs, they had, I think, 3 losses and 1 win or something crazy like that. I actually think Abbas is, like, for example, very good in Kawasan. This is a Civ that has a really clean opening to deny docks. Same kind of logic we've been seeing on... Four Lakes. And actually, in general, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Camel Archers. When you play a map that inflates your food economy, Camel Archers are busted. And they can destroy people at Fast Castle. We actually saw that yesterday. We've seen it a few times. If you played Marine Lord, you would have won. Well, there you go, dude. You got to line up, though, because I'm pretty sure Winston wants to kick his ass, too. So, yeah, I put, like, Abbasids here. Delhi... Like, Delhi are well-rounded again, right? It's very rare you have a map where you don't see a way in which Delhi can win the map. So I want to say that they are like A tier. I think that this is a Civ that still is very one-dimensional, and I know it's going to get brought up, but I just highlight that about Ibids and put them in B tier because of it. The difference is the approach of your one-dimensional nature. One is just trying to be greedy. The other one is playing out onto the map and actively forcing you to play onto the map. It is toxically powerful what they do here. It's comparative to Roost with Bounty, but extends beyond that. Sacred Sites force a reaction. Ibids going Fast Castle, yeah, you want to attack them. But it's not forcing a timer down your throat that very blatantly suffocates the game. And even if you felt like it was because they're going Fast Castle, they're going to build camels, oh god, what am I going to do? you don't have this clear ticking time bomb. I think there's still many more ways to come back in a game against an Ibid player than there are against a Delhi player that kind of pressures you, right? Because when an Ibid player pressures you, you can hunker down and stay in your base. When a Delhi player pressures you, tick-tock goes the clock when you're coming out, right? Like, you don't have a choice in the matter. Now we get to some more interesting ones here. I think Japan... Ooh, is this my bias? They have some really good castle builds, but they suffer the same fundamental issue that Ibids do, which is they do one damn thing, right? Go Castle Age. Anytime I see someone trying to not go Castle Age, it's weird. It doesn't look good. But I think when they get Castle Age, I almost want to say they have more variants and more options than Ibids. They have the Mounted Samurai, which are ludicrous. They have Onimusha. They've got the Yumi spam, which is still being underrated. Just don't do it in the Ibid matchup. No way Japan and Ibids in the same tier, dude. Like, I'm cooking. I mean, I had to have my controversial piece. I still think this is less controversial than when Vortex put Order the Dragon S tier. But like, I think Japan, like, they have a more dirty timing. Even in the like, Ibid Japanese matchup, if you hit tech at the same time, then you can go Onimusha and ruin the openings for Ibids. So like, I quite like Japan, but because of the lack of rigidity, lack of flexibility rather, their rigidness, they suffer the same fate that Ibids do. Like, my condition for if you're rigid, but I'm going to put you in A tier or above, is you better have the most oppressive, rigid build possible. And Delhi, to me, ticks that box a lot clearer than Ibids do. Can't hit the tech at the same time, though? Yes, you can. What do you mean? Dude, Japanese can get up on the same time as Ibids. No, not Onimusha. Dude, no. You build Onimusha. So here's the thing. So like, there's an underrated strat when your opponent goes Camel Lancers. If your opponent goes Camel Lancer opening, and you can tell if they're going to because they'll build stables, you open with a archery range and you build a handful of Onimusha and get Kaburiya. Kaburiya gives you the movement speed to kite them, and you kill them. And then you can even do it the other way around, where some players will open Mounted Samurai and quickly follow up with an archery range without Yorishiro. The logic being that Mounted Samurai is still a good tanky front line. I'd say the Onimusha route is a lot more micro-intensive. In fact, I think we had Baltun in here earlier. Like, he can speak a bit more to this. He had a really impressive build for this exact situation I'm talking about. But, you know, Japan, if they actually buff the feudal landmarks, Japan moves up here. No cap. It's like, it will be that good of a civ, but it needs that change. Because right now, its feudal is so weak, it becomes predictable. I can count on one hand the amount of times someone played long feudal and I felt good. There was only one player who's been able to make feudal all-in work, and I'm still convinced it's because people didn't expect it. And that was Neptune, who was doing the Onimusha spam in Feudal Age, which is wild. I do think the Onimusha opening is pretty cool in some matchups, and that might be the one sprinkling that people are sleeping on with Feudal Age right now, is building like 2 to 4 Onimusha and raiding if your opponent is being greedy and not building outposts. Course says, I don't think Biz can be in the tier of anyone else. I feel like Roos is nibbling at the heels, right? I think Roos has enough. I agree Biz is still stronger, and that's why we have left side most OP, right side the weaker in the catalog. But, you know, Roos does have a lot of janky things about them that I just find baffling still. But yeah, Byzantines, as I was highlighting earlier, like, they have double the HRE's Arkham buff when you think about Grand Winery. So... now we get to the more interesting picks, right? The mixes. Should we get some easy ones out of the way? Do we shove some at the bottom, or do we work all the way top down? Dude, I love how controversial my Ibid B tier is. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I think I will have to upload this onto YouTube. I think let's get rid of the obvious ones, right? France is here, 100%. Jeune is here, 100%. In fact, I'd argue I can't decide which way round these two go in the trash pile. Because in some ways, Jeune is more predictable than French. French almost feel like they have a little bit more lease on life, because I think they could do the 1-1-1 build more efficiently because of blacksmith techs. And also, they play 2TC better, which is what most Jeune pickers will have to do, because when you try to all in your opponent and they tower up and don't come out, what is your other choice, right? And I think that predictable nature in Jeune exposes her weakness a bit more. The one exception is if you can get late game. Like, Jeune is pretty nuts if you can get into Imperial Age. She's much better than France in Imperial Age. Because Arbitrary spam with the attack speed is broken, right? Like, this is the awkward thing with France and Jeanne right now. They both need huge buffs. But in return, they're going to have to get nerfs to the Arbitrary, because Arbitrary are far too good. So, next up, Marlians. Part of me wants to put them B. I feel like they've had a good time. They have some interesting comps. There's also some new builds coming through. Some feudal focus builds, right? I've seen some Sofa builds that are really impressive. I think Sofa's actually situationally are very strong. There are even some scout builds that felt really good. Yeah, I agree. I think like that, to what Kazi Johan just kind of hit on the head, right? They're either really good or really bad, which is why I think like B makes sense for them. The Marlians just in general, they aren't OP. There are elements that seem OP, like Fulani. If you let your opponent get to Fulani, they are broken, right? But like that's more a case of, you know, I could put Joan up in S tier by the logic, if you let her get to Imp Age, she's broken, right? But you're not going to let her do that. Ottomans to me is a C tier. This Civ is just really wonky right now. I've been really impressed by these builds around 2TC with the trade network approach, but I think people have already started to adjust their builds anticipating that, and it's putting Ottomans further behind. This Civ is kind of rough right now. I think they genuinely got nerfed way too hard in the Feudal Age, and their Imp is way too good. It's a similar logic to Joan being D tier, even though Imp is crazy. Ottoman's Imp is crazy, but everything else is not. They legit need to nerf late game for Ottomans and buff early game. Not too drastically, because actually they have some cool options in the early game. Situationally, this Civ is still OP in some matchups, so if you're playing Japan versus Ottomans, it's cruise mode for Ottomans. But like that's not saying much when we're putting Japan mid of the pack, right? Outside that, Ottos just don't really have many grand matchups. I feel like you really have to work your ass off to come out ahead of people. And then Mongols. Now, Mongols is once again kind of like Malians. They're very situational. I think Mongols aren't as weak as people first thought, right? It's like, what was that classic saying? Rumors of my demise were, I forget the word. Rumors of my demise were exaggerated, right? Mongols definitely got hurt by the nerfs. But what we've started to learn very quickly is that people just had to adapt. Deerstone in particular is really impressive. A lot of players have started to move back towards Deerstone, and it's very, very good. The Deerstone builds are more all-in, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The thing that I really try to emphasize to people is when you look out for a backup plan, when you're like, oh, I'll have a TC behind this. Oh, I'm thinking Castle Age behind this. Whenever you make those type of mental checks, whenever you make those choices, you're saying your starting play is weaker. It's not your end goal, right? So Deerstone, to me, leans people more towards an all-in that pads the early game more aggressively. So yeah, I think like maybe even like this. Because Mongols, especially when you have like hybrid maps, Mongols perform a lot better than like Malians, for example. And then we got two left, right? Zhuji. Ooh, okay, let's get the obvious one out of the way. Order of the Dragon goes here. And it only goes there because it can play a very specific style of water map, full stop. It can play pretty much, we're only doing water style map. Order of the Dragon and Zhuji, the reason we left them to last is perfect because we just had Master of Realms, right? And Master of Realms proved something. Order of the Dragon and Zhuji are very, very good economically. Zhuji has some great eco power boosters. They get a cheaper tech up, 15% off per age as long as you stay Tang Dynasty. If you go Song, you get insane discounts on your eco buildings. You get Meditation Garden, which on some maps, by the way, is still busted. If people have been watching my Rocky River cast, they've seen the 120 food type berries that get dropped. And Order of the Dragon, same way. A 28% base rate injected into your villager full stop. You may be sacrificing a villager. You may be sacrificing every 6 villager compared to any other civ. But if you times 28% by 5, you end up with 140%, which actually makes up for that extra villager lost out on and then gives you 40% left over, right? It's not going to be anywhere near someone like an HRE. Order of the Dragon does have some other issues to keep in mind that keeps their eco a bit more oppressed. One big thing, I think Order of the Dragon, it would go a long way if they had a slight boost towards the wheelbarrow built-in effect. Like HRE is an extra 5 they can carry. If you doubled the carry capacity that HRE gets, Order of the Dragon would perform a lot better from an eco standpoint. But the biggest issue is their military. This is still a Civ that takes far too long to produce units and costs far too much. The thing that I think the devs have missed here with this Civ is compared to any other Civ, the investment into making any switch is insane, right? Because if I'm playing against you and I do a 1-1-1 switch up, you are step by step behind, because anytime you do a 1-1-1 switch up as Order of the Dragon, as in build a different production building, you're building 2 out of that building, not 1. That's a really clean edge you can get, and we've seen it used by many players. But the other bigger detail is the lock-in of resources. If I want to build a knight, I have to wait until I've got 480 resources. Any other Civ would wait 240, right? Then I have to wait an extra 7 seconds. When you compile those details together and think about the difference it makes, it blows your mind. We are in the middle of a production OP meta. People have started to realize this heavy-heartedly. English White Tower seems OP. Biggest part of it isn't just a static defense, it's the fact you produce knights every 17 seconds. Japanese. They don't have much going for them, but that Castle Age build with Yorishiro is insane because you pump out knights every 12 seconds. Byzantines. You know what the detail is we missed out? We talked down that list. I can't believe I forgot it because I always talk about it so much. Production rates on systems. I even asked the devs if they considered just removing that and like making eco or production a choice, and they were worried that everyone would just choose eco. The problem with military efficiency is when you think about what you're doing, you're kind of by the time you're Castle Age and you're like 4 or 5 racks in, you're matching what the Delhi get by banking a scholar. And you get all this in a system building. Like systems at the heart of it are a really big part of why Byzantines are juiced up to ridiculous degrees. And then, you know, Delhi, another one up there with the military efficiency, right? Allows them to pump out Ghazi in like, 11 seconds. Chinese have supervision. HRE might not have a buffed up production speed, but what they have is a buffed up gathering rate to build more production buildings. That's why you typically see them open 2, sometimes maybe 3 archer ranges if they're going 100% crazy. But it's not uncommon to see a feudal age begin from an HRE player by adding in 2 and then very quickly a 3rd production building, right? These are the times that we're in, right? These are the things that are so powerful because when you get numbers, you get a ridiculous advantage. So, you know, from that perspective, I'm wondering if I even just put Order of the Dragon down here because I'm going to put Juji here. Juji have great power on water. They also have some maps where Meditation Gardens give them broken amounts of resources to pad the early game. And that can lead to very good Chuganu timings. I've seen some really impressive Class Castle Monk timings as well. I almost want to like slide this down here, man. Okay, I'll leave Order of the Dragon in C tier because they did have a good showing on water maps. But that's kind of it. Juji C surprises you? It shouldn't because water maps. So Holy Island, Archipelago, very top tier. Rocky River can actually work quite well as well. What else is that really strikes me as ridiculous for them? I wonder if Four Lakes could work. Probably not. I think they need a direct conflict type water map. Migration actually works quite well for them. So yeah, like we've got them all on the board. Now we have to go through and make sure they're all in the correct order. I know I'm getting so much flack for Ibids. I'm not sure if I want to put Japan or Ibids ahead of each other in B tier. I do think Abbasids is ahead of both of them though. Abbasids like has a lot more build variety, and also they kind of give you what you get with Desert Raider with the military wing, which is pressure on your opponent and a reaction force straight away, right? So like maybe that's the change I make, but I feel like everything else here I'm pretty content with. This is a kind of weird time in AoE4. We've gone a long time without a patch, and things have anchored in with most civs, with a few exceptions, mainly because of water. But like this is one of the most perplexing things to me, is Rus has for a very long time been broken. It is for a very, very long time been the S tier civ. We have had tournament after tournament after tournament after tournament after tournament after tournament where Rus is either the most banned or the second most banned civ time and time again. It begs the question, who the hell is checking the data? Are they checking the data? If you're trying to balance a game around 1v1s, which they are doing, right, very clearly by the way that team games is, it's obviously not the priority here. If you're balancing the game around 1v1s, how is it that Roos is not being crippled at this point? I'm not a fan of over-nerfing civs, but I think when you have 2 years of being in the limelight to this degree, you deserve to have both of your kneecaps shot out. This is too much. Byzantines are going to get nerfed, and they deserve to be nerfed, right? But that makes me question it more. Is there just someone on the team that likes Roos a bit too much, right? It would be different if I believed we were waiting for a drastic rework. Like I've said for a long time, the bounty system for Roos should be different. It should be, you don't just shoot a deer and get gold. That's not how real life works. Oh God, I'm doing that, and I've used that against people. What it should be is you gather from deer and you get gold. Similar to like China, like Japan rather, when they gather from stone, they get gold and vice versa. Why is it not that way? Right? Like, that makes so much more sense. That gives value to pro scouts. That gives value to the deer. You can have it equal a lot more gold, because if we're saying that you get 2 gold for every 10 food, right? You have 350 there, right? So you get, oh crap, quick math, 70 gold per. 70 gold per deer, right? That still sounds busted to me. But at least there's a requirement there. You probably have to tune those numbers down, but the end result is still something 10 times more balanced than the current bounty system, right? Wolves definitely need to be nerfed as well for the Roos. Like, full goddamn stop. But yeah, outside that, this is my tier list. I guess I'm going to have to download the VOD, and this is the type of content we're doing right now. I mean, it's nice to mix it up. I know I'm going to get a lot of crap for IBIDs. I look forward to everyone's comments, just as I've seen on Twitch, on the YouTube video later. Say hi, everyone on Twitch. You could have been watching live right now, but let me know what you think of my list. I think I've got a feeling that 80% of these people are going to nod in firm agreement that I've got it exactly where it needs to be. But I'm looking forward to the war in the comments over that IBID pick. But yeah, if you are watching the YouTube side, subscribe there. Make sure you like, make sure you drop those comments, and make sure you join us across on the Twitch later. And let's do the classic beastie way of approaching this. For those watching on Twitch, we go next. Oh, dude, I'm going to get so much shit for the IBID pick. I'm looking forward to it, man. I agree, dude. The more I thought about it, you know, shout out to Kazva, who really kind of tuned me into it. When he said he thought IBIDs were really overrated, I sat there, I was like, huh. And I thought about it more, and like, I have been saying they're a very one-dimensional civ. It's very powerful, but it's very one-dimensional. Ooh. Do you say Kazva? Yes, Kazva was playing a few days ago. Is Pink Louis? Pink is indeed Louis. We're going to hop into this in a sec. I don't know, that was fun though. I like doing this different type of content. You know, I love casting, right? But it's nice to actually be able to do this kind of thing. I know I'm going to get crap about the IBID one, but like legit, I just think they don't have any flexibility whatsoever in builds. Gonna link this to Wham stream to make fun of you? I mean, sure, go for it. Preemptively war. I love Wham, he's a nice guy, but if he smack talks me, I'm just gonna point out that Europe keeps winning all the major events. Don't tell him that. That was preemptive. That was only a reactionary if he wants war. If we're chill, we're chill. I mean, no. So here's the thing. People who see me do that with the tier list, it's not that IBID shouldn't be nerfed. They should. But they also need to be buffed. This is the thing that people are really sleeping on. That if you nerf IBIDs and don't buff anything, they're going to be down there with French and Joan d'Arc straight away. I'm not even exaggerating. They are that shitty of a civ outside of that one build. What's up, Marco? Thanks for the tip for the middle mouse button to move the camera. Oh, yeah, dude. Like, middle mouse is life. All players should be using middle mouse. It's so much better. I actually went through this with... I think I explained it to Magic, because he didn't quite process it first. So here's the interesting thing for you guys. When you... I can't even pan, because I've got it turned off. But, like, when you do this, like panning, edge panning, right? Think about what you're doing there. It's not about it looking like crap. That actually, like, from a casting perspective, that is important. But there's something else to this, right? Is you're moving your mouse like this every time, right? Look at that. Look at that. How long does that take to then get back to do what you want to do in the center screen? But if you middle mouse, look where my mouse is every time. Every time. Every time. It's where I left it, right? With a great degree of control. And you can still go like really fast if you want to, right? This is really important because it actually does save you time and it makes you more efficient. Because now, instead of you like spending an extra 0.2 seconds to come back to select your villages when you like pan over, you're just there. It's huge. It's absolutely huge. I went through this with Dota 2 players, coaching them on this, and like a few of them switched over and they loved it. They hated it at first, but when they got used to it, they realized it was more efficient. And I think I talked to a few players who went through this as well. So I don't know if I convinced Magic to try it, but like he understood the logic behind it. The problem is a lot of players are inherently used to doing edge pan, so it's now you have to retrain yourself. But if you do, I can guarantee it's worth it. It's just so much more efficient to do this. Dude. Wow, the Iobid thing is still going on. The best part is, dude, like, I know this can't be anywhere near as hot of a take as when Vortex decided to say that Order of the Dragon was S tier in a land map tournament. So I'm okay with this, man. That built up the question marks. That's all I'm after. All right. Let's get ready to go, though, for our first series of the day. Oh, I have to find more content like this to do. I think that's quite fun. Honestly, the only thing that I was a little bit paranoid about is that I was overrating Japan. I felt confident about everything else. I think Japan's the only thing I wasn't sure about because I do have a soft spot for Japanese because I think Japanese is one of the best designed civs in the game. It's not in a balanced stage, but like from an identification of like different units and unique approaches, I actually think Japanese is the best designed civ. All right, let's get ready to go though. I'm going to switch us over now. Well, if anyone's seen my tier list, they know exactly how this one should turn out. One and all. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We have got Louis MT, possibly the greatest Zhone player we get to witness, playing on Zhone, the D tier civ, going up against... Will I get demonetized? Is this Fabri my backer? I'm sure I want to explore what that means more, but I'm sure someone's going to tell me in the comments. Yeah, Chinese versus Zhone Dark. So Fabri my backer is actually quite high ranked. I think they were ranked about 60th in the world, if I remember correctly. Actually, I think it's higher than that. 44th in the world right now. Louis MT, I think last time I checked, he was second. So these guys are tippity top. In fact, Fabri my backer is 1937 elo. Louis is about 2200. This is absolutely top. And we are going to be playing on dry Arabian maps. The interesting thing about this matchup is one of the big problems I've been highlighting with Zhone is she kind of has to be all in or she's playing a worse French. And I'm curious how you do anything but play a worse French here, right? Because how do you actually dive the Chinese? I think China is one of the most obnoxious civs for French and by extension Zhone Dark to dive. And the reason is that you have these garrison spots as well as these hand cannon slits that just gun you down. So I'm curious to see what approach Louis is going to take. Will he go for an all-in, or will we see more of a poke attempt with a range form? Range form makes a lot more sense, because that also gives you a way of sniping siege. Admittedly, China's a bit of a beast because of that particular clock tower that I am definitely not a fan of. For now, though, looks like Zhone... Wait, what? Okay, that's very different. So... maybe Louis has been optimizing something, because historically a lot of players will walk Zhone out towards the mining camp, have her build the house on the way, and then build the mining camp for extra XP, because she gains more XP from building the gathering, and then gather gold until she's ready to tech up. Instead, Louis has kept Zhone gathering on the spot and built only the house with her. So I'm wondering if he's tracked that you get more XP by just gathering resources compared to the amount you lose by walking over without wheelbarrow. That's kind of intriguing. I think I've noticed a few other players doing this, but like the majority still seem to lean towards going to the gold. School of Cav on the way, though. 2 working on this means that Zhone should be, what, 1 building away from level 2 when she techs up. Pretty good spawn, actually, for gathering food and going aggressive, by the way. This could be a 2TC build with double deer stack like this. I just think that's a little bit disadvantageous up against the Chinese, right? Because if you do that, then China's going to say, oh, I get to do that too. And with Song Dynasty, they are always going to eclipse your economy. What? Okay, this is very interesting. So Green is expecting heavy aggression. Barbican this early is kind of surprising, no? I feel like usually you can go Imperial Academy first and get the Barbican quick enough that you still get it up before the aggro arrives. Like, we can track the timing here and we'll see. Like, the reason why that works, by the way, is I think Fabri Maibaka may be misreading this, as if he's like, against French, you're going to be up against potentially a 5-6 villager rush if they really want that timing. Even then, it's usually 4 villages. Joan is stronger than 1 villager on building, so this is more like 3.5 villages building a school of cavalry. So this is going to be very telling. And it looks like it is going to be the 2 TC build from Joan. So kind of expected, right? We mentioned that it doesn't feel great because of Song, but you don't have another option, especially now that the Barbican is going up so early. I mean, this has to be Imperial Academy. I think Imperial Academy, like, I feel like I want to vomit any time I watch a game where it gets skipped. It's a ridiculous landmark right now. The fact that you basically get the 4th Imperial official for free is nuts. I've seen the tax generation on this, by the way. We had a game the other day where Anatan built archers instead of Chigenu, and we were at like 15 minutes. We looked up at his gold, and through taxation alone, he had 1,500 gold. It's ludicrous just how much extra economy you get. So yeah, here we go. Let's find out. So Barbican being built, Imperial Academy is going to be rushed by 4 afterwards. Knight has been queued up, but that Knight, like, this is the thing. The Knight is still 15 seconds away, and it's going to take, what, about 10, 12 seconds at least? Probably 15 at least to get across. So yeah, I'm a little bit curious about the way this was done. But I guess he wanted the deer, right? Like, this can secure the deer, whereas alternatively, you might have had to secure the gold in the stone. Does mean he's a bit eco-weaker. And also, because he's had to go for Song so early, like, he's going to be behind, right? Like, the TC is going to be going up very quickly here from Joan. He made the IO start so it can be fine? No, dude. I think even, like, I think the IO start is mandatory. There's a few players that still like to do no IO, and I don't like it. I'm with Crackety on this. It just doesn't make sense to me. I've sat there, I've watched a few of the builds. I know Crackety has done several of the builds and watched many of them. And I don't feel like you really gain much by skipping the IO at the start. I feel like you lose a lot as well. Especially when you're talking about the biggest loss being food, right? Like, you're on a limited resource and you're burning for it faster because you have less surplus. That's very risky, I think. Especially considering you're playing a Civ that inherently plays the defender in about 9 out of 10 matchups. It means you have to then come out for food that you can't reach. There you go. Thank you, Baltoon. Yeah, so IO always important. Oh, what? The Knight gets through. I can't believe that, dude. I feel so trolled if I was him right now. I mean, if we want to be realistic about this, there is a giant goal gap for him. Stam gets in. Spiminar at least being built. This is really annoying for Fabri Maibaka. Like, makes that investment, still loses the villager, so that entire wall-off was kind of moot. He will at least get the TC drop, right? And I imagine this is going to be condensed TCs. Most of the time, Chinese players just don't like to go loose TCs. The reason is that you can't supervise town centers. So, for example, if he drops a TC on the deer, he's not going to get 20% more food. Other side, this boy's always going to drop on the deer. And I wonder, do you go for the deer shove in here? It's kind of interesting, actually. I thought maybe Louis would try to shove some of the deer down but while he was waiting for the tech up and then build the TC in the middle. Instead, he just settled for one. However, it's quite interesting where he placed it, folks. He placed it in the stealth forest, so he's kind of smuggling this off to the side. The mining camp is going to make it obviously done this, but it might be that it delays the awareness of green as to the fact that it's a 2 TC build. Joan, having a good time. Stone hasn't quite been gathered up yet, but he should be able to get enough before he's forced off of it here. There are, however, some Divine Arrow charges, so it could be one villager going down. Wait. What? Okay, the Knight recovers it there, but that was a misclick. Hit the wrong villager. Remember, you can 2-shot normally, and then Divine Arrow will kill a villager off in the third. There you go. Fully condensed 2 TC. This is what I was saying about why Joan doesn't have the best of times here when she tries to aggro, is this is a Civ that will not lose TC, right? So there's not as much to punish. Damn, Louis just flexing so far with this opening. Wait, are we building the wall or destroying the wall? I just don't even know anymore. That's another villager down. They need to fix this. They really actually need to fix the Divine Arrow animation. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but it actually hits walls if the walls are in the way, but the attack still lands. So a little bit weird there. I hope it seems like someone nitpicky, but for feedback logic, like if I was the Chinese player and I was new to the game, I would have no clue why I died there. All right, it's almost like Joan just death stared. Maybe she has a little notebook somewhere that she writes names in. Rotation now into the ball. Some more XP coming in. We're trending towards Castle Age really quickly here. I like this approach by Louis. This is not the type of base you want to try to dent, right? It's double hand cannon slit. We've already seen time and time again, the quickest way to lose to China at the moment is trying to all-in a Barbican. This defense is just obnoxious to try and attack. It's just not worth the effort, because the thing about China is while you're wasting all your time on this, they're greeding up behind it, right? And even if you eventually break through, their eco lead should be big enough at that stage that they'll have an army waiting for you. So yeah, much more solid approach here. Probably looking at Guildhall, there's no real reason to go Raw Institute in this matchup. You don't really want to stick Knights because your opponent's going to mass spears anyway. Okay, so to answer that question from Vake, you might be going Song anyway, but the order matters, because if you go Barbican first instead of Imperial Academy, you aren't going to have your taxman scaling quickly. And you're also not going to have your tax scaling quickly, which means you potentially have to spend more time on gold instead of just camping and gathering all this gold from taxation. That's the difference. You're choosing a defense over a better economy at an early phase, right? Like, it's all about timing. You get it so much quicker, because the Imperial Academy is going to be up on average, like, what? If you want to rush it, it could be up 20 seconds sooner. Sometimes it'll be more like 10 seconds because you do like one and then build before on the other. Double racks coming in. Wow, we've got a men-at-arm spam going. That's pretty cool, actually. Considering your opponent's gone spears, makes the most sense, right? I wondered if we were going to see Arbitrary straight away as a switch-up, but that would leave you vulnerable to the Nesta Bees. This is a really cool build, actually. And yeah, save the consecration for the Raxes. This is really cost efficient. So you're saving 25 food per men-at-arms. So basically every 5th men-at-arms is free. Guildhall was the choice, so we are turning towards that late game. Makes sense. I think Joan's kind of a weird one when it comes to early Castle Age, unless you got level 3. Prepping yourself for Imp is always good. Archer has cons. Archer got mainly buffs, not too many cons. The biggest issue with ranged form Joan is like Horseman, right? Can easily counter her. She doesn't have great armor. One of the upsides at least is she's not heavily armored, so she doesn't get countered by crossbows. It's gives and takes. But the interesting thing is, like, even when you're up against, let's say, Knights from the enemy, ranged form is still better because she can last hit injured Knights, right? Whereas melee form can't. So there's a very different playstyle between melee and ranged Joan. Love this. Straight to the monks. This is a very popular build for Louis. Usually he goes to double monastery here for the double pump. Might be worth doing here, considering your opponent could actually rush out monks. But realistically, with Joan in the field, men-at-arms as well, I'd be surprised if Green tries to go for relics in the first 2 minutes of play here. Oh, another cool thing. Remember, they made a change to the Barbican, where this is now a tax drop-off point. So even though this doesn't generate an insane amount of tax, he can very efficiently pull it and drop it. Kind of cool how these details add up. Zone. Wow, double Divine Arrow to get that scout. So he strips the vision away, and all of a sudden Green blind outside of his base. I think the idea there was to hide the relic play. Yeah, okay, that's sick. So I think Green would have hung around otherwise and would have seen the relics being picked up. So it seems like Fabry still doesn't know that relics are the win condition for Louis here. Oh, that's so cool. The range for Joan's Divine Arrow is not that small, right? I'm pretty sure it's the range she has. It's just the cast animation can make it look really weird. I'm now looking for Joan. Where did she go? Back at home? Yeah.
K-Pig surprise.
So I don't know if it's going to let us see. I don't think it is. but it should be the same range as her attack. That hasn't changed. It's just the thing is sometimes we've all had that experience. We're like, what the hell? That's broken. And it's because Divine Arrow like overshoots too far. And what's up, Handicap? And thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Yeah, I've been fixing Streamlabs, and then it keeps breaking. Like, later on in the broadcast, you'll notice it'll just use the right notification. It's very weird. So we've got Imperial Examinations on the way. Not really something you rush, right? But at this stage, when you've got this many buildings inflating, there's a lot of tax waiting around, so it makes sense now. And also, you're going further out, so you want to be more efficient on returning the taxes from these berry patches. Nice block with the Spearman, but it is already now a 4-relic game for Louis. So, Fabry, he built a Monk to get one, but he might not even get that. The Men-at-Arms were actually camping in the corner. Okay, I love everything about what Louis is doing here. It's so crafty the way he's navigating the map. Right? Just kind of hunkering down in corners, not revealing that he's there until his opponent's invested in something. And same with the Scout Denial. That Scout Denial was huge. Green has no clue what he's up against here. Even Siege Engineering coming. We're parting into the base soon. Meanwhile, Fabry has at least set up the walls to secure a lot more food. This is important in this matchup because Zhone is going to be very food efficient here for multiple reasons. Consecration is one thing. Pocket Resources is another. Guildhall is an entirely new well. All these details together means that if Fabry has to go for a farm transition before, say, 90 eco, they're dead. And arms the flash are at least going to get cleared up. So it looks like one relic will be secured by Fabry here. But wall's going up, and it looks like Louis is playing for that later phase of the game. I'm curious if there's potential for trade down the line here. But the main goal should just be to float resources into Imp. And that's where Guildhall quite often can end up looking kind of busted. So what's Green's win condition here? I think he's just hunkering down to like 110 eco. And then you want to go Imp, right? Because the logic here is if you get into Imperial Age, you should be favored. This is a very intriguing matchup, actually. Because on one side, you've got level 4 Zhone, who will give the attack speed buffer of 30%. With crossbow stirrups, which when you add those two together, it means that crossbows attack every, I think it's like 1.2 seconds or something. It's one of the quickest speeds you'll see in a crossbow attack at. On the flip side, if China is given enough time, they will get into Pyrotechnics hand cannons. So for Louis, I think his goal here is to win late castle or early Imp. Fabry, the goal is to survive until deep Imp. Big army in the march here. Crossbows are raiding, but that's going to make him a little bit weaker at home. Fabry may need to reconsider his actions here. As Louis is just trying to force a reaction. The Nesta Bees is a big problem, by the way. It's something that Zhone can't deal with right now. One of the big problems in this game is we're still looking at a level 2 Zhone, right? So her Divine Arrow damage is very underwhelming. Yeah, it needs at least that level 3. Even then, with level 3, you don't kill Nesta Bees immediately. Because of the extra health, right? If this was standard Nesta Bees with 140 HP, you kill him. But 195 is a different beast. Dive is at least going to be repelled, and I believe we do indeed have our level 3 Zhone. It's party time. There you go. Now she hits considerably harder. 100 pure damage coming in. Dive towards the Barbican. Crossbow Massey is moving to react. Nesta Bees looking for that flurry. That will not be given a big one. Remember, you still do have the Divine Restoration to work with here, so if you time it right, it could be big. Nesta Bees, in the meantime, waste time on the Ram. And this is where Zhone should be diving in for those snipes. One shot's already come out. Needs to do another one. Weirdly enough, Louis isn't attacking it. What? I've got many questions on both sides here. I guess he's worried about the repair coming through, but there wasn't repairs originally. Men-at-Arms now with the dive, but a little bit too late here. Rams, in the meantime, almost killing off the Barbican. But Louis is going to have to leave. Damage done, though, right? Crossbow mass has been heavily reduced. A little bit intriguing that with 3 Divine Arrows, he didn't try to pump that down on the Nesta Bees, but I think maybe Louis was getting in his own head there, a bit worried that the knobs would get repaired before he could kill him. That being said, Sacred Sites are now locked in, and things are about to get stronger for Louis. Consecration is about to get buffed. Ordnance Company is really, really insane, actually, on the Civ. I feel like it gets slept on a lot. Ordnance Company gets picked up a lot, but what doesn't get done too often is Siege. Siege with Ordnance Company becomes very cost-efficient. And Louis, I've watched a lot of Zhone games from this guy. He's quite easily the best player at leveraging Siege as Zhone. And yeah, green has crept through in a weird way. There's some cursed walls going on down here. So there's a nice little bit of gold gathering happening in the north corner. They still have the 4K to work with, so this isn't the end of the world if they get found there. The bigger focus is on the main, because Louis is looking to send it again. This time, though, he's going to have Nesta Bees countered by the Springalds. And for some reason, Fabry didn't expect this. Like, he doesn't have a single answer to Springalds. It's also imp time, so those Springalds can just party for free, guys. This should be Red Pulse on the big gold. Yep. Okay, this is one step from over. We are about 90% towards the GG right now. Fabry is on dangerous territory. He's about as delicate as a Fabry. Is it Fabry's egg? I think they're called. But he ain't looking as pretty as one. He has at least got that farm transition done. We talked about this. By like 100, you should easily be able to achieve this. But the pressure is on, right? Looks like Sacred Site did get decapped, though. That's actually a big deal. Wait, did Louis allow that, though? He was in the neighborhood. I'm wondering if that was intentional to get the XP. Remember, you can kind of farm your opponent in a dense way here. If they keep decapping Sacred Sites and you recap them with Zhone, you will just get 50 XP each time. I say as he walks away and doesn't. Never mind. Louis does have some problems, by the way. Because he didn't lock in those Sacred Sites, he doesn't have farms yet. So he needs to make a move, into mass farms in the next 3 or 4 minutes. That's actually going to give an opportunity for green to catch up here. Has plenty of food now coming down the line. Gold is looking decent and steady. This is going to be an imp showdown. And Zhone still really isn't that close to level 4, right? She only recently got level 3. There was only some small skirmishes. I mean, the crossbow one was fairly sizable, but I reckon we're still about 150, 200 XP at least away. Remember, without that level 4 buffer, that attack speed increase, there's only so much these Arbitrator can do. Arbitrator should eventually get into the crossbow stirrups tech here. So there we go. Defensive landmark on the way. So we've got defensive landmark on top of defensive landmark on top of mass Nesta Bees. This is the most toxic-looking Chinese base breach point I've ever seen. The only thing we're really missing at this stage is Stonewall Towers. This is going to be hard to breach. Gonna need some cannons. You could just go for Trebs if you want to play it safer, right? Because there is always a risk that you get engaged in a roller shutter trigger war, but I don't think you care too much. On Nesta Bees. Oh no! Big mistake here. He needs to peer around the side of the wall. In fact, Fabry, if he hugs the wall right now, he can't be attacked. Tech up completes. Louis has to walk away with losses and nothing gained. Yeah, that could have been so much worse, by the way. The Nesta Bees hugging the wall there would have prevented all types of anti-siege coming through. He could have lost everything. Louis gonna just have to turn around and go on the flank instead. Now, admittedly, that's the upside here, right? Is green, it's a very strong forward defense, but you've got nothing on the flanks here. In fact, that seems to be something that Louis has recognized. March on the flanks now. This is buying time. Fabry starting to escalate that pass guard count, and we have got hand cannoneers now being queued up. Oh no, man. I'm starting to worry that Zhone just hasn't got enough XP. Because the problem that I'm seeing right now is, like, you could argue, yeah, Zhone can get level 4, just take a big fight, right? Agreed. However, the problem for Zhone here is if you take a big fight and your army gets wiped, you've got nothing in the guild hall, and you've got 1,000 food income. Your opponent can easily swell up to 2.5k, right, if he has another Granner and a few more farms, which should be happening the next minute. So that's what has me worried, is like from a raw eco flex point, I think the food is too low for Louis to take the fight to get level 4. He basically needs to find a freebie. Trebs are starting to be pulled out. It's like an absolute mess up here. Jones champions are hunting. I love the fact that I think he's been producing out the keep. That's really cool. Jones champions out of keeps are really strong. They cost more than men at arms, but look at their stats. They're substantially better. Jones now with the dive. Armin trying to contest. Springles are a little bit too far forward though, so the anti-siege is going to go down, and oh no. What was that? Fabry! What a mistake! The Nest of Bees can't fight. He's going to lose the entire army here. Joan just kind of front-lining it. Divine Restoration was already pumped. The Nest of Bees get rid of all of the Nest... the anti-siege Rob gets rid of all the Nest of Bees. Joan does go down, but an insanely good fight. One that really Louis should have never found. Yeah, a little bit of a missed micro on Joan there. I don't know if she was about to get level 3. She shouldn't have been front-lining that hard. It will be a hold from Green, but comes at a price, right? And that price is in the form of XP. Like, this is meant to be the situation where Green had a lot more melee units left over and he could run out now. It's not the case. They're both down to about the same military count. And now, Louis is padding his weak point. Mass farms being dropped. I'm sorry, are you really comparing White Tower to an Age 4 landmark? Oh, Farman just showing you what Civ he mains. Oh god, that is... I mean, part of this is Green's own fault. You probably shouldn't be sending expensive hand cannoneers underneath a Red Palace. Trev now setting up. Oh my god, no, you can't build that keep. That's dangerous. If he times it right, because the Trebs did just reload, they should be retargeting instead. Alright, no, we're just fixated. I don't think he realized. Type now coming in. Villages with the pull. This is not advised, guys. Green needs to be building trebuchets right now. This is the hardest possible way to try and approach this game. Oh my god, I think he's just tunnel visioning a bit too hard. Like, his hand cannon account is unimpressive because they keep dying to the Red Palace. Yeah, I actually do think that Green got baited here. Nice attempt with the Raxes, but good spot by Louis. The problem now is the way that Louis is setting up this game, he's going to try to turn it into a funnel fight. And this is a game where, apparently, instead of building a Treb, like you probably should, we've now got Bombards on the way. Bombards aren't going to have a good time here, folks, even if they are a clock tower. Because remember, a Bombard is a 10 tower range unit, the same as the Red Palace. Yeah, a little bit perplexed by that detail. It's kind of weird to me because, once again, to remind people, Fabry Maibaka is ranked 44th in the world right now. They're no stranger to Red Palace. I hope they're not. In fact, let me check. Maybe they only just started playing this season when no one plays French anymore. Okay, apparently Season 6, they played 5 games and they came out bronze. I'm starting to think they maybe haven't experienced enough Red Palaces in their lifetime. Oh no. This would be a painful way to lose a game because of that. Wait, isn't this like a missed opportunity to... Nah, it wouldn't matter. Bombard now moving in. Watch this, guys. It's a cannon against the keep. The natural counter. The natural counter. The natural counter? He barely got away with that. Reminder that that has 50% more HP, by the way. That's a clock tower bombard. Trebs, in the meantime, moving in for the party, though. Keep about to go down. In fact, he doesn't even finish it off. He just lets it burn. If this Great Wall Gatehouse goes down, the floodgates open. Green, because these stone walls coming out, he might not have an option to flood himself. He's massing Palace Guard as we speak. There's a flank coming out. Dude, this is Pog. We've actually got a Mash Jones Champions game. It's taking time, but he's scaling the numbers up. This is crazy. Remember, when Jones Champions are near Zone, they get buff stats. Look at this. They get extra damage, and they get extra armor. This could be sick in a condensed fight. Stone Walls a bit too quick. Fabry not able to get the blocker. Wait, no, Fabry. Fabry, no, 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 no. What? I don't think that would Maz. Oh, no. So now Louis just needs to wall it in here like that to shove you towards the Red Palace. And damn, Green now on the flank here. A little bit too late. Stonewall's going up. Keep has gone down in the meantime. Great Wall Gatehouse being ignored for the time being. And a sneak out to the south side for the gold. Elite army tactics now on the way. Guys, this is where Jones Champions get bonkers. Remember what I said about the damage buff they get? Right here, the 10% extra. Remember, percentages stack on percentages, right? So this is going to be quite the inflation. We're already talking about Jones Champions that do pretty healthy 21 damage. It's going to get out of control. The only issue right now is, remember, Jones Champions are locked to your zone, not to the age you're in. So right now, these are still Castle Age Men-at-Arms. Am I remembering that correctly? I know it works the other way around. I'm pretty sure we're correct on that. It's been a while since I've seen someone mash Jones Champions, but for those that don't know, you could be in Feudal Age, and if you got Age 4 Zone, your champions you spawn would be upgraded. Oh my god, these Nesta Bees though. And the hand cannons on the drive-by. Mango shot starting to come in. Jones gonna get a lot of XP out of this, guys. The champions, they just got buffed up more. The Elite Army Tactics came in, 252 HP on that front line. The exact same as the Elite Palace Guard, but a lot chunkier. However, the back line seems to be the difference. Hand Cannoneers can test the Hand Cannoneers. Pyrotechnics doesn't really matter much when you get this deep. Shown more champions being summoned out. It's just an XP farm. That has to be it. Surely that is level 4. A lot of units going down here. I'd be surprised if it's not within 50 XP now. And we'll get the moment of truth. We're keeping an eye on it. And there it is. Where are the champions? We need to see them. I'm pretty sure their stats should have been buffed more. Attack speed aura does get activated straight away. So good hold here with the Red Palace as well. And let's find the keeps. This is really important. Love this as well. Consecration to make it cheaper and more efficient. I think, though, this is a case where the champions have their buff stats again. So they're at like 310 HP now. Fully eclipsing the Palace Guard. What did we say it was? It was 252, right? The exact same as the Palace Guard. Kind of crazy that we're getting hand cannons instead of Arbitrary. But it kind of makes sense, right? Like, Arbitrary with Mavis get an extra 0.5 tower range over these hand cannoneers, so it kind of feels redundant, right? You're better just gap closing and getting in range ASAP. And also, compared to Arbitrary, hand cannoneers have more effective HP. The 5 ranged armor helps a lot, but not enough. If you think about it, an Arbitrary will have, what is it, like 50 less health? But with 5 ranged armor, so you're offsetting on the shots, but the shots hit for 42. So you're basically offsetting maximum 15 damage while still having a 50 health difference between the 2 units, right? It makes sense. I think 100% hand cannoneers make sense if you can afford it. All right, here we go. There you go, guys. We were correct. Jones Elite Champions now online. 302 HP. They have 27 damage per strike, and that gets buffed further by an extra 2 damage, 2.7 to be exact, when Jones in range. So that is a 30 damage Men-at-Arms. That's pretty nuts. In a game where we've got, like, what? I think it's 4 keeps up from Joan. Okay, yeah. So 2 with the Red Palace on top of that, 3, and about to be 4. This is cool, man. It's kind of like Wingard Raiders logic. Oh, not Raiders, sorry, Footman logic, right? You probably shouldn't be allowed to get 50 of them, but the way it scales is still very powerful. Knock at the door. TC's now going down. I think this game's over, guys. I mean, Green, here's the thing. Pyrotechnics might seem strong, but we're talking about a buffer of 35% on attack speed for the hand cannoneers. So as long as they gap close, it's a wipe. And right now, I'm just seeing no anti-siege to answer these Mangos. An even bigger problem here. Tammy's going to back up. Mangos! Half the hand cannoneers gone. This is it. This is done. The juice up continues. Zhone now frontlining, which is just tanking, absorbing so much damage. There's nothing left of him. Green is going to lose out. I may rate Zhone as D tier, but I did mention if you get to that Imperial Age, she is a beast. An unassailable one at that. Man, rough game for Green. I think there were moments where if they played the flanks a bit quicker, they could have stood a chance here, but I don't think I can really fault Lu's approach. Really clean early mid-game, set him up for this beautiful timing. What a powerful late game it looks like. Mark my words, folks. Like Zhone, she'll need some tweaks, she'll need some buffs in the early phase of the game, but something's probably going to have to be adjusted for that later phase as well. Because this is meant to be kings of the late game, the Chinese, but right now, they look like peons. Whew. Damn. Louis just built diff. What a Chad. That's a really cool game to kick us off. Ooh. Berkshire is trash. The Wingard is always better. Thanks, Immaculado. Yeah, no. Master Realms was really cool. I know some people didn't like the amount of water maps on it, but overall I think it was a really refreshing tournament. What are we going to go for? What are we going to call that? Trench? Was that like Trench Warfare? It kind of felt like Trench Warfare, right? The most defensively stacked entrance to China. China's base. As long as we never have to see Floodplain or Wardrake in their current form again, I'm happy. Yeah, I actually thought people would like Floodplain more, right? Because, like, the thing that I find intriguing about Floodplain is that it's Navy without the eco-escalation. So it's more important that you're careful with your boats. The only downside is, like, the spawns around Gold and Deer can be really weird and quite oppressive. Well, I called water was going to be strong. I just think like it needs something else to balance the water element so that water is strong, but land has an assister as well. Yeah, poor cow, dude. No love for Water Drake at all. Wardrake's a way worse version of Floodplain. Well, it has the eco, right? It's like, you know what I was actually saying, Baltu, and I thought would be interesting is migration. I thought migration would have been intriguing if, like, migration and canal had a baby, right? So the canal, like, there was a central canal on migration. I think that might make it a better 1v1 map. Also, wonder if it'd be cool to see a version of migration where you have shallow waters to go across to the mainland. Ooh, dude, I think that would be cool. Still have the rest of the water, but you have a way of getting onto the mainland outside of transpo ships. I think migration's cool as is. The weird thing is people don't really want to pick it, right? At all. I just realized there was subtly music playing in the background the whole time in that game. Alright, 1 second. Let's have a look here. What's my moldy boy up to? Feel like Archipelago more because it's predictable, not so tedious. Archipelago needs some fundamental changes, though. So I don't know who he's up against here. I don't think that's a high ranker. Like, I think there needs to be a lot less wood on the starting islands on that map. I think Archipelago is like you saw that you saw the spawn for Beastie in that Luciferon game, right? That was one of the most disgustingly like one-sided spawns I feel like I've seen in a long time. One sec. So let me check. Oh wait, dude, no, we don't want to watch that anyway. I just realized I didn't look at the civs. Voldy's having a H3 mirror. Sorry, I had to stop myself vomit. Let's check the ladder quickly. See who's about. Exciting and exhausting at the same time. Well, I think I said this like because I can't remember who it was. I think Beastie mentioned it on his stream. Like people want to see maps they can play. But like my mentality is like I think, well, he's on the right track. He's coming from the wrong angle. That he thinks correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said it. Like the tournament should, was it Beastie? Okay, let's strip the Beastie name away. I know someone said it. They think tournament should just show the maps that people can play because that's what they want, and I think that's BS. I actually think that tournament should show maps that are intriguing, and then the dev should go, that map should be on the ladder. People would like to play that. That's the disconnect. That's the problem. New content is important, and actually tournaments are doing what the devs are failing to do. So, like, my take is Kawasan should be on map rotation, 100%. I think Kawasan's a really cool map. I actually think Kawasan is a more inviting water map for people who don't naturally like water as much than, you know, having, like, Archipelago, right? And that's also why you have the veto system. If you don't want to play them, you don't have to. But the options are there, right? That's the point. So, I think... Let me have a look. Because we had some replays lined up that we could check out. Core played against Givyung Zai. Poogers? Waterholes? Wasn't Waterholes badly spawned? Same logic with Frizzy Marshes. Frizzy Marshes should be in rotation. They keep using... What was that stupid map? Sorry, whoever made that, but like it really was badly like spawning. I can't remember what it's called. What game tomorrow? Battle Aces? I mean, we might sneak in some Battle Aces this week, but it's a different game, actually. Have to wait and see. Waterholes. Oh, was it Waterholes? With little potholes everywhere. Really crappy. Yeah. Give us a wink. There we go. Nailed it, like I always do. Yeah, I think Holy Island should be in the rotation. Because here's the thing. People are like, I can't be asked to play water. Yeah, but like at the level you're at where you can't be asked to play water, you're probably not the only one. So what you probably just get is like a nice different style of map where both of you just play land. Right? That's the thing I always like to highlight when people are like, I don't want to do this. It's like, well, you'd be surprised. Like, you're watching pro levels and you're like, oh, this is way too exhausting. It's like, at your level, what you're talking about, you're probably not the only one who feels that way. So I'm always reminded of like low-ranking 4-lates games where neither player makes a dock, right? The logic that I don't want to see this map because I don't want to play water is kind of moot. Because for a lot of people, they will not play water even on water. So you don't, like, the only time it matters is if you're up against someone who's ranking up to the like higher rank originally, and you'll get stomped. But that was going to happen on a land or a water map. That wasn't going to happen just because you're on water, right? That's my take. What's up, Mueller? We already done a Civ tier list, mate. If you checked the VOD a little bit earlier. Wow, FabLab, are you checking out Protein Works right now? Guys, you should actually check them out, by the way. I'm glad that the FabLab brought that up as we're getting ready to hop into another game. So remember, they're partnering with us for a second month in a row. We want to make it free. We want to start making a deep relationship here. They seem to love us. They seem to love you guys because you've been buying. Got to keep buying. Got some new things to try. So have I got any porridge lovers in the chat? I didn't expect to like porridge because I feel like I had it when I was a kid and it was always ugh. But I was kind of impressed. The original flavor was quite nice. Had a nice kind of baked goods taste, even though it's meant to be flavorless. And then I added some drops. So definitely check those out. We've been trying different ranges. I'm probably going to either later today or tomorrow try out the tasty chicken and noodle from the savory range. And sometime this week, I think Emma's going to make pancakes. And we're going to try their pancakes with... Wait for it. They're nuts. I like nuts. Loaded nuts. Deep dive. Chalk brownie, mate. I think I'm going to try the pancakes and slap that bad boy on top. So yeah, we'll be trying those out as the week goes on. And I did mention the coffee to you guys already. I'm not sure if I'll go for more of the caramel latte, but that's because I'm just not a coffee person at all. But we had that the other day, and I actually drank the whole thing. I still prefer my energy drinks. I'll be totally transparent on that. But for coffee enjoyers, I'd say the fact that I, as a person who hates coffee, was able to drink that is probably a good sign for you people that like coffee. Even when the discounted prices, it's really hard to afford them. I'm curious, Patrick. Where are you? Where do you live? I don't know if is it a case of delivery costs? Because I feel like some of these aren't too bad from like a cost per meal and whatever compared to normal options, right? Battle Aces, we might check out Battle Aces as well. But Battle Aces isn't the one I'm looking at. You're in Turkey. Okay, that I get you then. I know that's a little bit hard. I don't think there's any like cheaper meal alternatives of that type, right? So let's get ready. Can't wait for Core to get spanked. Yikes! You don't trust the beast from Germany? Yeah, I'm kind of curious actually. Like, what kind of things do you guys buy? Because I'm always trying to keep an eye out for. We'll hop on this in a sec, but I'm always trying to keep an eye out for other partnerships for the channel. Things that you guys would like to see, that would be interested in. Always feel free to let me know. Check it, let me know on the Discord as well. It's a nice place for you guys to kind of drop what you're looking at. Because then it lets me know what kind of people to partner with. Because then it's a mutually valuable thing for you guys, right? Especially Lamicon. Yeah, we need to get a partnership with a Lamicon. A Lamicon manufacturer. You want Raid Shadow Legends? I don't think you do. Nice try, Faye. Bit sus. I mean, I'll be totally real with you guys. Raid Shadow Legends doesn't even pay people that well anymore. There was a time where it was like, yeah, content creator, get that bag. But that was like back then, like 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, the rates they were given were like 4 times higher than any other game integration. Like an hour of content of Raid was getting you 4 times the amount that like an hour of content for any other sponsor stream was getting you. But now they've integrated a lot of it into the costs. Yeah, let's start this anyway. They've integrated a lot of it into the into cost acquisition, and what I mean by that is now it's locked behind things like get players to level 12, have them buy this much, and you know if the player gets level 12, you'll get $10 or $20 extra. So yeah, they put a lot of it behind the incentive down the line, which just I'll be totally real with you. Like I negotiate a lot of deals with my different talent. A lot of the mobile games, like performance metrics, aren't realistic. They require hours and hours of commitment out of users, which just isn't going to happen. And also, the other logic there is, like, if your game is crappy, like, for example, if someone just perceives that they don't want to ever play Raid, I can't speak to it because I never bothered trying it. Let's say they just say it's a crap game. They're definitely not going to play through, right? So I always say, you know, I think there's a big miscalculation when it comes to marketing, where people have very high expectations of creators, but, like, the creator's goal is to give you entrance into a very personal and a very tailored audience that trusts the creator. If your product isn't good enough to sell through, it can be a misalignment, but also there is an element of like, is our product actually good enough? But like, yeah, I don't know. Marketing deals at the moment are wild, is what I'll tell you guys. I had really high expectations to be able to make a living off of the content we've been creating here. That this year I've been humbled in, because this year has been hard. Like a year ago, with good contacts, I probably could have made enough to like pay all my bills and provide for my family. But I was saying to my partner the other day, I need to like refocus on getting more esports events, because like this is just not going to pay the bills at the moment. Marketing is at an all-time low in terms of what they're willing to pay. And also, like, it's a two-sided thing. And like, marketing is kind of just being cheap or taking advantage of creators to some degree. But the other flip side of it that's really wild right now is, like, for years, a lot of content creators have gone by with the "I'll put a logo on the screen and that's good enough," and they got paid stupid money for that. And then brands were like, "We didn't see a return." Whereas, like, there needs to be a mutual coming together of, like, what is meaningful content and how do we integrate? Like, what I try and do with Surfshark on EGC, what we do with Protein Works here. I'm like, what resonates? What is honest? What is truthful? But also, what is, like, entertaining, or what invokes involvement? And 95% of creators don't think about that when it comes to sponsorships. And it's why they don't get renewed. All right. Education of a different type. Oh, man, I feel like I'm back in 2021. What a classic. Core versus Give You Anxiety. The German boy up against the Americana. Let's see if we can have a full-on war here. Imperial Academy versus Culture Wing, because we've got China in the hands of Core, and Give You Anxiety in the purple is going to be playing as a Bastard Dynasty. We are indeed on Lipany. This is a pretty OG matchup, right? But, you know, it used to be OG for the TC boom. That's not what we're getting here. Look at the tech up. Culture Wing from Give You Anxiety. I think we do have a fast castle. I'm wondering if it's going to be a fast castle race, because Core did open Imperial Academy, which gives the potential. And recently, we've seen more and more Chinese players trending towards a fast castle build to grab relics and then come back for TCs afterwards. The logic being is that relics are extra economy that doesn't lock into your population, whereas villages is always something you can build more of on a delay. What civ is not in the game that would fit in best historically? Oof. I mean, you got a few options, right? Venetians could be really cool. Polish would be incredible. Vietnam. Would America work? I mean, this goes up to the 18th century, right? And America was founded in 1776. So theoretically, America would sliver in there, but it would be kind of weird. You'd have to, like, you'd have to do something weird where they'd be Native Americans going into Americans, which is just confusing. You could do Portugal and Spain. Like, actually, that's a very good question. Why is Spain not in the game? That's a bit weird, right? You know what you do? Dude, you have the Inquisition, and when they're up against Joan... No, I'm not going to finish that sentence. Let's focus on the game. Give You Anxiety, he is on the stone, so Culture Wing into 2TC. It's kind of wild, right? No matter what wing you choose, you always go 2TC as the Abbasids in about 95% of your games. So yeah, kind of a wild one. On the other side of this, we are going to get the mirrored TC. So is Song into 2TC. This is actually really good for Core. This is why a lot of players tend to go Eco Wing, because when you go Eco Wing, you can just go trip TC, quadruple TC, and it eventually just puts China a step behind, right? They're basically getting an arms race they can't match, because when you inflate TCs, not only do you get it at a discount, but you also have fresh food stuff to make it sustainable, while the Chinese don't have that, right? They're paying full price, and they're generating more villages per minute. So, like, the perfect example of this is when Abbasids go 2TCs, they're going to be spending 192 resources, I think it is, per minute. When Chinese go 2TC, they're going to be spending 400 food per minute. They're going to get more villages, but the beginning price is much higher. Thank you very much, Camin. I always try when I'm interviewing to kind of like dig deeper. I want to get the questions that haven't been asked. And also, I think, like, a little tip for anyone who's trying to get into interviewing, reactionary questions are 10 times better than static questions. You can formulate a few questions going into an interview that you want to use, like, you know, talk to me about game one, but listen to what your interviewee is saying, because they might actually give you something to follow up on. I'm so big on that. I hate having a script, because it just means you're missing out on good content, right? It's like when I'm on a cast, I'm like, wow, you know, why is he going these 2TC? And let's say, like, I'm with Crackety and he highlights something very important about the map. I go, so anyway, I guess fast castles on the horizon. No, dude, let's talk about why this map spawn is interesting. Let's talk about the fact that really annoying for GUA is if Core goes offensive, GUA has double forward spawning deer, but does have retracted berries. So the spawns are quite big because a lot of these details seem like they're hitting. In fact, when you check vision for Core, you can see a lot of these berries aren't seen. This is the type of detail that could bait Core into being offensive when he shouldn't be. Probably not going to see that because he has scouted Culture Wing by now, and he probably doesn't feel like there's a timing here. But if this is a prolonged feudal, Core might have felt overly confident that all-inning was the way, even though GUA had resources behind. And correct Dragavan, which is why we are seeing a fast castle play. I do think on this map, by the way, Culture Wing is worse than Trade Wing. Think about where the trade posts typically spawn. He could have went Trade Wing here and got more resources. I've drummed this time and time again. Culture Wing only makes sense for fast castle when you're blocked on the map. When you're against a Civ that's going to play turtly, like the Chinese, because they're eco-booming, Trade is better because Trade will return more resources over time than Culture Wing will. Right? And then you can still potentially go like Trade Wing, Culture Wing. You'll probably be going Trade Wing, Military Wing in that situation. But, you know, getting free traders out, and let's say they're going to return, what, like 50, 40 gold each way? But then you escalate it up to 70, right? For the small price of 100 wood and not that long of a walk. Even if you leave it on the 40 gold, by the time you're teching up, you're going to see a return of, you know, 240, 300, 400 resources unharassed. Compare that to Culture Wing, where you pay 100 resources for preservation knowledge to get 20% off your tech up. So you pay 100 resources to save 360 resources. So you're actually only saving 260. I don't think it's that great, especially if your follow-up play is going to be something like Golems. Because if you're going Golems, you don't have a tech upgrade to then save on either. So yeah, always a weird one to me. I think Trade Wing is slept on far too much for the Bassets. Well, the logic is Trade and Intercepted if you're against an aggro Civ. Remind me at what stage the Chinese are going to get aggressive here? You're playing against Core's Chinese. This dude likes to chill and play 2TC Song. I've seen it quite a lot. Like this is the whole read of the game, right? If you're against an aggressive Civ like the French, you do not Trade Wing. But if you're against a Civ like this, 100% you can trade. And that trade will escalate. Like the logic that Culture Wing gets more value over time, tell me how Grand Bazaar doesn't, right? Tell me how Spice Roads won't eventually. But in fairness, in this game, for GUA, like he is going into Military Wing, so this explains why Culture is the choice. This is the build that it makes sense for, right? If he was going crossbows, Golems, any of those things, Lancers, then Trade is better. But because he's going for Archer play, it makes sense because he'll save on Boot Camp and Culture and Composite with Veterancy. I do think that this is kind of weirdly informed though, right? Like you're up against Chinese and they're always going to go Clock Tower. So really what GUA needs is a very efficient timing on ramping archers into Springalds. Camera Rider's pumping out. And, okay, so... See, now this is what I mean. This is the type of game where you start to really dissect whether Culture Wing is worth it. It definitely has value in terms of the savings on Ecotech, for sure. But from a militaristic standpoint, the fact he's now going crossbows is... It takes a lot of value out of the efficiency of Culture Wing. Also interesting that you go crossbows when you tech up first. Well, actually, he wasn't teched up first, right? But like, when you're in a position where you can get map control. I wonder if he's going to rush into relics here. I think that would be the smartest thing he could do, because if Core wants to play double greed, that should be his next target, right? Like, realistically, with the way that Core has locked himself in, it should be the Basses with map control here. And the best thing you can do with that is just pump relic control. Does he really blind crossbow that much, Faye? I mean, you know better than me. You play up against him a lot. I haven't watched Shio in a while. I feel like... I thought he... Did he not used to do a lot more men-at-arms spam? I guess, like, I'm used to the GUA that's all in on Feudal. And you can't get crossbows in Feudal. That Horseman being prepped by Core, though. A little bit surprising with limited food in the corner. Then again, he has got the berries and the deer back here still. So he's not going to dry too soon. He also has an easy reach for the 8 stack of berries on the north side. And that also stretches. Like, in a way, Core's spawn really helps him here because it spreads the map and chops it into 2. And GUA has gone for a static comp, so he can't react to that. This means that Core should be able to play pocket resources for longer and not worry about a farm transition too quick. Crossbow Horseman coming in from Core now. Wolves are going to buy some much-needed time here. Now, funnily enough, a nest of bees would just break everything GUA is doing here. And that's what worries me a bit. You know, he doesn't want to prep the anti-siege ahead of time, but if it catches you off guard, you don't notice it. You could just wipe the entire stack. I love the fact that GA is expecting a raid, by the way. Oh, that we're going to have to keep it out for that. With Horseman being spammed, that could come back to bite him. Wow, a mango being built. That's really bad against Horseman here. The count for GA is not impressive. He needs to back away. It's 9 Spearmen, right? And like he has got a choke point here, but remember who controls that choke point. Core could delete the walls on the sides to flank. It's quite a dangerous game he's playing. And Core having to react to the Spring, so no Nesta Bees opening coming out from the German. This is a very different build to what I'm used to from the Abbasis, by the way. Not just the Culture Wing, but the comp. You don't often see crossbow spears. Kind of feels like he's got Core's number as well, because Core is basically built like everything that gets countered. The only thing he's really countering right now is Siege. There's a decent amount of spearmen to like block for the crossbows. Crossbows aren't going to do bonus damage against spears. It's a good timing. And wait, one thing we have to be worried about here is a lot of idle time now coming for Core. He's spamming Horseman and he's ran out of food, so he now has to move to the north side. Now he will have access to that food, but keep in mind delays are important here. GUA already has a military lead. This is going to extend that. But he needs to work fast. Core now ahead by 20 villages. Clock is ticking. What an intriguing build. It's kind of wild, right? It's like, in a way, GUA has to come here to block the food, but now look at what's happening. I mean, if he just took the Camel Riders and peeled them to look for targets, right, this would be a lot better for him. This is brutal, man. I think Core might just have this on lock. GUA's comp just doesn't play very well with this right now. Horsemen are going to raid in. A little bit of humping going on there, but they will take out a villager or two. And GUA complete our position. Yeah, these walls have kind of cursed him, right? I'm kind of surprised he didn't try to burn through here, but the double spring when he doesn't have time anymore. This is getting ugly. Core now with a 3rd relic on the way home. And, you know, I think this is someone we've highlighted about GUA before. I think Faye actually talked about it before. Is like, GUA is really good on his micro. He's really good at these all-ins, but the thing that usually fails him is the macro. Right? Like, the macro logic here, especially with stuff like Abbasis, is relics. But I think he got a little bit too angsty about the all-in timing. Like, I definitely think he could have afforded to go relics while pushing like this, and it would have put him a mile ahead. He's at least going to start finding some villages on the front line. Cool. Core. Meanwhile, Core, very good for his macro play, but micro might... Oh, no. Core, I don't think he's going to notice. He's distracted by the fight. Oh my god! No way, he just realized so many villagers dead there. Most of Core's eco lead just shrunk. Pushback continues on the east side, but the Mango getting a good wallop. Core just a little bit too distracted between the two fronts here. And not enough Horsemen distracting GA in return. Damn, dude, like this is what I'm talking about, right? Like macro might fail him sometimes, but GA, that micro, is what usually gets him dubs. And it wasn't even like a necessarily overly like elegant micro. Not to insult what he's doing, he's done fantastic, but A-click in and then just focus on the one fight. This is the GUA I want to see. Core, now starting to starve, has to make the farm transition earlier than he would like. GUA, still no play for relics this deep in. Just tab back into Valorant? Well, that's not true. For all we know, Core may have become a dark and darker gamer, you know. He's a greedy boy, so I've seen the way he likes to get all the goodies. It kind of fits him more to go for an extraction shooter. Got a loot goblin, right? And this is a very strong static army from Core, though. I mean, GUA, the problem right now is there's so much value behind the relics. He's finally doing it. The reason it would have been nice earlier isn't just the relics, though. Once you have imams, you have sacred sites, right? And this is a fairly defendable Sacred Site area, if I'm being honest, right? You could just wall off on the north side easily. You can actually create a nice little kind of V wall here. That means the only way to reach them is through the center where you camp. And then you just kind of hold here and holding pattern between the south and center. Instead, Core was allowed to kind of win that initial relic race. Third relic is now going to be locked in. So only 2 up for grabs to GUA. The Sacred Site's going to at least make it a bit better. Behind this, Food Eco is booming, baby. We still got more berries to clear on the map for the Abbasids. I don't know if you rush Imp here. You kind of have to, right? Because if you think Core's setting up farms, he can rush an age up, but you can't. It's helping me prep to beat GUA for the tournament. Oh no. GUA, former king of NA. Can he return to his former glory? Springles trying to trade out. Has the numbers. Oh, the nest of bees, though! He took the bait. One Springles alive on 3 HP. That is exactly why nest of bees are stupid, and I hate them. Well, okay, I wasn't very unbiased with my comment there. Nest of bees are ridiculous, guys. A little bit of an overextension, definitely, on the one hand, right? Like, I don't think you need to be that deep, but goddamn. It's kind of funny, right? Because we recently had that patch, that meta, where Mangonels were countering Springles. And that got nerfed. But Nest of Bees just still kind of do what they've done. Awesome Ray coming in. Cool. Getting some decent chip damage here. Every little helps, right? Like, GA is already behind by 20 villages. And we said this should be turning into an imp race shortly. In fact, we're very close to that point. GA about to be pop capped. Core not far behind either. But Core's economy is so much better. Double the food income right now. Oh my god, Nest of Bees. No, what is this unit? And he can't even kill one, right? Like, the Springles come in. Only 2 of them got the shot off. Unbelievable. Gio has to dive, but I've got a bad feeling. If those Nest of Bees get one flurry off, Give You Anxiety will lose the military advantage. Even with boot camp, those health bars look ugly. Cool. Hunting forward. Palace Guard numbers are starting to swell up. Trying to force the front lining here. SCBs are probing. Only 2 Springles left over. This should be enough to push him away. But behind this, our NA boy is on his way to a new age. Meanwhile, Core, he's doubling down. Check this military academy now on the way. Springle does get sniped, and that's it. GA needs to run. Nest of Bees are at least going to waste their time on 2 Springles. That's going to be enough to break away here. But Give You Anxiety cannot turn around now. If he turns for a fight, he loses the entire army. Man, please tell me he has... Oh my god, I knew it. I knew at the moment I saw this movement speed. No greased axles here. Kind of unfortunate. Core could have hunted across a lot more ground here. Might, however, find someone dabbling on the gold down here. Does Core realize? Because if he just sends down the Nest of Bees, he can massacre this. No, Core. He didn't get the glimpse. He sees it now, but no reaction, despite the fact he could easily kill off 14 villages and have a 30+ eco lead. GOE went up without a full farm transition. He's only about a third of the way in that he needs to be. So definitely still some value for Eco Wing here. I mean, this is the beauty of Abasas on Lipany, right? There's so many extra berry patches, you can kind of float that boat and get away with Eco Wing Farm Boom after going Imp. Tech out complete, cool. So he's just going to head back now. He has to hunker down and follow the tech. He has already secured gold for the late game, by the way, so he should be pretty cozy. Spirit Way on the way. Interesting that we do not have a Great Wall Gatehouse coming. I think Core's a really big fan of Spirit Way, though. Wait, is he gonna... Dude, we cast one of these the other week. He's not gonna do it again, is he? Wait. He wouldn't do Fire Lances, right? I feel like I've seen this before. Against an Abbasid player. I don't think he'll immediately do it, but it might be on the agenda. GUA now trying to punch the tech up. Oh, the sprills though! Mistakes made! 2 go down. He might even get the 3rd. Crossbows need to body block this. It looks like they'll get in position just in time to stop it. Only 1 anti-siege left on the front line means GUA needs to rethink this. Because the Nesta Bees are hunting. Giving anxiety. Immediate reaction. Okay, that is unfortunate. GUA, if he actually kept the 3 Springles alive, he could have turned the screws here. Instead, Core gets the reset he needs to now try and stick it to GUA. Giving anxiety. Needs those Culverins ASAP. Oh my, oh my. What a scrappy little moment there. Just a slight distraction costing him dearly. What? Wait. Core. Oh, I mean, it's going to be slightly annoying, but Fertile Crescent is on the way, right? So GUA should be capable of that mass transition. The fight over the final berries, though. Core still hunting forward here. 3 stacks is on the way. Pyrotechnics being queued. The hand cannon is switched down the line. In the meantime, the Nesta Bees are going to bring down the Abbasid front line. Retreats away just in the nick of time here. Culverins now with the snipe out, but the Springle count is so absurdly high here. Anti-Siege starting to trade out, but the Culverins outnumbered here. A fight they can't take. I mean, they can't even get the 1-hit kill here. Another example of how Clock Tower is absurd. Frontline has fallen though. May have bought the time. Nesta Bees flowering out here. A few spinmen left over. If the Nesta Bees just target that back line. Core. Big hit. GUA will go for the dive though. Another flurry about to be shot out here, but it looks like GUA has done enough to repel Core for now. And the Golem switch up now on the way for GUA. The problem with that is look at what's being stacked up. Core, more Palace Guard, and now Hand Cannoneers and Nesta Bees also on the way again. How does GUA get out of this? I think he's got too many crossbows. Way too many crossbows here. Kind of feels like he needs Hand Cannoneers. He needs some Culverins as well. Crossbows now. Wait, what happened here? There's no front line right now. GUA. I think he's losing too much out of this. The crazy part is Core's the one with the Sacred Sites locked in behind this. That's at least going to be fixed, but GUA, a lot of crossbows being lost, and he only has 700 food income. Where's the mass farm transition? Oh my Gideon. I can't believe this. I mean, the Palace Guard spam was going to be a problem anyway without the walls, as chat just mentioned, but the bigger issue here is there's just no food. I don't know where this went wrong. GUA, I mean, you've got Fertile Crescent, right? Your Eco Tech. This should be the point where you're easily cruising. He even went for Agriculture Tech on a grand total of 13 farms. GUA, I mean, we say it time and time again, right? Micro tends to be on point. He tends to be one of the most aggressively and frustrating players, but the macro is the thing that breaks him in the end. Good lord. Yikes, that was an abrupt ending. Let's see, America's Chosen forgets a key detail of Age of Empires 4. So let's see. Wait, what's this? Is Gully flaming my tier list? Delhi is A tier and KB's opinion, in my opinion, only B. I think A tier. I think like highest level, like A tier, 100%. Very, very powerful pick. Low end of A tier, but A tier. I knew the Ibid pick was going to really drum some crap up, though. Not as many good matchups? I think they still have some decent matchups. ABBA was borderlining A, though. I think that's fine. I remember left to right. I do think IU is a little bit overrated still, though. Yeah, no, I think Delhi are really, really good. They're not as good as, like, Byzantines, Rus, and whatnot, but still. Delhi's not broken, just their feudal landmark, so they're broken. At least they didn't put Japan in A. I mean, Japanese aren't A tier. That's obvious. I do think Ayabids is a little bit overrated, though. They've got a build that is strong, I'll give them that. They don't have flexibility. They don't have a wide array of maps that they can work on. Ayabids are appropriately in B tier because they're the perfect example of a Civ that if they got nerfed but didn't get buffed at the same time, they go down to D tier straight away. Rus number 1, Biz number 1, Rus number 2. Biz are a bit more busted. Rus have more applicability than Byzantines across the map pool, but Biz have more standout maps, is the way I describe it. Okay, you just need to get the micro of Puppy Paw and Japanese OP. No, golly, Mali definitely B tier. They have some really good matchups and some really bad matchups. And I still haven't seen enough of the feudal extended builds to be convinced that it's the way yet. Mali's S tier? Yeah, if by S you mean seriously in need of reassessing how you do a tier list. There we go, yeah. Faye went the less polite way about that. I was going to go different kind of special, but sure. Right. Let's see. Core. Did Core have any other cool games at the moment? Is that against Ravane, I think? Oh, English Mirrors. Cringe. Get me out. Let's do a Core versus Ravane game. That could be cool. Right, give me a sec. I'll bring it back to me. Uno momento. Watch your English games? Oh, what English games? I don't think I can watch your games. Okay, he who thinks Mali are A tier. New strat from 1.5 years ago. Wow, we time travelers now. All right, maybe we do that. We'll do the core. There's a core game I really want to check out first, then we can do that. I think it was English versus Juji. Corvinus versus Phillies be a free game? Wait, you guys played some custom games? What's the new game tomorrow? You will have to tune in to find out, Dr. Jarman. I can't actually reveal what it is yet due to NDAs, but that will be lifted tomorrow when I'll be showing it off. It is a cool hybrid of, I'd say, 2 genres. Gameplay like feels so fast, it kind of like it itches a fighting game urge as well, though. So it's really cool. I'm excited for that, though. I think we will be fiending that. I reckon I could easily see myself stacking up almost 30 hours of gameplay on that this week, easily. And I should have a way of giving you guys codes, so I'll have to check on that later tonight. It's the new David Kim game. No, because if it was, I could just say that. Because they already announced the open beta for the 25th. So. Nice try, Philly. You thinned the field by one game. You figured me out. Now all is going to be revealed. In fact, let me double check. I'm working on getting access to Battle Aces as well. Because it should be open beta, but you never know if you get unlucky somehow. So I hope we'll sort that as well. Because I would like to try out Battle Aces also. Yeah, Sushi is really rough on this map, so I'm kind of intrigued. Zhu versus the English. One of the hardest matchups that exists in Age of Empires 4 for the Zhu. But I've been told that this one's spicy. It's not a one-sided stomper. So let's check in, because we've got Core on the English, a known commodity in the community, but a rising star from the West. This is Ravane. Saudi Arabian player who has been ranking up like crazy. This guy, guys, don't sleep on this guy. 2,164 elo. They are ranked 8th on the leaderboard right now. This is insane. They have been performing remarkably well, consistently throughout this season. In fact, they've been holding strong there. And what I love is the relentless aggression. This guy has to be one of the most aggressive players at the top of the ladder right now. I am baffled by how he makes it work. We've seen him with these games. Sometimes we look at him and we're like, maybe he needs to slow down, reset, and then you'll just see him pile in 50 more units. So curious to see how he's going to do that against a Civ like the English on such a favorable map for them. Because I still think English for Cliffside should theoretically be a fantastic map. Council Hall opening should be incredibly powerful because of how quickly you can reach the enemy base. Even at Abbey of Kings into delayed archery range, you just have so much potency because of this short ramp here. I actually kind of like... It's weird. I hate Mountain Pass, but I love the design of Cliffside Center with this short ramp. I think ramps are kind of an underrated element in Age of Empires 4 right now, especially when you consider maps like Dry Arabia are go-to, right? It's definitely something that I think people who play games like StarCraft are more than familiar with because ramps really are just everywhere in those type of games. So, let's have a look at the scout situation. Core did only go for the one. Oh, wow. Oh, Core, no. What? How has he found so little sheep? Guys, he has 4 sheep to 12. He's at least going to cut Ravane off on the west side here, but it's only going to yield him, what, 4 sheep? 3 or 4 sheep. And he's already scouted on the south side. So he's going to run into Ravane. There is really not much left for him to get. I think there's maybe about 5 or 6 sheep on the right side. Damn. That's brutal. Core a little bit salty about the sheep. Mate, what, Core, why are you being so sorry about this, bro? Like, you live in Germany. Have you not already got enough kebab shops there? Like, you just go throw a stone out your window. You can find some kebab there already. Abbey of Kings is going to be on the way, though. So didn't opt for the Council Hall build. Medigarden coming in. Ooh, that's kind of interesting, actually. Double gold and a stone. I guess there wasn't really anything better unless he wants to go really far out for the berries here. But then it's just berries with stone. And you could have went for berries and wood on the front. I always find it interesting when players opt towards no food, because I always feel like food is the #1 thing to target with Meditation Garden. That's true. You just need to learn the sheep song from Lash, and then you'll win all your game score. Back to tippity top. Yeah, 6 sheep going Abbey of Kings. If this is a fast castle build, isn't there a risk that you get all in by Zhu? I feel like this is one of those matchups where if English play all in Lombos, they're really strong. But if they play Campy Greed, they die, right? Especially on a map like Cliffside because of how quickly your opponent can reach your base. To find out, there's definitely enough food here to do that, right? 12 for Ravane. And he still has the berries afterwards. Notice that Ravane dropped a mill here, not on the berries. 2 reasons. 1, it's forward spawning berries. 2, English Lombos would ruin you here, right? This is something that players discovered a long time ago, even back before GG got added to the game, is when you're against English Lombos, you can't be greedy with your mill. We've got a Rax drop, so already scouted out that the king is coming. Wait. A Rax drop like that? I mean, you can still go Trigger on a delay, but I'm wondering if he is going to be greedy. Free on the gold with double gold? Could this actually be a fast castle build? I feel like that's way too much gold, right? Way too much gold. Because you're getting, so you get 50 a minute, and then from the villages, that's like an extra 40 per. So you're getting 170 gold per minute. Well, wait, it says up there, duh. 180 gold. So yeah, I think this is a fast castle build. That's kind of wild. And Core's going 2TC first, so like this could rip him wide open. I guess the logic here is you can rush Undermesh with Supervision, spam Lancers, and flood him. That's actually kind of scary. I thought the Chuganu would be the way, but I guess the issue with Chuganu here is you could reach critical mass, but the white tower will probably still go up because the English TC is so oppressive. All right, I think we're cooking. And this is going to be Shaolin Monastery, right? Like, you always, when you fast castle, go Shaolin Monastery because the logic is that you can get your hands on the relics very quickly. And Core doesn't really have much to protect against it. And yeah, on the wood instead of the gold. I mean, I guess he can short wall here, but you can't now wall around here. I would have thought maybe short wall here, and then it kind of like gives you a safe area for wood at all times, and then you drop on the gold. Usually when you're going 2TC fast castle, most people go for a gold TC, right? Just keeps you max efficient, which is really important with wheelbarrow as well. Well, rather no wheelbarrow here. AoE 2 wall. And an archery range behind. No. No, he nibbled the bait. He knows it's fast castle though, right? Like he has to, he sees the spears. Shaolin Monastery is now being built up. Remember, these usually do get a much cheaper tech up here because they save 15% with the Tang Dynasty. So between that and the build speed of the GG, it's hard to contest directly, but especially when you're going 2TC, you're not going to be able to just immediately fast castle. The problem here, though, is like it's actually Palace Guard on the way, which is seemingly more threatening than the Lancer detail, right? Like Lancers, you can at least answer with Raxes here and defend. Mass PG with a rush on Blacksmiths would be insane. And he'll have the extra gold to do so because he'll have spent less gold per unit compared to the Lancer build. Damn, this is kind of wild. And this is what we expect out of Ravane, right? He might fast tech up sometimes, but this is the type of guy that will pick HRE, fast castle, and drop a Burgrave every single day of the week. This is fitting for what he does. King in the meantime is going to die, but that is not going to feel like a very strong dive here. Remember, just a few Age King here. Looks like he did get his hands on a worker kill, so somewhat nice, but feels superficial compared to the damage that should be coming the other way. Palace Guard now diving in. No Blacksmith drop yet, but should be on the way soon for Ravane. No wheelbarrow means no bueno here. Core cannot think about golding up. Also, wait, food's running out. Guys, he has 2 sheep left with 2 farms. Oh, no. I'm getting a bad feeling about this one. I mean, the problem now is Core... Lombos aren't going to save you. I do love that he's trying to use them as garrison slots so he can keep villagers gathering. But if this is a rush into Blacksmith techs, you are kind of getting double counted, right? Because you've already got TCs to defend. You're adding archers in. So it just allows your opponent to kind of negate, or neglect rather, to go melee defense at all. Let's go continue to idle this up. Behind this, no Shaolin Monks. It is legit just unlimited Palace Guard spam. Okay, Blacksmith has been dropped. Still no Undermesh. A little bit delayed. It is finally on the way. Funnily enough, Core is going to have a small advantage here with Steeled Arrow to try and press. He doesn't have many of these archers to work with. Shaolin Monks have been queued up, so relics are about to be targeted by the Zhuji. And at this stage, I don't think Core can intercept that, right? Like, I think the king loses in Feudal Age versus 1 monk. On top of that, you're not in a position where you can go hunting anyway because you need him at home. Right? You need some sort of front line, something that can kite and delay the Palace Guard. This is so uncomfortable. Man, I got a smile on my face because I have not cast Cliffside in a while. I missed this map. I still feel like this is one of my favorite maps to watch games on. It's the aggressive opportunities, right? You can't be insanely greedy on this map and get away with it. Not often. King almost being taken down here. He's going to keep kiting out like we talked about. So needs to just target these Lombos, right? Lombos cannot disengage from this. Not easily. Cool. First farm cluster is almost set up. So at least have some permanent food, but it's not much. At this stage, Core has to build Lombos because he can't afford anything else. Right? With one farm cluster, you can't afford to go men at arms here to create a front line. You can't afford spearmen even. It's just too much food. You need the path of least food resistance here, especially when you consider he's already spending 300 food a minute on villager production. And it's not like you can run out onto the deer right now, right? Like, the Palace Guard are still flooding the field. Don't mind, though. Things have started to slow down a bit. Only a few sheep left over. Not very efficient here from Ravane. He's supervising 10 villagers instead of 15 over here. And he does have double taxman, so he could definitely afford to double the amount of food coming in, right? He can supervise both. A little bit surprised by that. PG now with the dive. I'm impressed that Core hasn't lost any villagers yet, but like then again, it has been kind of the no-brain Palace Guard approach, right? You idle out, you get targeted down, you trade military. You don't have enough to start killing Eco yet. Cool. Only 11 longbows now. I wonder, does he just rush? Oh, he did. Yeah, he got level 2 ranged armor. So now the longbows tickle. They do 7 damage. The problem I'm seeing right now for Ravane is against Abbey of Kings, his approach is kind of the equivalent of bludgeoning your face against the wall. Because every time you go in, if you don't kill a unit, they get healed, right? So he needs to start targeting down units ASAP. Because that longbow mass is gradually building, and although they're kind of tickling for damage, if they start reaching 30, 40 critical mass, right? Against a trickle of Palace Guard, this game could completely turn around. I think a good change if Juji kept a Dynasty wants to get it for a game. That's kind of OP. So you keep Tang, you get Song? No, that's too much. You get 10% discount, then you get damage buff? No. Dude, that is way too much. Maybe if there was like, maybe if one of your library techs done that, maybe. Ravane needs Siege, man. I don't know if this is all elaborate bait to get a Nest of Bees, but the Longbow count is getting big, and he's just kind of throwing more and more of these guys away. He's going in for Bloomery now. Is our boy Core going to do it? Because the numbers are looking good, right? And although there's a decent number of Palace Guard, a lot of them are now injured. Farm cluster count is up to 2. Third one now on the way. Villagers are finally going to start dying. First blood drawn for the Juji. Core's like, ha, pleb, I killed a villager a long time ago. Moving out on the deer now. I don't know. Like, whoa. Wait, was this... I don't know if this was the plan all along. Like, this is the thing that racks my brain with Ravane, and I think it's what kind of throws other players off as well. It almost seems like he's just been feeding Palace Guard, but I've seen him do this time and time again, where he, on a very heavy delay, switches once you've overreacted. Like, we're 25 longbows deep, and now he's going Lancers. These Lancers, which, by the way, have more health than Palace Guard, and are going to be taking half the damage PG do, right? Like, 7 damage on a 5 armor unit. Meanwhile, these guys have 6 armor and more health. I don't know if this was the original intent, but if it is, it's wild, because Core doesn't have a single Rax. If he times this right, gets 5 or 6 of them together, the idle time alone could just floor Core. This is wild. He's even supervising production, so Lance is coming out every 14 seconds. 3 relics already home, 4th about to be dropped off, and he now has the gold. This is kind of insane, right? Like, before the relics, he couldn't afford this. It's just too much gold. But now, with 3 relics in the bank. Sacred Sight's being locked in. Lancers is something you can pump. Dive comes in. Core. What's the answer going to be here? Villagers starting to die. And remember, these Lancers kill a lot quicker. Textiles won't save you. Oh, Core, not like this. He's got no food in reserve. 1,200 food income a minute on the other side. And Rax is now the reaction. But Core, on such a delay, will you have enough here? Remember, he has to upgrade them. Spearmen are at least going to start in Feudal, but the issue you're going to have here is the Palace Guard can answer that out. Villagers trapped, trying to shift by. Lombo standing their ground, but more or less just being ignored. The villagers are the target, and Core's eco lead is shriveling up before our eyes. Lombo's now being hit. Villagers even getting the short bows out. I mean, every little counts, I guess. But little is all I can say about Core in this one. That eco lead has shrunk heavily. At this point, Juji are ahead. Militarily, the numbers for Core are falling far too fast. And the replacement Lancers coming in behind the PG are still not answered. King goes down, so no tanky frontline in that choke point anymore. And this has to be it. I just don't know how Core gets out. He went from what was looking like a stabilizing food income down to just 300 food income a minute. That's enough to sustain villager production and nothing else in this game. Spear count is at 4. Palace Guard still being slathered in here. It's actually a mixed comp of both now. And I have a feeling we might be close to the waving of a white flag. Damn. What a strike. I mean, it looks like Core stabilizing, but remember, there's still 6 more of these Lancers that haven't shown their face yet. Jesus, Marie Lord. Man, M-Lord don't sugarcoat it. He gives you a sour taste. Of course, getting a little bit too much sour taste from Juji right now. It is going to be a soft reset, but the amount of gold now coming in. I mean, at this stage you have options, right? You could go 2TC, but that's not the Ravane way. The Ravane way is pump it all into their veins and go. His name makes sense now. We had the Vayne part, and then the Re is going to be coming from Core. Because after all that work, after all that eco build-up, he's now only 5 villages ahead. Militarily, he's about to be eclipsed. If he sends the Palace Guard in first, he can actually aggro the Spearmen so they don't brace. And yeah, that's what he's doing. Sends him in first. Lancers, there's no brace! Freest win imaginable. Army wiped. That's it. GG gets called. Ravane, one of the most, if not the most aggressive player at the top of the ladder right now, showing you exactly why. Oh, I guess Philly was right. The moment we got that comment about sheep from Core, the writing was on the wall. Yeah, GG, Mr. M. Chad. Path of least food resistance is a KP quote of the day. It's quite good, right? Oh, man. This is what happens when... Wait, countered Civ gets played by most aggressive player. All right. So, one sec. Switch over that. M-Lord's the only pro you've seen here? Maybe that's the key to winning tournaments. True. True. Magic stopped coming by. Wham, Papa Boy don't appear too much anymore. This is the channel to learn. Marine Lord, are you inspired by Ravane's full-on ape send-it builds? I'm actually curious, like, Marine Lord, do you actually play on a Smurf at all, or do you only scrim? You know, Recon's tryharding? Dude, I think it's going to be... I actually think it's, like, going to be between Mister and Magic, probably. Maybe... Ooh, maybe Boy? Boy plays a lot, right? Magic's whining. So he's scared. I mean, Mister just needs to get a prac partner, man. You know what the problem? The Magic rather just needs to get a prac partner. You know what the problem for Magic is? He doesn't want to invite Puppy Paw into practice with him because then Puppy Paw will come in and win the tournament, right? That's the problem. You invite him in, they go like, "Oh, I could win this." Oh, don't mind if I do. Screw ladder. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's I was saying it's interesting. Like the last week, like what was it? Me and Michael was just playing a bunch of show matches. I was like, how much is it going to cost to get some of these running? Apparently, some players are just playing show matches for free now. Can you and Anatan just play some show matches, please? You scrim anyway. Eyebrows, eyebrows. Wait, we have to watch this, right? They refuse to practice with you? Really? I didn't know that. Did you not practice with Louis this time, by the way? I felt like he was really out of shape. His read on the meta seemed a bit off. Down to practice in 2025. Damn, is Crackety going pro in AoE 4? Overall practice result versus was something like 58-2? Jesus. What changed, man? Because wasn't Louis doing better against you last tournament in Prax? You were still like winning the majority, but I think it was closer, right? Do you think he's just not prepped for water maps at all? Like proper water maps? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think like the one hybrid map that I really rated him on was like Danube, but obviously Danube's not in the tournament. Ah, damn, that's crazy. All right. All right, these are my favorite kind of games. We've got Voldemort on his signature civ, Corvinus on an eco-booming civ, and Marine Lord in the chat to judge both of them. Welcome back to AoE4 action, folks. We are, of course, on Lippany. It's another Chinese Abbasid game. Wow. And this is a very laney type map as well. I feel like you don't often get spawns this kind of carved in. You get choke points, but not as funneled the way this is. This could actually be quite fun for the Chinese. I think this is the correct build from Corv, by the way. We're going to do 2 times the early game because screw it, they're just going to eco boom. We saw a game earlier where it was Culture Wing. We've even seen some melee wings, but I actually am a really big fan of eco wing against the Chinese because if it turns into an eco race, it's not one you can lose, right? Because you're able to bolster TC so quickly and you're more cost efficient in doing it in more than one way, right? You get the discount. On top of that, fresh foodstuffs is a hell of a drug. Like the thing with China in this matchup is when you're up against fresh foodstuffs, if you keep eco-inflating, you feel worse and worse because you know your opponent is spending less and less and you're spending more and more. Yeah, we'll have to see. Why ML doesn't practice with Beastie? I mean, Marine Lord can speak to that himself. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Marine Lord. Like, isn't part of, like, the mentality... Would you say you try to avoid playing the absolute, like, person you expect to meet in the finals, per se? Or at least once the tournament's locked in. I imagine you rather go up against people who are, like, elimed. They always stream... Wait, dude! No, I'm calling M-Lord out on this crap. You stream your scrims with Anatan all the time, and then you private it. Oh, dear. So, Imp Academy Barbican is going to be the Song Rush. And look at the spawns, by the way. There is a very easily wallable area here for Voldy. I feel like you got a crap ton of safe resources. Even down here, you can kind of extend this later in the game. Other side of it, Corvinus has a really nice double TC drop for the deer on the north side. His berry spread is a little bit worse, though. Kind of got scammed on that. Oh, I see. So that's why I know Dumu/Beastie versus M-Lord. I think it's kind of tough, though, right? Like, I can kind of see it from their perspective. Is outside of you, M-Lord, because, you know, you go and win everything, how can a player really afford to be full-time on AoE 4 without content creation? I think that's kind of a tough one all the time. Can you just ask them not to show? I think Marine's point is, like, even when people don't directly show the strat, they are going to show the strat, right? It's when you think about the fact that like Beastie and Dimmu play what bare minimum 10 games a day, they're going to let things slip by accident because it's in your playstyle, right? That's the kind of point. It's interesting as well because I remember like I've had this debate a long time ago that I think match history should not be hideable on pub games. Ladder should always be showable, but scrim lobbies should be there should be a toggle option to hide them. And some players don't like my statement on that, but I'm just like, screw you. Like if you wanna if you really want that data to be hidden, if getting a competitive edge is that important, then you scrim like Marino does, and you keep it hidden, right? But if you're like someone's gonna play ladders, I think that's just fair game for anyone to watch. Free TC versus 2, right? I wonder if this is good for Voldemort. I feel like you're better served going fast castle and going relics and then 2 TC on a delay. Maybe the eco league just gets too big for the Abbasses, but this is an arms race I feel like you just lose, right? Like it's an eco arms race. And with eco wing and fresh foodstuffs, the Abbasses are insanely good. Keep in mind, he will quickly get towards Golden Age 1 as well, which offsets almost the entire advantage of Supervision. Supervision gives 20% more of a resource, whereas Golden Age gathers 15% faster. All these woodline spawns. These are the welcome to a game between 2 campy civs woodline spawns. Your favorite kind. I'm going to hit the 2 times again a little bit. Voldy went on the stone. Is he going free TC? No. Free TC is way too greedy. I think it's just because he was there and he wanted to drop the TC because he's already behind. Or feels that he's about to be behind, right? Because it's free TC. He will fall behind here, by the way. Remember, he's producing 8 villages a minute, and Corvinus is producing 9. Is no trade wing? Because we like winning. I said before, like, I think in this matchup, Eco Wing just makes a lot of sense. Because if you think it's going to immediately be a TC boom, which I feel like Voldemar in these situations always plays TC boom. Especially on a more defensively oriented map, it makes a lot of sense. And that is disgusting. Corvinus now with the wall in. So he wants to turn this into a castle race where he rushes relics. That's pretty smart because if you turn it into a naked castle race, Chinese will tech up faster. And then they will also pump out with supervision the monks every 10 seconds. So you need to do something different. So Marino, was it as much you didn't want to play with them because they didn't stream it, as it was they didn't want to play against you, I'm wondering? Corv. He's going to tech up much quicker than Voldy, at least hitting the trigger, right? But that's to be expected. This is now going to be locked in. I'm curious what Corvinus' comp is going to be upon arrival. Your instinct is to go Lancers, but it's a defensive map, and China are renowned for going Spears time and time again. Golems could be pretty cool here. It's just a case of whether you think you have the timing, right? Like my military wing now being queued up. Some Killjadi. Dude, I'm looking forward to Killjadi and Anno in particular this year. Like, Louis already seen his big rise. I don't know, man. I feel like Anatan is overdue for a semis appearance now. Well, maybe not overdue, but on course for it. I think Anatan, the tough part for him, something just really went wrong in the end of that group stage. Like, his dominance over Vortex was wild. But yeah, we'll see. Looking forward to seeing how Anatan and Killjadi are going to perform in the World. Obviously, I'm looking forward to a lot of people, but I think those two are the ones that I'm looking at now. Like, Louis kind of proved himself. I think CSO might be the other one in there was like, what could this guy do? How many people could he upset? Do you know if we'll get something? Bessie hasn't said anything. No one's really said anything. I'm trying to organize some stuff. I'm genuinely trying to etch out the possibility of physical and non-physical events. But we'll see how that develops. It's one of those tough things where with like the state of AoE4, right? There's so many big question marks. Nice wall block here. You just can't camp it though, right? So these walls are going to complete. That's really annoying for Voldemar because he actually did go for knights. Damn, I really like Corvinus' approach to this. Boxing in the problem, right? He did give 2 relics over, but he can now get 3 for himself. He covers his delayed tech up timing compared to the Chinese, which is really important here. And because Voldemar, with the quicker tech up, made the logical choice to go Lancers, he now doesn't have a quick breakout. Yeah, the Beastie versus Lucifron series was surprising to me because I thought that when I looked at those games, like especially the water maps, it just kind of felt like Beastie was actually microing better than him in water. Which Beastie's very talented, but I think he'd even admit Lucifron should have an edge in water micro. Interesting. Looks like Kamen Riders want to party. So there's wait, what? Corvinus just breaks the wall straight away. Wait, was that an accident? Because he cancelled it? Or was that genuinely... I think that was about letting him through quicker. That's kind of sick. I love that. I mean, Villager's here anyway, right? So just build the gate again afterwards. That's pretty cool. So a lot of talk about the drafting for the tournament. I think there were a few players who just genuinely were very fixated on things like Byzantines when the draft didn't make sense. It's kind of like, it's polarizing when you consider the maps we're using Master Realms. Like, some of them just feel weird compared to what you're used to thinking is good drafting, right? Like in a tournament like Elite Classic, it's a bit more comparative to what's broken on ladder. Yeah, Guillem's now coming. So Corvinus, this is interesting. He has kind of forced this transition into a funnel type fight. Remember, he's playing a Bastard, so he can also switch into Springles in the field really quickly here. Moss now drops. So Relics are starting to be dropped off by both players. I don't know, man. Like, Corvinus was very creative with this opening. I don't feel like I see a Bastard players walling in China very often. Like, maybe you wall the Relics, but like walling in China across map, that was ballsy. Yeah, Delion 4 legs was kind of peculiar from Beastie in that finals. I thought he might actually try to go for Mass Ghazi. That was a little bit surprising to me that he didn't go Ghazi. Because if you don't go Ghazi, you open the doors for Camel Archers. Camel Archers, like, Bastards are kind of OP on water maps because of Camel Archers. They're really good when you can afford them. It's quite interesting, actually. I'm wondering if Marine Lord learned that from Anno or Anno learned that from Marine Lord. Because I remember seeing Anatand, I think actually Kiljardi doing that a few weeks back on like some 4 late games. Flash in the mid. Crossbow switch now coming from Voldy. The Nesta Bees are uncounted right now, though. Hello? Voldy? Just about. Man, Corvinus, I think he's running before he can walk here. This is a bad fight. Like, you're standing your ground against Nesta Bees. This is how you very quickly start to lose mid-map control. And just spamming more Guillems as well. Like, in theory, good if you can double strike on top of the Nesta Bees, but you have to get on top of it. Even then, with the clock tower effect, these things are so ridiculously tanky. Oh, no, Marine Lord. I'm not talking about, like, camels versus men-at-arms. I'm talking about the idea of, like, camels on Kawasan and 4 legs. I don't know, man. I think Corv is throwing away way too much in these early engagements and not getting enough in return. I mean, Jesus, look at the destroyed value right now. It's too much focus on the relics, and I get why, but this comes at a cost, right? Like, maybe he could have rushed his Springwood here early on to deal with the Nesta Bees. Instead, now he has to go for a Mango. And yeah, I'll be eternally disappointed if someone doesn't, like, we just need to, someone just needs to pay Beastie on stream to do the I build 3 monks and get no relics line, and then we're good to go. That's when the remix can happen. Granary's now being dropped. So Voldy's setting up for the late game, and it wasn't an Eco Wing play, right? It's like, oh wait, sorry, no, it was Eco Age 2. So Corv is in a pretty good position here. Usually, like, a Bastard players, when they don't go Eco Wing first, this gets kind of uncomfortable. But we're talking about a map that's really good for trade. We're talking about a situation where he got some of the relics. He's maintaining eco situation. Agriculture is kind of intriguing because agriculture, I think once you're past like 50 farms, it balances out against China because of the way that like the granaries overlap. You don't like get 30% buff on everything, right? So I usually put like a median of 22%. Ancient Techniques does break it for China though. And that's where improved processing continues the balance. So, like, overall, when we get in the hyper late game, I kind of have to favor Bastards from an eco standpoint. They are insane. They have the best food income when you get the hyper late game. The negative here is going to be when you talk about quality of units, right? Pyrotechnics is one hell of a drug for the Chinese. In fact, M-Lord, dude, like, you know what? I just thought about this. General Mates, maybe General Mates need to organize a LAN, eyebrows. Several thousand French fans watching Age of Empires 4. Paris Major, maybe? Imperial Palace. This is sick. I actually love this. So the map is walled, but not in a safe way, right? It's not stone walls. So he's going to look to flood. This is kind of crazy. I've seen a few players doing this more frequently at the moment with Yuan Dynasty instead of going Imp. Because it's all about reaching mass clump and then punishing your opponent's economy. It's smart because if you just play this out in an eco war, Corvinuses will cap first. So this is to shut that down. That's sick. I'm going to speed this up a bit because we've reached a lull in the game. Because I think we're about a minute out from live. Voldy still has quite a lot of food to work with, so not the biggest rush to get that final set of granaries down. By the way, he never will. Remember, Voldemar always does the one granary. I just remembered this. So actually, his eco is much worse than the Bastards. Right? The weird thing that always kind of confuses me with Voldemar's build, by the way, I need to ask about this sometime. He never supervises the granary, even though he does a single one. I guess it's because he has the mills on the outside, so it kind of hurts you, right? Like, oh wait, sorry. He is there. He's camoed in the farms. Okay, so there we go. It does make sense. Because the logic here is if you supervise, you basically get the free granary effects on one. The problem, though, is these mills are kind of ruining it, right? He's got villagers running off and not dropping to the supervised location at all. Meanwhile, front side of this, look at Corvus go. Damn. That escalated quickly. Voldemar doesn't have a great front line against this, by the way. Mass Spears versus Mass Gulems. That's pain. Sprill also maintaining control over the siege department for Corvinus. A dive in and mass torches here. Adds in a bunch of spears to start burning through the buildings. Oh my god, Corvinus! With the timing here! Nestabees looking for a flurry out, but it's going to be a trade out. They've been removed. One Nestabees left over. Sprill count about to be reduced though, and that is going to be parity on siege, but extra one coming in from Corvinus now. Spread of the front lines here. Looks like Gulum count has been heavily reduced. Only 12 left on the front line. Barbican is body blocking effectively here. But Voldemar, I don't know if his economy can keep up this. He's got no front line. It's been broken through. Crossbows in the choke point, but Gulems aren't too bad at dealing with that if they can get the gap closed with the double strike. The Mango, the Phantom Mango is on the way. Uh-oh. This is getting uncomfortable. Wait, Voldemar, what game are we playing? Is this Age of Empires 2 right now? What? Have I just watched the wrong Voldemar games? Because I do not remember ever seeing him do this. Oh, no. Well, Corv is going to reset. His one disadvantage here is his production could benefit from being close to the front line. Actually, that's not true. EGC can average like towards 4K and a bit on Grand Finals day. Keep drop now coming though. Culture Wing is on the way behind this. Culture Wing has a kind of interesting delayed trigger pull at this stage of the game, right? Like you're talking about 1,000 resource techs, you're saving 200 per. And he's got at least, what, 4 he's going to be aiming for? So it's kind of like getting a third plus of your tech cost back. What was the peak for EGC in the finals? I think they averaged probably 3 point something, 3.3 or whatever in the grand finals on Twitch. But I do know that YouTube peaked at like 1.7k people, which is really surprising. Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way. So Voldy, he is making his way up now. Kind of interesting position for, I guess this is to contest the Sacred Site. because I think that's what Corvinus is going to lean towards, right? Like, trying to dent the Chinese base is not fun. Oh my god. That's a lot of keeps. Keep in mind, by the way, medical centers is usually slept on. This is a really good game for it because of the keep placements. Benfrey coming in, Pure Pulse. Important to remove that. Remember, it gives its vision the moment you tap it with a hammer, so he's just trying to strip extra vision away from Voldy here. It's kind of crazy. They're actually mirroring imp timing so closely. Oh, there's still that eco issue. Wait, what? Is someone pretending to be Voldemort? Because I see a second granary. Rogan? Wait, can someone like fact check me here? Because I'm pretty sure Voldemort very, very, very rarely ever does this. We actually have multi-granaries. Damn. Voldemort, I thought this was like, you know, have only one kid because then you don't have to tell the other which one's your favorite. When you have multiple granaries, you have to... Well, you're already showing which one's your favorite, buddy. Oh, I love this, man. This is the full production we talked about. And also, this is getting him very close to Golden Age 3. This is how you make dirty with the Abbasids, right? Like, the Flood is going to be uncontestable. And keep in mind, Nesta Bees is no longer a safe space for Voldemort. We're in Imp. We can get into Culverins. I mean, someone's like, I see some fair points being made about why YouTube's better for viewing in people's eyes, but if that's the case, why is it like, why is it Twitch is still so much bigger? YouTube is not without its faults or issues. Twitch has still kind of made itself the place to be when it comes to esports broadcasts. YouTube could fix that, but right now the entire infrastructure is not well designed for discoverability of live streams. It's designed for discoverability of edited and curated content. Sites are locked in, by the way, and a double keep drop is going to make this frustrating. Remember, we should also have medical centers coming through. I expect it soon. It's way too good to pass up here. For 280 resources with armies clumped like this, if a Nesta Beast gets a single flurry off, you can completely offset it. Decap attempt. This doesn't work. Voldemort's going to have to reassess quick. Because once you get down to like 5 minutes, the game gets very uncomfortable. Nice bait, though. The dive comes out. Tries for the bomb bar, but not quite able to get there. Wait, Corv, what? Why? Why? Congratulations, you killed a Palisade. Oh my god, that was so incredibly unnecessary. I mean, he might lose the keeps now. Springles are at least on the way. I'm kind of curious as to why Corvinus chooses Springles over Culverins here, right? Well, actually, no, it makes sense. Against Chinese Clock Tower, right? Is Culverins can't one-hit Springles because of the Clock Tower effect. So I guess the thought process is it makes it harder for your opponent to just outmass and snipe you down. But like from an efficiency standpoint, Springles are better, right? Because they use less population. But like Springles, I think Springles are still quicker by, is it 0.15 movement speed? So yeah, makes sense. I think it's a situational matchup against the Chinese. If this was like a normie Civ that didn't have extra health, Colves can make sense. And I think Corv might have this unlocked, unless Voldemort changes something soon. He's starting to scale into hand cannoneers. Corvinus is quite reliant on these bulky boys. In fact, he's about to bulk up a lot. Check this. The timing on that. Now, some people call this a miss macro. I call this an efficient punch. Elite army tactics, biology, and a horseman switch all coming in at the exact same time. Please, please move the... When Siege is trying to help, it's actually hindering. Dive begins. Voldemort gonna have to get back behind those walls. And we even got Camelot. What? I mean, I guess that makes sense for Spearman, right? Like, you can actually eviscerate the Spearman pretty quickly. So it's not the worst of ideas to go Camel Archers. Very bulky unit as well. This is something that kind of gets underrated about the Abbasids, is in terms of effective HP, they have some of the most pop-efficient units for, like, effective HP in a fight, right? Camel Archers, Camel Riders, these guys have insane health pools. We used to see this, actually, a long time ago, where Abbasids would bulk mass Camel Archers in the hyper late game. It kind of fell off, though. I don't think we're going to get a nerf to Clock Tower. I feel like it's a ridiculous detail that's been overlooked with China for a long time. I don't know how Clock Tower never got tweaked, though. It is insane just how bulky it makes your units. And it skews some matchups. Like, I think at least Springald shouldn't be like screwed with on the numbers. Flash coming in, though. Camel Archers, you're starting to melt through those Spearmen quickly here, but it looks like Voldemort should be able to hold in this choke point. I think the issue with Voldy in this game is Yuan Dynasty is one hell of a powerful tool in the late game, but you need to have mobility like options, right? And what Corvinus is doing really well here is he's suffocating him. He's preventing him from fleshing out the map and spreading it. So what you're inherently seeing is just these bog down fights where the Chinese, in theory, have a nested bees advantage, but in practice should never get it. That being said, Voldemar now has a clear siege advantage. And for some reason, Corvinus has shied away. Not a single siege weapon here. Oh, man. And no camel support either. Is Corvinus just forgetting techs here? It's starting to feel like it a bit, right? Like, no camel support. I think medical centers would have been worth it as well with the keeps drops on both sacred sides. He has still got the timer going, but I'm getting increasingly worried it's not going to tick. It's 4 bombards now. Pushback continues. Nestabe still uncounted. Corvinus has been queued up, but Corvinus, they're going to come out into their death straight away. Oh my god, they're not going to come out at all. The bombards immediately target down the workshops. He's out. Voldemar out on bail here and refuses to go back to jail. God, what a timing out of the kid. And Corvinus now looking like the baby. A keep drop in his face. Guess what's going to happen to that? It's time for it to get erased. Corvinus is slipping. And one slip might just break your neck from here. The Palace Guard, but Yuan Dynasty are eager to jump that backline economy, and they're getting close. Sacred Sites aren't going to last long here either. The keep drop to protect the bombards. They now move in. And with 3.5 minutes left, I do not think Corvinus is going to get any closer to a victory here. Damn, Corvinus. I understand the desire to hold the choke points, but the lack of control over the siege, that was the thing that he done so well at first, but faltered in. And it's the thing that broke Voldemar out, an oppressive element with the Chinese every day of the week, and we see why here. So close yet so far. Voldemar on his signature Civ. I think this is where Corvinus is just going to process the loss. There's no comeback here. Gold is going to dry up fast, right? Like, he's got 1.6k left up here. He hasn't begun trade. You can't rely on mass golems. Even with 3k gold in reserve, that will dry up fast. Mass siege is not feasible from here either. I don't really see how Corvinus is meant to get back in this now. That's true. This wasn't Voldemar's signature Civ. He built 3 granaries. It's also, like, it's not just Voldemar's signature Civ. It's a Civ I think he knows the best, which is the Abbasids. I actually personally still think Voldemar's signature Civ is Abbasids because China gets banned all the time, right? And he's a brute on the Abbasids. So just a great understanding on both sides of the coin, right? And also, keep in mind, I wonder if Voldemar, did he know it was going to be Abbasids? Because Corvinus does do the 50-50 challenge, right? Where he plays 50 games in a row. It still doesn't matter. I mean, Corv, I think his early mid-game was solid. It just seemed like there was no clear, blatant answer for this late. The outpost scroll. This is so toxic, man. I'm starting to reach a point where I'm like, is there a better Civ for Siege than China? I know someone's going to say Ottomans, but, like, how do you get there? Right? Like, that's always the question mark whenever we talk about great bombards. Like, great. How are you getting those? China, this is just inevitable every single day. Trying to wonder if there's like another way he could have played this. Past that mid game. Would Trade Winger work better than Culture Wing? Maybe, because he could have escalated gold to a point where like hand cannon is possible. You don't want to do hand cannons against China, they're better, right? I think his idea to Zerg was right. It's just a little bit too much Bream Room, a little bit too much choke point focus, and a little bit too less focus rather on the siege. Gave Voldemar the critical ingredient to break out. Mass Siege really did save his bacon from getting cooked. Not enough Camel Archers? True. More Camel Riders as well, please. English game now? Oh no. Dude, why are you so obsessed with your English game? What happened? Dude, cracking the mockery about the keep. Wait, there's a show match on Friday? What's this show match? Who's organized this? I didn't know you guys have a show match. Eyebrows, eyebrows. But yeah. I don't think I'll be casting any grand finals on EGC for the foreseeable future, by the way. Because I do the hosting role now anyway. Hosted by Hermes. Ooh. Oh, I think I remember hearing about that, yeah. He plays H3 only? Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, I guess there should be a Byzantine one down the line as well, right? That's kind of intriguing. These thingy only ones are cute. I don't know if they're long-term sustainable. Like the woman's King of Dry Arabia one's kind of cool. I wonder if it will get repetitive in the main event though. I'm curious about that. I hope not. Because my thought is if it's a standard drafting format and it's only Dry Arabia, does that get a bit weird? I guess you could maybe argue no, the alternative, because then you're going to see weird civs on Dry Arabia, right? Like Order the Dented and whatever. Can I cast the Euro Cup finals? Yes, I do like getting my channel pulled down for streaming content I don't have licenses for. Let me just go ahead and do that. So, we might do... Wait, are they... please, did they actually... Alright. You want an English game? We got an English game. Casting it like on the radio? Damn, we're going to OG days of esports. I think that used to be a thing, radio casts. Maybe we'll check out yours after this, Gully. I mean, we've got to do... We've got to do the Redeemer for him. We've got to see if he can do it. You do a watch party with a timestamp? Wait, you mean of like Eurocup? No, you can't. You need licensing. You do realize that they like some of the esports doesn't really have the same degree. They sell licensing for that, buddy. Gamba? One sec. Quite possibly. Let me quickly check a detail. Oh, I get what you mean. I get, yeah. I know people try that for a way around. All right, let's quickly start a prediction. Who will win? I'll give you guys a minute. FIFA streamers do that for big football games? Intriguing. Wait, where's the UI? Alright, there it is. That's a bit weird. It's Redemption Arc. Can he do it? Voldemar giving Corv an absolute shellacking. It's time to see if he can get his revenge. Abbasids versus English. Welcome back to Age of Empires 4 Action, folks. We're back on Dry Arabia. Yeah, Abbasids are an... Wait, Eco Wing... Oh, God. What did I say? This is an interesting matchup. Once upon a time, it pivoted back and forth between English favored and Abbasid favored. But I want to say for like the last 2 years, it's been English favored. And I don't think this changes that, right? Because Voldemar is aping it. Oh, no. So, I think some people might be about to make some easy points on Voldy here. Because this is the nightmare. Corvus, I'm almost certain he was anticipating a 2TC English build. This is not a 2TC English build. This is an all-in Ascender. Damn. Eco Wing works with a Camel Archer opening. Dragavan, I've got a lot of love for you, buddy. But if you're building Camel Archers into Lombos, then clearly marijuana is legal in Norway. Even for underage kids. Because that is not the way. Alright, we've got second TC being dropped on the tree line. So pretty defensive. I guess the logic here is to mass archers to the Abbasses to overwhelm. In theory, with a better economy in boot camp, you should be able to contest that. But my worry is how you even reach that point. These Lombos are going to come in hard and fast. And in fact, I feel like, if anything, you need to be going Horseman. What was the sheep haul in the end for Corvinus? He got 11. That's not too bad. He's got the berries half extracted already behind this. But because he went TC first, he doesn't have a stables opening to even begin this. To be honest, with the timing on the racks, it might have been hard anyway. I'm curious about Voldemar's blacksmith timing, because he recently admitted that he forgets the blacksmiths a little bit too long. At least it sounded like he was admitting it when him and Beastie were having a chatter on Twitch together. Because there's a big drastic difference. It's like Voldemar tends to prioritize massing units over blacksmith techs. But if your opponent now switches Horseman, you need to go blacksmith in a rush. But now it's just going to be the meals getting added in. Double Ford berries? It's fine. He just, yeah, he's got problems. This is... The funny thing is, did Voldemar scout that straight away? I don't think I glimpsed that. He might have ran across straight away, judging by like where the vision is. Looped around and maybe saw the first deer and then made the tech choice. Then again, if he knows Corvinus is going to keep doing Eco Wing, because Corvinus apparently is on an Eco Wing run, then it makes sense that you just Lombo blindly. And yeah, Corvus is truly the blind one here, by the way. Double archery range is going to be the answer. This is tough. He has got wood. I think Voldemar could just drop a campfire here, though, right? If you drop a campfire here and then sit the scout, you can snipe villages freely. So there's actually a really easy, dirty play here for him. We'll see if he does it. Oh, wait, no, you need men-at-arms, don't you? Could you justify a single MAA for that play? It's kind of expensive, but also kind of worth. Nah, he's just going to probe. But so far, Corvinus is doing a good job of protecting himself. He's got several hundred wood before he's actually exposed here, so that should give him time to build up archers. And the stables are coming in. No, so this is the worry with Voldemar. We mentioned this. His blacksmith timings tend to be a bit off. Because he likes to bulk more units first. And although he's got blacksmiths coming now, with the horsemen now already being queued up with double archery range, I think going a ram now might put him behind. Steeled Arrow probably makes a lot more sense first here for Voldy, so that he has that insurance policy. Damn, no, he's just sending it. Siege Engineering being queued up. Good snipe. Okay, slow reaction out of Corvinus. No wheelbarrow either. Luckily, it looks like that villager just survived on 2 HP. Well, no, so, Scully, the problem with denying food is, like, I guess the berries worry on the backside and the sheep. So, this allows you to amp pressure. I agree on the ram. I think getting Steeled Arrow first makes more sense here. But what I would say about the denying food is, like, you definitely can't come around the back here. And also, if you come all the way over here, your reinforcements get cut. This is always a classic issue of English, is like, when you have to cover more distance, you expose yourself more, right? And your opponent realistically has to be going Horseman. It's the only logical thing an Abbasid player would do here, right? That is going to get scouted out. So Horseman, oh, he actually might get the scout kill. That would be big. Does cost him 1 or 2 archers, but nice quick breakaway. So Corvinus on point with the micro there. Eco lead is starting to escalate to a notable point, and we should be at Golden Age 1. Yeah, recently came online. So increased gathering rate means Corvinus should be able to start ramping up numbers. Meanwhile, take the ping out of it and just leave him with a ram, because that's where Voldemar's going this time around. This is actually really annoying for Corvinus, because if he tries to torch this, he loses so many villagers. Yeah, Voldemar just needs to not dive, right? Like, all you do is sit here and guard the ram. He will need a second ram to break the TC, otherwise the villagers can repair. Oh no, Corvinus is cheesing it. Wait, or not. Undermesh over Steeled Arrow here. There's an opportunity now for Corv. Could he go Blacksmiths? He's not gathering gold at all. I feel like Blacksmiths is worth it to rush Undermesh, because then your Horseman can just dive. Yeah, Voldy. No second ram. Heavy damage on that one. You know, there's this really kind of cheesy element on both sides of the aisle right now around rams, and that's that the villager defense with torches, garrison on garrison, is really strong. And then clown carring archers inside rams is really, really strong. I think both of those things need to be adjusted. I think for villagers, have them have an internal cooldown before they can attack after coming out of a TC. And for archers, do the same thing. That's how you fix it. I don't mind melee units being able to attack straight away. I don't think that's as drastic. But like range units and torches, definitely. Corv. I think we're drying up here, right? 9 sheep left over. I'm impressed he actually hasn't run out of food yet, but this is why Abbasses are good under this pressure, right? It's fresh foodstuffs and oh my god. Farms this early for Corv. In fairness to him, he went eco-wing. So actually, this isn't a dire situation, right? Like, it's not great, but he's getting them almost as cheaply as the English would. I'd actually love to see Voldemort trying to play, like, pocket resources on the deer here, just to get everything for all-in, because this is most definitely an all-in timing. Yeah, this is kind of cool. I don't know, man. I'm kind of inspired by Corvinus' build here. I don't think he's dead yet. Longbow count is getting big, and we are now seeing that men-at-arms switch. So this is where the game gets a bit scary, is if Voldy can bulk up to like 10 to 15 men-at-arms, he has a good front line to block the horsemen and something to soak the archers. And it would admittedly be early for that, by the way. Voldemort, typically you see this men-at-arms switch after the second farm cluster is complete, and you're going into your third. Right now, Voldemort doesn't have crazy food income for this. You think Corv going defense first is wrong? Really? With Horsemen against Longbows? I guess the worry is critical mass that you'll still die, right? I guess that's what you're getting at, is that when your opponent's at like 30 Longbows, one armor isn't going to save a Horseman who will die. So I can kind of see that. I think earlier Undermesh made more sense when the numbers were smaller. But I can see where we come from. Steeled Arrow here with the Archer Mass as it is, and also the TC defense. Probably gives you a bit more. But Voldemar's not in a rush here, right? He slowed down heavily, so it looks like both are going to come through. Yeah, Gully, I think Dragavan's point, though, is that the armor sucks when there's this many archers, because the Undermesh will not protect you from getting one hit with the Longbows at that count, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter in the end because he has enough time, but theoretically, I think Dragavan's point is if the dive came in, then he wouldn't have been able to defend with the Horseman. In fairness, if the dive comes in, though, it's not breaking your TC in 20 seconds, right? It's going to take longer than that. Love the campfires. Wait, why did I say it was the men-at-arms? The men-at-arms do build campfires as well. I'm not imagining that. Wait, I am imagining that. Wait, men-at-arms used to build campfires, right? I'm not imagining this. Please tell me I'm not going crazy. Yeah, so kind of weird that Voldemar never done that campfire here. I guess the TC was in range. Would have made it a lot easier to snipe the Longbows, though. Voldemar. Now knocking at the door. It's hilarious watching archers kill rams. One ram down, guys! I can't believe this is such a dumb defense. Like, how does this work? Just imagine if it was Chiganu. How tilted would you be? I can't believe he just repelled a ram attack with archers only. The horseman didn't even move! The horseman not moving is proof that the pause function does exist in AoE 4. It just affects only certain units. I cannot believe that. Now, you can argue Voldemar didn't commit, but like, how do you commit there, right? The whole idea is that the free rams should at least be able to force a repair. I think there was one, maybe two villagers max repairing that entire time. Unbelievable. I just want to remind people this is not Castle Age Abbasids. That wasn't composite bows. That comes later. Now I'm going to fix that for you, Baltoon. Crackety used to do it. No, Crackety does that with Chuganu. It's tilting. Never stopped. Man, Voldemar's clock is running out. With that Justin Timberlake movie, Time, and I'm just watching his arm, and we are approaching minutes. We're out of the hours. We're out of the days left alive. Ain't got time. I'm impressed, man. Corvinus should have been dead without food, but Eco Wing is crazy. Military Wing is like the go-to. I usually talk about Trade Wing being more optimal than people realize, but I think even Eco Wing is kind of slept on. Don hit on this before. Like, Don would do Eco Wing a lot, and he wouldn't even go TC. He'd Eco Wing, aggro, and then he could fall back on TCs afterwards after building a lead. Like, I think Eco Wing has a lot more flexibility than people realize. It's not just a TC booming tool. Yeah, agreed. Rams, like, getting cleared up by archers is dumb. I feel like melee vulnerability should be increased and range and health should be increased. Melee vulnerability should go up to 40%, and then Ram's health should go up to, like, maybe 450 or something. I don't know if that just brings back the Ram spam meta, though. Rams should also do more damage. You know what would be cool is if Rams done more damage the longer they're set up. So imagine if their attack speed ramped gradually over time. That's kind of intriguing because then you get less of this shuffling and all that crap. It's like if you commit, right? Voldemort. No, this isn't a white tower drop. You have to go King's Pass, right? If you just go white tower, you're so far behind here. He has got Council Hall, so he'll get his upgrades quickly. Damn, Corvinus, 75 archers now. Guys, you're thinking about Rams wrong. What Rams need is they need arrow slits, so you can shoot out. Wait a second, that exists in the game. You just have to pick Iron Bits and build the worst unit possible. King Pass? I mean, it has to be King's Pass. You're already behind on Eco Wing, right? For all you know, Corvinus could be winning a third TC behind this, easily. So, Voldemar made the correct choice. The problem is, the choices earlier did not pay off. Corvinus' defense was remarkable, and now his timing is disgusting here. 100 military, now diving the English base. And Milliwing on the way behind this, just a minute and 40 seconds away. Lombos do at least have the attack speed for the trade. Archers are going to now dive in, though. Corvinus needs to just get on top of the target. Lombos retreating behind this, but there's no white tower to hide behind here. Horseman now with a dive. Baits out the spearmen. Only 12 spearmen in total here. And an overextension, the men-at-arms do go in. Not many of them. Needs those upgrades right now. Tech complete, but with only 6 men-at-arms in the field, there's big question marks here. Veterancy for the Lombos. 23 seconds away, but the front line is already disintegrated. Corvinus continues the dive. Looks onto those Lombos, looks onto those villages. Voldemar, maybe the King's Pass was the right choice because he needs more replacement villages. But then again, I don't think he's going to live that long. I mean, there's nowhere to run here, right? The Lombos pinned up against the King's Pass now. Upgrade only now kicking in, but Archer Mass big enough to trade this out for the most. Voldemar will survive this wave. But really, what have you got left? Damn, Corvinus, what a read as well. He hunts some more villages, knowing the army's going to get wiped out. It is a military wing play, so unfortunately, he can't get the composite bows, but considering the damage done there, the delays, the idle time, the fact that Voldemar is sitting in Castle Age but not really getting anything here. Corv is in a dominant position. Yeah, and that statement there from Crackety, I feel like I'm seeing a lot of that right now. I feel like I'm seeing so many Abbasid players be in a position where they have imp resources at the moment. Like in our tier list we done earlier, I put them at the absolute top of the B. Meaning they are peak B, they are almost A. Maybe I'll change my mind in the coming weeks because I think Abbasids have been on the rise and I think some water maps they look insane on. But like, dude, Abbasids are back, man. And they are looking scary. Corv now, the mass Lancer Gulam pump. Crossbows are at least being prepped, so, you know, there's a chance for Voldemar if Corvinus does, like, the one-dimensional comp, as in things that get countered by one thing. But this is hard, man. What does Voldy do to get out of this? Like, step one is relics. You absolutely need relics, but Corvinus, love this. I think Corv is one of these players who just understands the Abbasid's need for relics as well. Like, a lot of people just kind of forget about it. They're like, oh, my eco's so good. It's not just an eco inflation for you, though. It's something you also take away from your opponent. It's just a double plus, really. Voldemar shouldn't even be out of his base right now, right? Like, this is surprising positioning from Voldemar, considering what just happened. He wants that relic, though. Could come at a price. Why are you calling me weird? I'm standing by it. I think Ibid's, like, they got an OP build, but, like, wide map, kind of overrated. I do still feel like okay, I'm gonna say I stick by my Ibid's gone. The one that I'm still questioning post tier list is whether Abbasid should be higher. Abbasids, I think, might be creeping up. Man, I can't. So now we answer the question Voldemar asks: should he be in his base? He should. Corvinus is now in his base instead. The Lancers into the farms. And this is just wave one. Look at the Gulam count. Jesus. Corvinus is selling more Gulams than Lord of the Rings did of that game about Gollum. I mean, this is insane. 20 Gulams breaks this, right? Like, he's got no crossbows to stand on. Only 4 more in queue. But the Flood is going to be strong here. I think this should be GG, surely. Corvinus at this stage, he has nothing to slow him down. He just has a ramp up. Look at the green mile being ran here. Unlimited units running across the field. Units are going to retreat behind the wall for Voldemar, but who protects the villagers? No one. This is death, man. This is done. I mean, commiserations and, you know, praise to Voldemar for trying to find the way back into this one, but this felt chalked before we even reached Castle Age. It was always a small percentile chance for recovery. Shout out to Corvinus for this build, by the way. This is really cool with the Eco Wing. A different approach to what we've been used to seeing at the moment. And a different result from the English Abbasid matchup. One that historically has been going the way of the English for a very long time. Yeah, like an alternate universe where we won the Holy Wars, right? Wild. Archers counter Rams. That's the name of it. This is ridiculous. Rams need a buff. Boom. But yeah, wait, no, I'm pretty sure... Didn't I fix it that I put Ibids above Japanese at the end also? I'm pretty sure I switched it at the end. Corvus' opening was insanely unsafe? What, you mean the Undermesh first? I think one weird thing from Corv, I thought he might try to do some wing walls so that the Lombos can reach in. I actually think, like, in hindsight, looking at that game, if Voldemar set up a campfire on the east side, he could have slapped the crap out of him. Maybe I'll give you your points. Maybe I'll hold him to him. It's like, I'll show you what I mean in that game. Here. In this game, I think Voldemar... The thing that would have put him in a really dominant position, although you could argue that the Corvinus could move wood lines, but like you can kind of follow him to a certain degree. Blind 2TC versus English should be an auto loss. Yeah. I mean, I think you can just like eco wing and not even do the TC necessarily and do it in delay. But like so this moment here, he drops TC here, right? And there's a place where you can drop the campfire here and stand with the scout, and you see I think about that far in, he could have sniped with longbows on each side, and he could have killed several villagers there. I think that is what Voldemar was missing. It would then force a reaction there, but you've at least killed a few villagers and idled them out. Click on TC. Let's see. Yeah, so you place it like here, right? And I think with Campfire, you get enough vision to see there. You have to do it at an angle. It's weird because trees are weird. I think that's maybe why Voldy didn't do it. Is trees are really weird. By the time like we're talking about this tree had been chopped and he was along here. It's like, maybe it's just one of those bug blind spots. Like, shall we fast forward to have a look at it and we'll see what I talk about? Because he even ran there with the scout multiple times. I guess you could argue you can kind of just die with the scout, because usually Abbases aren't on the TC, but that's where like that doesn't work in this game. Because remember, Corvinus had to do sheep, so he had all the villagers nearby to garrison. So here you go, yeah, look. I think you can campfire there, and then see right in. And then your longbows can stand here and hit him. And then you can sit longbows like here, because you'll be able to hit. You should be able to, like, with a campfire like there, you should be able to see, like, to here, right? So you can basically cut his woodline in half, I think. Oh no, not dude. You turn siege towers. Dragavan stomps you like a few times, and this is your mentality now. Isn't Campfire sight range shorter than that? Campfire range buffs the range of units in its range. So if you campfire and put a scout there, you get increased range on a scout. There was a funny bug with that involving the Chinese, where Chinese players could walk onto enemy campfires and then see half the map. Because percentage increases, right? 30% for Tang, and I think it was 30% again. It was wild. It was also hilarious. Oh, drone the woodline. Okay, that's kind of a cool idea, actually, yeah. I like that idea. Oh, we don't care about this crap. Alright, one sec. You know my policy, guys. Force crash game when this happens. Because I ain't waiting that long. Alright, do we check out Gully's English game that he's been begging us to look at? Is it maybe time for that? What do you guys think? Voldy/Corv, or do we check out Gully's game? Been very obsessive about this. He's like, please, please, pick me. He's like that kid that always gets picked last in Dodgeball. He's just praying for once. No clown car because he doesn't know how to micro. Oh, shit. No, no, dude. Let me just screenshot that. Voldemar. Think it's time for a show match versus Dragavan, right? Oh, Dragavan Voldy show match time, I think. Damn, that's toxic. Wait, we timing him out? Dragavan in the corner after that one. 30 seconds to think about what you said. Only clown car show match. True. And because Voldemar's admitted he likes his blacksmiths later, he won't be able to clown car as quickly. It'll be GG. Alright, so. We are gonna... What was the Gully game he was talking about? A game versus Starflark? Is that the one you want? You said a bunch of your recent ones. Should I have a protein bar? These protein bars are decent. The cookies and cream ones. Whoa! Because I forgot to make a shake today. I gotta remember to do that tomorrow. Oops. I could make a shake now, but I don't think I've made up some cold water. And I always recommend cold water with these. You sure you don't want us to watch your Mongol game versus Myriad? Protein Works send you an extra... Wait, they send you an extra 5 kilo bag. Why did they send you an extra 5 kilo bag? Good lord. For free? What? Shipping mistake? There you go, guys. Another reason to order from Protein Works. Sometimes they'll just ship you extra stuff by accident. Boom. Easy win. Order 1, got 2. Jackpot, mate. Jackpot. Alright, one sec. Let's get Gully's game loaded, shall we? Oh no, your name's always so freaking annoying. Let's eat some of our bar as well while we wait a sec. Oh. Dry Arabia, right? Yeah. Alright. Start this one up. We'll let it roll for a minute or two while I eat this. And then we can intro. Am I switching to host? I do both, right? I cast in the early phase when we don't need a host, and then when we get the hosting phase, I do the hosting. I'm pretty much... I mean, at this stage, I'm basically the go-to host for the Age of Empires scene. I mean, I don't know if it's going to sound cocky. Basically, no one has the amount of experience I have hosting. I don't think anyone comes close. I have more experience hosting than on esports events than, like, probably everyone else combined at this stage. So I think that's why it's just seen as a safe bet that I'm a shoo-in for that role. These are pretty good protein bars, by the way. I can't remember what the price is on them. They're pretty reasonable, though, right? Like, by protein bar standards, I don't think they're any more expensive than any other brand I've seen. Yeah. Quickly show you. There you go. 12 bars for 17.49. That's pretty decent for, like, that's actually pretty decent for protein bars, right? I think usually they're like £2 each. But then, you go here, you use the code KillerPigeon, and then it's even cheaper. Blessings. So then you're almost like, what £1.20 a bar? That's pretty good. All right, ready for the game? Let's get ready to roll. It's kindergarten time. That's right. We're checking in on the babies. We've got little Gully Deckle over here on the English. Oh, look at him. Watching Papa Marine Lord and Beastie play the English. Here's about the unbeatable White Tower build. And off he goes. Another type of unbeatable with a tower of their own, though. Other side of this, we've got Starflark on the Delhi in the blue. Delhi versus English. That's kind of an interesting matchup, right? Is that one we see very often at the moment? I feel like no, weirdly enough. I want to say that Delhi have an edge here, right? Because the English have to come out too quickly. And yeah, looking at the statistics, 60% win rate for the Delhi in this particular matchup. Makes sense, right? Like if you hunker down and go 2TC Fast Castle, your opponent's going to lock in Sacred Sites and punish you for that. So kind of curious to see what Gully's approach is going to be. This is already unhinged gaming. What am I watching? Why do you have 6 farms so early? What? You've still got 12 sheep and you've immediately built 6 farms. That's kind of wild. Is this fast castle? When I see someone build 6 farms at the start like this, I feel like it's fast castle. We'll have to see. Definitely be ambitious. Abbey of Kings is going to be the opener. Makes a lot of sense, right? Just gives you that harass potential. You're not really going to force a Delhi player off of a Ghazi opening, but you can at least tank up against the initial Ghazi this way. You did this early and gave your opponent the sheep. Wait, Faye, are you BMing? Isn't that the ultimate? I need to see someone do that in a competitive game. In a pro series, just like walk across and hand someone the sheep. That would be so good. But yeah, here comes the stable opening. Starflark is pretty standard cut and dry here, right? Like Ghazi's a pretty sick one. Another reason why Delhi is really favoring this matchup, by the way, is if this plays out in a long feudal, there isn't really anything English do better. Farms are cheap, sure, but your opponent can play berries for a better gathering rate. Your attack speed seems great until you realize that the Delhi have the same attack speed built in via Tower of Victory, right? And they have better cavalry. So there's not really many upsides for the English in this matchup in feudal. You have to try and find a way into castle to feel good. Yeah, this is a castle rush. I had a feeling when I saw the farms. I'm wondering if Starflark realizes as well. Like, if I walked in and saw this many farms this early, I'd be getting suspicious. So Starflark might find himself in a weird position here, because this is where Delhi doesn't feel comfortable. Is like, if the goal now is to all-in your opponent, Delhi aren't great at all-inning too early, right? We've seen so many games where Delhi actually lose their advantage because they send it into the enemy base. And this is an English base. That means they're going to have the short bows of the villages. That means they're going to have the attack speed aura. And they're going to have the double fire from the TC. It's very difficult to dive before you have the blacksmith attacks. So, curious to see what Starflark's reaction is going to be. It could be that instead he tries to wall in the sacred sites and go for a victory around the timer. But with a fast castle build, 10 minutes is a long time. Wait, it's not fast castle? He's going horseman. Okay, now we're off the beaten track. This is cool. So the horseman detail is very intriguing because the logical flow should be, yeah, archery range for Starflark. You don't open Spearman next as Delhi. You never want to do that. For a start, pretty much any matchup, you want to try to go archer next if you can. But in this particular matchup, because the English still always have lombos, going spears is a throw. This is a really cool manipulation by Gully. He's getting a step ahead of the comp. And Horsemen might lose against Ghazi one-on-one, but they're not going to be one-on-one. And they're also going to have a heal that the Delhi can't match at bulk. That's kind of wild. Horseman will be revealed here, so Starflark at least knows what he's up against now, but that means you now need to switch rapidly into Spearman. I don't like the idea of Starflark just playing bulk Ghazi here. Okay, well, unless... Gully? What was that? Mate, I don't know if you know this. I know, like, around this time in history, Germany had loads of princes. But in England, we kind of do one king at a time, not too many princes in the woodworks, unless we've got Civil War going on. That's an expensive loss. Big mistake made by Gully there. Wait. So Gully's like, check out my cool English games at the moment, and then he follows up with, it's 3 a.m. Bro. So this is now really bad, because all of a sudden you've got a game where Starflark failing to go into Raxus in a rush, it doesn't hurt him at all. Ghazi can win these fights now. What a blunder. An expensive unit to replace, right? Remember, that's 200 resources you now have to throw down the drain. Funnily enough, though, it looks like instead Gully might be prioritizing Undermesh over a second king. So he's now going to just cycle back then, I guess. So what's the thought process here? I guess for Gully, the logic is he doesn't need to go to the enemy base. He just needs to go to the mid-map because of Sacred Sites, right? So although losing the king hurts, you can always cycle back, heal, come back and forth between these 2 points. That's not a bad idea. I think the original idea of Abbey of Kings Mass Horseman didn't work because players needed to go across the enemy base and then all the way back. That's a lot of idle time. But playing around the mid-map, it's always so much closer to you. And the mission now being prepped. Spearman transition has been forced. I think Starflux needs walls. This is very dangerous. And oh, no. Gully. He sniffs it out. Starflux does at least have textiles, but if Gully runs past the villagers, he can get some pinches here. Moving in, and there we go. Perfectly positioned there. Body blocks on the retreat. Can he get at least one Vil? Really? 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 Horsemen are so crap. How do you run in? Was that 9 horsemen and get nothing? That's so bad. If that had been Ghazi, that would have been 2 villagers dead. Calling it. Yeah, horsemen need better range. The range is just silly. For a unit that has a giant spear, you'd think they'd be able to hit further than the nostrils, but apparently not. And yes, Starflux had textiles. Another example why Delhi are OP. Textiles is way too cheap for Delhi. Its base research time should be 40 seconds because they're paying nothing to get it. Instead, their base research time is 25 seconds. It's just so silly. Oh, look at this pincher, though. This is big. The scholars are the most important thing right now, so denying them is huge. Starflux now down to just 1 textbook boy. However, that one is going to be heavily guarded, so Starflux isn't in a oh crap, I'm GG state. If he lost both of these scholars, it's a really bad position for the Delhi. Instead, he's going to be able to inflate his scholar count now off of the passive guard. Intriguing game so far. Gully. We talked about the idea of Castle Age. I don't know if this was the intent all along, but it's happening. You don't need to White Tower, right? I think in King's Palace. Good raid coming in on the back again. King's win this time. Still no villager kills, though. However, with the King here now, remember, he can just heal this all off. So this is where the game gets kind of vexing if you're... Oh! King. Just about gets away with it. Oh, wow. It is White Tower. Now, that is intriguing. I'm a bit surprised. I don't think he's in a position where White Tower is necessary here, right? Starflux's army isn't big enough to dive the enemy base. So he could have got away with, like, tech up King's Palace, build 2 Raxes alongside it, and then spam spears to defend against some Ghazi. Or just go Men-at-Arms in prep. But this is intriguing. I guess he wants to get Knights out, but your opponent already has spears, which makes it just feel all the weirder. What peculiar build. The White Tower's on the back because that's where his tree line is and that's where his farm's going to go. The White Tower position's fine. Like, your opponent's not going to dent the TC on the front. That's just a bad idea. He's also going to be diving into the Abbey of King's heel, right? So it's like, it's terrible. The backside is where you're vulnerable because all your tree lines are retracted here. So this is fine for Gully. This is actually a good White Tower. He has all this room now. He can basically wall here, and then build all of his farms in this area. Raxes are on the way. Okay, there we go. It's just Men-at-Arms flood now, right? Like, farm count is insane. I would love to see him using the White Tower, by the way. This is a big cardinal sin right now, is you've built Raxes. Why? Right? Just build 1 Rax for the upgrades, and then spam them out of the White Tower. There you go. Diving in the White Tower. Villagers are going to get picked. Well played by Starflux. Gully immediately drops the monastery. This is a bit greedy. I don't see an easy world in which you should be getting relics this quick. You need to alleviate the Ghazi threat before you seek relics here. And the fact you revealed it for free means that Starflux should just camp here now. Also, free Sacred Site's now locked in. Horseman. Going in for another dive. Might get the body blocks this time, so Villager will finally get pinched. Took long enough. Might even get a second. Nice. So a little bit of chip damage being done here. Idol as well. Raid on the other side, but it's a White Tower, man. If Gully just seeks shelter, he shouldn't lose any villagers. Oh, no. 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 Oh, no. Maybe if we seek shelter before the nukes are already being dropped from the plane, right? And arms are starting to die forward though. And this has no answer currently. Ghazi can't reduce down to 4. Spearmen do at least have an increased attack speed, but against Castle Age men at arms, as long as don't do this, they should win. So idle eco now. Damn, Gully. So wait, have we basically just made a poor man's Burgrave? I think we've just made a poor man's Burgrave. This is a poor man's Burgrave. White Tower's double production, right? And then he's got 2 extra Raxes. So he's 4 Raxes of production right now. Damn. I did not click on this game expecting an English Burgrave rush. Starflock. Well, part of the reason why he's suiciding the Ghazi is because he's teching up, right? He thought it was going to be worth the trades. He did get some villager kills, but it's biting him in the arse now, right? I think he needed everything to defend. This is a classic example of why you pull your army back to defend when you're teching. Because Gully always had that timing in mind to run at you, apparently. He's going to have to reset, though, right? Lancers have hit the field, so Starflock definitely made the right choice, but it definitely came at a price here. And finally, because of the removal of those Ghazi, we're now seeing Gully Deckle starting to play towards the relics. Wait, did he get... He got yoinked. The safest relic was back here. And Gully is not going to get it. Starflock, oof, not able to get that men at arms, but he is going to be getting the relics. And that's more important here. 1 is being returned by Gully, but right now his comp is so slow compared to the Lancers, he can't spread wide. Well, no, wouldn't they be slow at legs then, not slow at arms? Wait, where's our UI gone? Let's keep doing that. King does get auto buff, by the way, so this guy is kind of a looming threat. His damage isn't insane, but chip can add up. Or he could just die. Oh, I think if Starflock recycles the chuck... Wait, what? If he... Okay, so here's the funny thing. If Starflock clicks off for a second and then on again, he'd get the kill. Because he had Lance recharged, right? So yeah, kind of a missed opportunity there to yoink the king. Meanwhile, Men at Arms diving into the economy again. Damn, I can't believe that. Gully baits the entire army and then still gets away with the king while diving the enemy base. I don't know, man. Like, Delhi looks really uncomfortable here. Usually they're the ones setting this type of tempo. They have to, right? But Gully off the 1 TC White Tower play is the 1 gun. Wolves also now coming up, so it looks like gold is going to be safe for a long time for Gully. This is really good because it allows him to throw all of his resources in the front fight, which he's going to need. Because militarily, although he's getting some good raids, militarily, he is far, far behind. Wait, is Gully once again mocking my tier list? Where I put Delhi in A tier, even though I put English above Delhi. Aren't you just proving my point? I can just stop talking now, because all you're doing is proving me right. I guess they just don't teach kids basic logic in school these days. Ugh. Me playing Wargrave. Starflock does have military, but remember that it's deceptive. Some of it's scholars, a bunch of it's crap tier, right? It's spears and archers. It's like military, they're actually quite close to neck and neck. I guess the archers are keeping value because Gully is spamming the crap out of spears. Little bit surprised by that detail. You'd expect him to go lancers with a white tower, but apparently he's spooked by the fact he's playing 1 TC. Delhi wins versus English? They do. And they play it a bit more normal. But there's multiple phases of unhingedness in this game. For a start, Starflock didn't sniff out the stables. He should have been scouting for a rack switch, right? A little bit earlier. The other big thing is genuinely the Ghazi got wasted. Delhi played normal. I usually have another pro or two around chat. Pros, let me know. Is it normal for a Delhi player to dive a white tower with Ghazi? I just need to know. It's totally normal. With 10. You're trolling me. Maybe with like 20, where you can pinch the entire... 10 is really weak on the numbers, though. Have them use them? Doesn't it have more value to block potential relic grabs when your opponent is rushing Monastery and you see it? Oh, Horseman. Dive on the keep. You know, this is why I don't invite more of you to show matches when you gang up on me like this in my chat. Wait, no. I was looking for Marine Lord. Keep drop. Ooh, yeah, this is not gonna... It's not gonna be stopped in time. Starflux has a really big problem, by the way. When you spam keeps like this on Compound Defender, you are spamming food. And he doesn't have much safe food, right? Like, he's gonna have to farm transition, man. This is really bad for Starflux. Because also, like, it's not just a farm transition, it's then you putting food into villager production, which is making you weaker on military. Meanwhile, Gully is me Burgrave, 1 TC the entire way through this game. I mean, my favorite part is you just said you got one relic. The best part is somehow he got this relic from you after losing with the Ghazi. That's the biggest surprise. I think you probably should have had a 3-2 split here, but Starflux was really crafty. Oh, me Lumbo. Pretty smart, right? Your opponent has gone basically all the units that get countered by Lumbo. Oh no. And he can't go Kazi now because he doesn't have the resources. I think Starflux needs Siege. But he's not going to realize it, right? Until it's potentially too late. I mean, he has got the castles, so it's not like Gully can dive them. Have we got Siege Engineering? Because that would be really smart right now from Gully, is like triple ram into the keeps. Also, there is a crap ton of outposts here. Stuff like, wait, where's that? Okay, so nice little chip damage there. 46 to 60 eco. I don't know, man. I want to say Gully Deckle just played this one better, but I don't want to compliment him now with how sassy he's being in the chat, you know? It's not as much like Delhi just played normal as like Gully reacted and then outplayed, right? That's the more important part here. Like, Horseman Fast Castle 1 TC is definitely not on the English bingo card these days. So what's Starflux way out? He has gone for the siege we talked about. He needs a condensed fight now is the problem. But you haven't got many walls and you spread your focus points, right? Like, it's west and east that are important. So like Gully can always try to exploit that. And, wow, okay, Mango's coming both ways. You won 6 games in a row with that? Okay, but do it again against top 20. I'm curious. Flash is coming in. Round the back goes Starflux with a handful of cab, but not enough here. And he clicks on one longbow. All right, Mango might save Starflux Bacon temporarily, but not for long. Horseman now diving in, looking for the target. Even with the Clamory, the Pathfinder, they're going to find it as well. Mango. It's dead. That's it. That's going to be a loss of the fight. He can't stay here anymore. The attack speed buffer has been equaled out by the network of castles. Lombo is really out the premium unit now. By the way, to the idea of this white tower build, you are correct. There are some matchups where it's really strong. I think I highlighted this the other day that like literally over a year ago, State was doing this build on Prairie against HRE, and it's really, really broken. Not the... He didn't do the Horseman. I'm talking raw Castle Rush with White Tower. Production rate is insane. I think as a community, we've finally reached the agreement point that production rate is a hell of a powerful tool. It's the only reason Japan looks like a semi-competent Civ is Yorishiro drops, right? And same with White Tower. Double production is kind of nuts. You can use it in a lot of different ways. To me, I think White Tower is just too flexible. Just does too many things too well. I don't know. How do they fix White Tower? Like, probably bring it down on its garrison spots, so it's less attack power. I think maybe have it be... Does it have to have less bow damage? Because it has higher bow damage than a standard keep, right? No, they are the same. Okay. I don't think it has to be double production, man. It's insane. Like, it's just too much production. It's all about the timings. Like, getting a Knight out 18 seconds into Castle Age is crazy. While building it, while being a keep, rather. Right, at least with Yorishiro drops, it's like, oh, this doesn't give me defense. I have to build things with this, and that's it. Yeah, normal production speed. Because it's at 200% right now. Just put it at 100%. It's still good, right? It used to be 100%. And then it got changed, but it just got slept on, right? Because about 2 years ago, I think when they made the change, TC booming was OP. Now TC booming gets punished more easily. I think Gully's like one fight away from a win, right? He still lacks good siege to take down the keeps. He only has one trip right now, but that's escalating. And this is annoying for Starflark because it's going to force a fight. Starflark almost looks like he's looking for a way out into the next stage because he's pumping a lot of scholars. Well, that's the thing. Like, the thing about the White Tower build is one of the things you could say with the English. I remember I used to make this remark in commentary. Is that it's probably the second hardest civ to switch into siege in Castle Age with. White Tower makes it like a top 6 civ to switch into siege, maybe even higher, because it's just there, right? If that sounds like it should be a small difference, and what do I mean? Like, think about it. It costs 300 wood to build a siege workshop. It's just there, right? So you don't have to wait 30 seconds. You don't have to wait longer. It's just there. And oh my god, he's just there in time to stop the keep drop. Starflark, more eco losses. Feels like the moment he gets the villager lead, it's just gone straight away. And Trebs are now here to contest those keeps. Trebs begin the siege. Starflark now posturing on that sacred site, but Lombo mass is big. 30 in total. 3 horsemen row here, man. Springald is not attacking the manga now. Good hit. Big hit. And big kill. That's it. Starflark is dead. That's way too many units lost. He can't retreat away quick enough now. The Lombos will clean this up. A double military advantage. And now with Trebs already here, 3 in total, soon to be on the front line. These castles will not hold. Oh, Starflark, what a missed micro there. That mango hit just ruined any semblance of a hold from him whatsoever. Not that it was going to be easy, not with the 8 armor men at arms here. But once that wallop came to the center, it was already written. Gully Deckle now with a 3-up advantage in military. Neck and neck on eco, but neck in the guillotine and chopped off for Starflark. Whew. Well played, Gully. There you go. Yay. Delhi still later. Is that one uploadable? One town center, White Tower is an option. A powerful option. Do you want another one to practice, Gully, that I think is really strong and people are sleeping on? Is Abbey of Kings into mass longbow spam. Legit think that's still being slept on. Wait, what were we checking? Oh, Voldemar's responded. Oh, I'm stirring the pot. Dragavan is coming for you, mate. People asking about community games? Maybe. Possibly. Talked about this before. Usually people just tune out and whatnot. We can always test after I eat, though, if there's enough people here. So, invite more people is always the way I say. I think I talked about this. Like, people should just join the Discord and start organizing those things between them. And then when I can see there's actually, like, presence of games consistently, gives us options. Abby into 2-range proxy. There it is. Did that versus Mali? Yeah, Dragavan done it against Mali. Who was your Malian opponent, though? I think Dragavan's Malian opponent might have been more impressive. Oh, you beat Vortex with it? Really? Interesting. Is Anatan scrimming? No. But I want the Anno games. Oh, do we have to sell for the Philly games? Who's Howu? Oh god, it's a Byzantine mirror. No. I have a semblance of self-respect, thanks. Oh yeah, no. I know he beat it. I cast that. Damn. For a second, you genuinely sound like you're trying to yoink his credit. Oh my god. Golly, you fanboy Dragavan so hard. Just like marry him already. Because if you married him, then you can get like a Norwegian passport, and then you could have came to King of the North. Figured it out. You said you did the same strat. Yeah, but you didn't beat Vortex, is what I'm saying. Gotta beat Vortex, guys. That's like the requirement for them all. Who the hell's Trench Warfare Enjoyer? Huh? Rogan? Let's have a look. Rank 98 from Taiwan. Who could this be? Who do we know from Taiwan? Whatever happened to Demon Sheep, by the way? Mongols on Cliffside. Ooh. Wait, is Warspite Taiwanese? I thought he was European for some reason. Oops. I think Siamjuk stopped playing, right? Demon Sheep, I'm pretty sure, stopped playing AoE4 as well. I'm not sure who there really is left. Like, known pro players, right? I'm not sure if there's many. I'm weighing up how long of a stream we do today as well, actually. We can, like, what we'll probably do is I'll probably eat a bit later, and then I'll come back and we'll see if we have enough people. And if so, maybe do some comic games. And yep, new game tomorrow. No, it wouldn't be comic game after this match. It would be comic game after I go and eat, and then come back and we see if we've got enough people. So, because Rumpy, like, a lot of people haven't finished work. A lot of people will also get home and eat first. What about comic games? Sorry, I'm capitalist. It's so freaking hot today. I hate humidity, man. Oh, wait. That's an idea, chat. Here, I'm going to leave this following his scoot. I'm going to turn on my aircon unit. Whew. Oh, no, I need to add water to it. Crap. Cringe. So cringe.
Yeah. Got that?
Blogger in there.
I still have that.
Yeah. Blow me.
Yes.
I realize how that sounds. Blow me good. Wait, is that maximum fan? Yes. Breeze the legs.
Yeah.
What do you mean what? Don't be weird. I'm just turning on my aircon. This will last at least 50 minutes. That's perfect then.
Yeah.
And we go and eat and then we come back and then we do commie games, right? I think that's how that works. All right. I feel this match will last at least 50 minutes. Oh, really? What's the giveaway? The fact that it's English versus Byzantines or the fact that this guy's called Trench Warfare Enjoyer? I'm going to do a quick check because I'm legit curious about this lad here. If I have a look at his data, because Trench Warfare is a top 100 player, folks. Welcome back to the typical Age of Empires 4 action. We have got 33 minutes, 38 minutes, 23 minutes, 47 minutes. There's a 4 and a 17 minute in there, but on average, I think this guy is like 30 minutes plus on his game length. Oh boy. However, Voldemar is something of okay, no, he's not. I was about to say something an all-inner. That's not happening. It's that build, that really innovative build that we've never seen before from the English. Are you guys happy? It's another Abbey of Kings 2 TC build. Grand Winery on the other side. So Voldemar is, I think he's been climbing quite a bit, right? A lot of Voldemar dubs coming in, you know? Some losses along the way. 56th in the world right now, so 1900 elo. Respectable. Voldemar, I think he was up to almost 20th at one stage. So back on the grind. I mean, this is the guy that usually does finish the season in like top 30, right? Season 6 was 29th. Season 5 was 16th. Season 4 was 47th. Season 3 was 55th. So like, you know, has been trending upwards. We haven't really seen the Voldemar unleashed upon the comp scene yet, though. I'm still hopeful, right? We've got King of the North to come, which he will be participating in. And then, of course, there is still the Red Bull World qualifiers to think about. But in this particular matchup, I feel like Byzantines are just heavily favored, no? Right? Unless you all in feudal. Because if it goes castle, Varangian are kind of crazy. Literally and figuratively. Byzantines versus English. I'm wondering if we just look at conk stats. Not always the most representative, but... Oh, wow. No, Byzantines have a hard time. Wow, I miscalled that. 40% win rate for the Byzantines. But is that because English players are all-inning? I guess you can just rush castle, though, with White Tower. I'm thinking old-school terms, before White Tower got buffed. But now, with the White Tower build, guys, like, the logic is you can just spam Knights and overwhelm Varangian. Because, like, when you're playing Byzantines, the last thing you want to do is build Limitane, even more so against English. So that makes a lot of sense, right? Like, this is one of the things I think people find quite vexing about English is, for many matchups, Spearman defense doesn't become an option anymore. And with this Civ rushing castle into Mass Knights, just feels like it puts you at a huge disadvantage. Thank you very much. I do enjoy doing some good old hosting. Really need to get some more esports gigs lined up, actually. We're not quite sure who Trench Warfare Enjoyer is, by the way. We were checking up on them, and they're from Taiwan. Nah, it could be that they've just used a certain VPN service. Or they could actually be one of the Taiwanese players. But I feel like we lost a lot of them. The most notable one to me for a long time was Demon Sheep. But Demon Sheep stopped playing, I want to say, over a year ago, man. I miss that guy. He had some really funky strategies. I remember the early days in particular. He was a monster on the Rus. Second TC drop. And wait, what? Now, you're questioning it, but hear me out. The TC drop on the berries protects him from a back rotation, so there's no Frick 60 arc around his base. It also secures the wood line. He could have done gold, but this suggests that Voldemar isn't fast castling. This suggests that he's going in a feudal. Which we did highlight is how Voldy usually likes to play the English a lot of the time. So, curious to see if that's the plan. I mean, he could still technically go gold, just walling the backside. The risk there is if your opponent does go jabs or lombos, he can deny your gold access, right? So, makes a lot more sense that he's going to try to play aggro party and oh, damn. It's not Byzantines versus English, folks. It's France versus English. That's so cool. Yeah, we were just saying at the start of the stream that I want to see more players utilizing the neutral trade post. I think it's really, really strong. So this has got a little bit of a smile on my face. Because the thing about the neutral trade post is some of the options completely dismantle certain matchups. Like, one of the big ones for me is I actually think Sapahi is being slept on. Especially like we saw how Anaslan was able to navigate the Ayabid Byzantine matchup using Sapahi to dominate. And I think it's similar with these other matchups. Like Sapahi here against English, really, really good. Knights also works nicely. Especially considering your opponent's probably going to hunker down and not defend himself, right? Because, what? Keshiks, even if it's Keshiks, they aren't that substantial when it comes to the defensibility, right? Like, they're more of a has to attack to feel good unit. But Knights like this, enough damage to 2-hit unit, and on top of that, they have additional health. This is cool. It's also a nice way of dealing with the king. Like, theoretically, the king can win by microing you. I think just pulling away, stab, stab, stab. But the amount of time it takes, right? Like, you're not going to trade very well initially. You do 16 damage compared to these knights that will hit for, I think it's 23 damage after they charge. Okay, there you go, 22. Because remember, they get bonus damage for 5 seconds. In other words, they get bonus damage for 3 extra attacks. Archer's being prepped behind this. This is basically France. Goddamn Faye and her horse archers. Faye, remind me how well the horse archers worked out up against Fatblob. King actually hanging around is kind of a mistake there. Voldemort needs to be careful because he's taking a lot of damage. He has at least scouted out the archers, but that's bad news for him, right? He took the bait. He went spears. I really like this build from Red. They do need to do something soon, though, right? The reality is this is 2cc English, and it ends one way. And oh, what? Voldemort with the miss micro there. Hung around with the king. That shouldn't be happening. That was too much health for a charge to insta-kill. And remember, the king moves quicker than the knight, so you should be able to just run away. Damn, what a pick. That's huge. So Voldemort has to waste 200 resources replacing that. Meanwhile, Kyro Siphon time. Oh, this is cool. So I did say they have longer games, but apparently, you know, they're just holding their hands up and saying, it's not my fault, bro. I try to end fast. It's just these other people on the other side won't let it be. Damn, this is a really unique build. I got some of my high-level players in chat. Are we taking notes here? Faye won't be convinced off of the horse archers, that's obvious. But maybe some other people. So you can't go 2TC behind this as Byzantines, right? Like, that's just a big negative. You need to kind of commit. Yeah, we've got more knights coming, more archers being queued. And the Kyro Siphon should get built soon. Because like the issue now is if you go 2TC on a delay, you're just behind. And your opponent will then go castle. And then his production will ramp. So this is very much an all-in feudal kill point for Red. If not a feudal kill point, a heavy amount of damage needs to be done here in Feudal Age. He's on the clock though, remember. The longer he waits, the bigger that English economy leader is going to get. You got to trade mercs. You want some Musafadi? And camel archers. You know? Oh, that's kind of cool. Campfire to see the reinforcements. Little bit of a miss micro here. Like, the archer's just getting cut down like that. Not ideal. But notice he's not reinforcing because he's got his go time here, right? He needs to hit the back of the base. We know that Voldemort isn't teching up, by the way. He's never been rushing for the gold. It kind of feels like Red is posturing as if he's worried about white tower play. So I've got a bad feeling he's not expecting Voldemort to fully commit to the feudal like this. Could prove to be bad news. Villager. Oh, Voldemort, no. Honey, no. Right idea, wrong time. Bad news as well because he was looking for the gold. So I think Voldemort was getting ready to try and trend towards Castle Age here. King in the meantime, he gets taken out. Oh, the second group of knights. Voldemort, that's 2 kings down, man. Woo. Go through kings quicker than the king himself goes through wives. This is ridiculous. Voldemort. By the way, where are the... Oh, no. You know what I'm going to say, guys. I feel like it's my favorite thing to highlight when we do a Voldemort cast. Where are the blacksmiths? He never went gold before to get blacksmith techs. He can't get it now. Dude, he's in so much trouble here. You know, the attack speed, a lot of it gets offset here. Because remember, like, the archers, they're basically getting a 20% increase in damage. Right? And they're decreasing yours. Like I said, 2 damage difference, right? So that's like 33% damage difference. The attack speed aura doesn't make up for that. Damn. This is going to be brutal. Cryo Siphon's now moving in. Archers attempted. Knights are looking. Spearman held very far in reserve here. Nice bait there. Forced him out of position. Archers are going to start moving in now. Cryo Siphon through one of the buildings. Archers will get a few free picks on the spears. He could even think about clown carring here, but Red is just committing it. A little bit of a slowdown, though. Oh, the miss micro here. Yeah, so I think what happened there is he targeted one of the units with Select All Army, and then it died, right? So they stopped moving. Still, that is going to be double archery range going down by the looks of it. Villager just trying to keep it alive. House is now being targeted. Smart choice, right? Voldemort positioned a lot of this on the left side, so it's going to have to make up for it behind. And of course, the burn through. Yes, folks, that is a thing. Double house looking like it's probably going to be going down here. Red down with the reset. Even Bloomery getting added in is kind of surprising. I haven't got that many knights to work with, right? And yeah, spikes only ever works if you are just camping and not moving. And the problem is, like, in these type of fights, you're usually going to have to move a bit. So it overall is very difficult to justify. Keep in mind, he doesn't want to take a direct fight on the edge of his base because he doesn't have blacksmiths, right? So the attack speed issue is one thing, but no blacksmiths as well, like, it makes it impossible. The other thing is, like, players discovered a long time ago that if you move your units in attack, the starter stepping can actually lead to more attacks over time because there's, like, there's frame skipping that's feasible. So if you stick your longbows still and fire off with the palings, you are potentially missing out on, like, 1 or 2 extra attacks per minute. Byzantine economy, man. I'm just looking at this number right now. He's up to 40 archers and he's trending castle. If he rushes castle now and gets veterancy, he can just dive. Voldemort has nothing to really defend against that. King. Baits himself to go after Cryo Siphon. Trade out begins. Archers just sticking on top of the longbows here. Villagers also getting sniped down. All's going to break. Red not willing to dive as he shouldn't. Limitane is an interesting choice by Red. I'm not really sure what the thought process is there. It's almost like he's worried that Voldemort's going to go castle, but like with what economy, right? He has to put everything into the bodies. Yeah, I don't know if that was a misclick or what. I feel like that was a misclick. There was genuinely no reason to build Limitane here. And considering he teched it and cancelled it, I think he just thumbed it. Oops. How does Voldy get out of this now? He needs to force a fight the moment the tech up comes out. The issue is going to be Longbow's movement speed. Longbows will at least take out the scouts. That might make Red think twice about a dive. He doesn't really need to dive in a rush here. I'm surprised by this. Red, this is silly. Like, Red's just throwing away the lead. He's teching, but look at the archer cost here. This is a bad fight. What the hell? Red, a very dominant position, but a completely unnecessary dive there while they're teching. I can't believe that. Golden Horn Town now on the way, but considering what the Archer League could have been with an upgrade coming through, questionable. I know that he wants to deny the gold away from Voldemort, but the cost is always going to be too high there. Because remember, he's not putting everything into feudal, he's putting a giant chunk of his economy into Castle Age. Now Voldemort gets away with it all. It's 3T... What? This might be one of very few games where King's Palace isn't a throw. After 2TC. Like, after what Trench Warfare just done there, Voldemort is so far ahead, he can get away with this. That's wild. I just don't understand the thought process there from Red. Problematic scenario. Now also he's chosen to go to Lombo, so we are going to see them starting to get scaled in. Goodness gracious. Tech complete for Voldemort. Queues up the veterancy straight away, so 55 seconds to go on that. No Archer upgrade for Red, by the way. He did get the Blacksmith techs, but he's actually just spamming into Varangian now. I mean, that's perfect for Voldemort, right? Like, Men-at-Arms is always the natural adjustment. If you can hold a choke point, they should win out against the Vikings. Oh, wow, backstab. Red. Cut off, trying to actually flank resources here, so Archemass is going to be wiped. I don't think he even realized. Oh, my God. That's a huge lead. There's a breakthrough attempt on the right side. Villagers are going to go for the repairs before it can happen. Looks like they are going to get clapped down through the wall by the Knights. But, guys, things are looking really bad here for Red. His Vikings aren't even coming, by the way. They're just chilling at home. So he's massing Varangian. That gives time. Voldemort already has the counter. Men-at-Arms and crossbows on the way. I think this game is over. Red doesn't quite realize it yet, but I think he's misplayed this. He can only play for relics, so that might inflate his eco a bit, but it's now 3 TC versus 1, and he's not really punishing. Okay, sorry, versus 2. He did actually catch up there, but he's not really punishing his opponent for this. Instead, Voldemort's the one who's going to give the spanking. Armorclad now on the way. King, please get out of formation with the Men-at-Arms. Oh my God, dude. He doesn't kill the MAA, so the King hangs around. Oh, that was brilliant. Voldy is queuing up more spears. I mean, you just leave spears at home, right, and send the rest to attack. Two DC early as Biz? You can. If the English should like playing chill campy, it's not the worst of ideas. All you need to do is read they're doing that, and then you kind of go for TC3. There is a really cool build for the Byzantines where you gather the initial trees, and then you drop a TC on the tree line. That would be the way to do that, because anything else, the King will intercept. Varangian revealed. Unfortunately, not quick enough here. Looks like there will be a yoinking, though. Trench Warfare able to secure one of those mid-map relics for himself. I'm sorry, what? Please tell me that's... Yep. Faye was about to jump out of her seat. Faye, chill. Golden Horn Tower's only building horse archers for one reason. Could Landsnectar turn this around? I think Landsnectar are kind of underrated here. You've baited your opponent to go mass spears. If you switch Lance now, like 4 or 5 of those could do it. It's just always a bit dicey, because I feel like whenever you try to add in Landsnectar, you either need a lot or you need to force Chaos Factor. Because if you don't, then the Lombos can snipe you down. What was that prediction about an hour-long game? I'm seeing walls go up like this, and I've got a bad feeling. And yes, the Golden Tower can build horse archers. Remember, once you attach a neutral trade post, the Golden Horn Tower can access those options as well. So sometimes Golden Horn Tower, like, you know, sometimes to go neutral trade post can be seen as a disadvantage. If you don't want to be on those units anymore, you basically want to delete the camp. But Knights is something he wants more of, is why he's actually left it in red. Oh, won't quite find the villagers in time there. That could have been quite nice, especially considering they're vetted up Knights and there's no textiles coming up from Voldemort. Instead, though, that Eco League continues to inflate. Now 40 villagers ahead. I think Voldemort's just going to hunker down and go in. So the onus is now on red to end the game. I don't like red's chances that this goes into imp because of how far behind they are. And also the absurdity of the attack speed, right? Like if you at least go for the foreign engineering company, you can get the volley, but the problem is the attack speed aura. What? Damn. Purge the spearman, huh? Immediately just queues up more Lombos. Goodness gracious. Voldemort, he's gunning for it. You can see it. So is the Byzantines. What's the comp in Imp here? Probably Varangian Lombos, right? And then Men-at-Arms Lombos on the other side. If Voldemort just plays Aura creep, he has an easy win, right? Like I think the problem now for the Byzantines is you want to flood and spread. I think if you have to turn this into a condensed fight around the Aura, I'd heavily favor the English. Especially when he makes this choice. My boy knows how to win. It's in the name, it's how you do it in the game. Wingard Palace now on the way. This worries me as well. Footmen, very tanky compared to Men-at-Arms. So they can actually take quite a beating from mass Lombos. On top of that, there's a flood point here, right? Like, if you look at the map, you can see Red hasn't really walled himself in substantially. He's quite exposed. And Wingard Raiders is a potent tool. I don't expect it in this game, per se, just because we're already at pop cap. But even just Wingard Rangers, actually. Like, Wingard Rangers in this matchup are busted. Because Red just has a worse option now. Right? He was already worse off because of Network of Citadels. This puts him even further behind. Damn. Question mark is that the way that Voldemort wants to pump this? I can see it. Ball's now going up, so it looks like Red is trying to slow the game down. He needs more time to inflate Eco. He's so far behind at this stage when it comes to raw pump power. How? What? I was not expecting that. This is a very interesting game for Wingard armies. There's really nothing to justify it right now. I guess it saves on building rams to break through the inevitable walls, but there's at least a keep drop over here, so that makes a bit more sense of it. I just feel like Rangers is the MVP, right? Those don't know because we very rarely see them. Wingard Rangers will give you Lombos that have better stats and 2 extra tile range. So you get a 9 tile range Lombo. It's very powerful. But no bueno. I also am not sure how I feel about this. Voldemort going into hand cannoneers seems like a good idea in theory, but if your opponent has mass Lombos, he can snipe you, right? It's only +2 range? Yeah. So better stats. Oh, you thought I meant the whole embodiment. Yeah, it's +2 range, which is a better stat. On top of that, you do technically end up with elite Lombos already by going Wingard Rangers, the other nice thing. That's another thing I really like about Wingard for the timing attacks, is you are basically getting elite status units for 2 of the 4 options. Berserker Boy's in. Lombo's now arriving though, so you kind of feel bad about actually activating with the R. It's a breakthrough at least towards the gold here, so Voldemort's going to feel a little bit of pressure, but nothing he should be able to repel in the area. Look at that Lombo mass though. And yes, they can do volley, because when you build foreign engineering companies, the Byzantines, you get access to unique perks. One of them being volley. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the hand cannoneer choice by Voldy. I mean, I guess the thought process is hand cannoneer plus men-at-arms, right? Because you melt the Varangian and then the men-at-arms just kill the Lombos. So maybe it's okay. In fairness, he does have a lot of hand cannoneers. If they were equal economy, I don't think this works. But with this type of lead, I think he has a quick enough burst through. The only issue is if you have to slow down to set up Outpost Aura, do you have the timing? Well, he already has the Outpost Aura, so I guess we answer that question quite freely. Already now marching forward. We have got some emplacements coming in. Some Mangonel towers are starting to appear. A quick wall up over here. Villagers are just going to scramble that a bit. Voldemort, smart choice. You can't rush out here. You have to creep the Outpost Aura or this doesn't work at all. One difficulty you'll find with creeping the Outpost Aura is now, with it being Foreign Engineering Company, there is the potential to get your hands on Hui Hui Powers or Royal Cannons. Alright, what do you think, guys? Ones, if you believe Voldy's got this. Twos, if you back Trench Warfare Enjoyer. Because he is an enjoyer of Trench Warfare, and we are admittedly at that stage. Deity also on the way. Well, they're actually similarly matched, but what? Voldemort, dude, the upcoming qualifiers for Red Bull Wallow 2024, not 2022. What is this build? English Trebuchet shattering projectiles. That is something we have not seen for a long time. I mean, in theory, it's a way of dealing with the Lombo mass, right? You just have to trench warfare the fights. Like Red enjoys, apparently. He does need to start losing units, though. In some ways, this is good for him, because right now, he's not pumping Windguard armies due to pop lock. Remember, you need several slots to get an army out. There you go. First one just came through. Flash in the center. Looks like the Longbow army is going to get pushed back. Crossbow's starting to get wiped out. Voldemort, if you get this stage, you just need to get the hand cannoneers out. Everything else is kind of disposable. Hand cannoneers are pricey, though. Hui Hui Powers will snipe the Treb. Ah, yes. I look forward to Hui Hui Powers 150 damage on like a 300 health unit. Definitely will be the quickest kill of the game. We've actually got Revoltiquins. Oh, no. It's possibly the worst comp to build this against. You're baited because you're up against the Varangian, right? But the problem here is you're building it up against Lombos. Lombos will just disintegrate Revoltiquins. I hope that's a misclick and not a big investment down the line for Voldy. Damn, we really are hunkering down in this one. Trade even now getting set up by the English. Nothing similar coming out of the Byzantines is a little bit... Oh, wait, no, there we go. It is underway. I was about to say, I would expect Byzantines to trade before English because they get extra value out of it, right? You don't just get the gold, you also get olive oil. What are we missing here? Because I'm pretty sure... Okay, Elite Army Tactics is in. Blacksmiths are mostly maxed out for both players. I'm struggling to see like Voldy's comp getting to where it's meant to be. And what I mean by that is like the Treb count. The strategy here is you crawl up to like 7 or 8 Trebs, right? He's at 1. I feel like what Voldemort needs to do is get through on the flanks. This is a classic hit the economy first. Because what is happening here instead is just both sides are bulking up a ridiculous reserve, right? Like, I think if you tug out the golds, then Trench Warfare doesn't have a way of playing Varangian at all. And then it's kind of GG, right? Because Men-at-Arms will just wipe out everything. Varangian moving in. Voldemort is reacting, but it's going to be quick enough. Berserk does make them insanely fast. Good reaction straight away. Voldemort pulls it back. So not too much damage being done here, right? I mean, I say that. Oh my god, what is happening to the worker kills? Is he losing something elsewhere? He's 100% losing things everywhere here. 71 worker kills now in this game. Voldemar, he needs Stonewalls ASAP. I think there was a deletion there. I swear I heard a delete wall, a delete of either a wall or villages. I mean, Voldemar at this stage, losing some economy isn't a bad thing because you have got reserves, right? The military numbers is really what you need. And I just saw Volley researched for a guy who has like no longbows whatsoever. So kind of a curious choice there. By the way, funny thing about these two's economy is I would say Byzantines have the edge when you go down to like 80 eco and you're all on farms, right? Like the English do generate gold and they have a great gathering rate with the extra 30%. But the Byzantines will buff themselves by 26%, which basically offsets the mill effect. And then olive oil on top eclipses what you get in gold. The only limitation is, of course, you can't build gold units with that. You can, however, build gold tier units in terms of mercs. An ambitious choice here. Yellow army getting big though. Voldemar now 58 men at arms, 23 on the hand cannoneer. And wait, where's Red's army? What? Did he delete the Lombos? No. When did they... What happened? Am I blind? I feel like we haven't had a definitive fight that would lose that many Lombos that quickly. Something's gone wrong here. I think Red, without Lombos, he has no answer here. I mean, he's prepping chemistry, so maybe he was deleting in prep for the Streltsy, but this feels way too slow. Way too expensive. Remember, those Streltsy are not cheap. I can't believe this, man. Red's going to have some problems. Yellow now with a dive. Hits onto the villages. First wave in, second wave coming. Nesta Bees is not going to be as solid a stellar defense here, as the men-at-arms are basically given free access to the base. And Cannoneers haven't arrived just yet. Varangian are going to stand their ground up against the MAA, but there's a lot of them and a lot more coming. 80 men-at-arms in queue for Voldemar. This is the power of the English economy. God damn. Especially when you had that Eco Leaf for so long. And things have slowed down behind this, right? The second wave is going to bulk up. More hand cannoneers being added in. We're now up to 32 gunner boys. Trench Warfare done a good job of dodging death for the most. I think he lost about 8 workers there in total. But what I don't like is the fact that they're stuck in their base now. They have still got small groups of Varangian raiding in, so maybe that could turn the tides. The biggest worry for them right now is how they survive the onslaught. Luckily for Voldemar, it turns out Vikings just really hate farms. Like, these aren't olive oils. What the hell? I don't know, man. This game's getting a little bit messy from both players, right? It's kind of wild. You'd think more stone walls, but the Karasiphon flankings have been kind of annoying, actually, for Voldemar to address. He's starting to give his own annoyance, though. The issue right now for Voldy is every time he gets ready to dive the enemy base, he has to react to these small flank raids. So he's pulling off, like, 10 units here or there to hunt that down, right? And that means he doesn't have the push power behind him anymore. That's Varangian the hand cannon is kind of nutty, though. Not really something I had on the bingo cards. It's kind of intriguing, right? Because you think, actually, like, Varangian would be really bad against hand cannoneers. They're not great. But in some ways, they have value, and what I mean by that is when you berserk and you lose all that armor. If you think about it, from my percentile point, the damage reduct is low on hand cannoneers anyway for that armor. So removing it to gap close, like you could argue the gap close means the hand cannoneers attack 1 time less before you gap close, which offsets taking the extra damage. Voldemor's taking a lot of eco damage right now, though. This is kind of textbook Byzantines on Rocky River, right? I can't believe he's been allowed these raids for so long. It's getting slipperier and slipperier. Voldemar, he might get a bit overly desperate here, right? Like, at this stage, when you're seeing you're losing eco like this, you reach a point where you just have to go. Listening for the bash. Hanka and Niz are having a freebie here. Trebuchets are slowly sieging in. I think actually Voldemar needs a cannon. Oh no. Guys, I think this is going to be a Byzantine win. It's crazy as well, right? Because Voldemar was in such a dominant position once upon a time, but it's slipping away. The more that the attention gets drawn to these flanks, the worse it gets for the English here. And remember, guys, this is despite the fact that Voldemar has 34 hand cannons as the backbone every time. It just never feels like it's enough. Oh my god, dude, they're still dying. Everything is just going down. Even the trader's getting intercepted now. Voldemar, he's going to have to send everything. This is an all-in or dead anyway. Trebuchet's now moving into the keep. But without a front line to protect, they're not going to last very long here. Berserk gets activated by Red. And look at how quickly he shreds through. Men-at-Arms have to retreat away. Hankan is at least going to try to reset this. We already mentioned that it's not really going to change their kill power against Berserking Varangians. It's always going to be quick. So the gap close, the extra attack speed, and oh, the nest of bees. I think Voldemar's cooked. He does at least have the aura, right? In theory, this thing has done god tier work before. Network of Citadels is, I'd say, the most powerful tool in the arsenal. But if I'm not mistaken, with Voldemar not building a single keep this game, he doesn't actually have Network of Citadels. Okay, dude, that explains everything. I'm so used to seeing Network of Citadels in a game like this due to White Tower, but that lack of an extra 20% buff is making it so hard for him to dive in on these fights. So much easier for Red to defend. Numbers are at least getting small, though. Berserk comes in. Front line getting disintegrated on both sides here. Reboldequin trying to do the work, trying to put the party in. Gonna do enough. Ranking count now down to 16. Voldemar, his eco might be small, but with the numbers, the queue up, keeping him going for so long here, he still has 60 men-at-arms. What am I witnessing? That 80 men-at-arms pump in reserve may have been the thing that saved Voldemar here, despite the raids. 40 eco lead right now, castle about to drop, and then the floodgates surely should open. And it's down. Voldemar. This boy's cooking. He's still pop caps. 120 military and pumping. Dude, this is crazy. 1k food, but it doesn't matter. Remember, guys, you have to be losing troops for you to really care. And right now, Trench Warfare doesn't have the military force to force that type of exchange. This is absolutely wild. Hand Cannoneers at the back line have still just been protected for the most, right? 22 of them are pushing in. And Red, I think he's dead. This is it. Treb count, 3 on the front side, 3 more in the way. A dive into the economy, and a sweet farewell to the Byzantine Prince. Whew. I mean, this was definitely not the easiest way to go about this, right? The walls always getting breached, the no network of citadels, the loss of villages on the side, but the conviction out of Voldemar, man. The understanding, once he'd queued up 80, 90 men-at-arms, he understood that he had a runway here. A runway that could allow him to lose eco, that would allow him to build more military, that would also mean that Red had less military defending. That type of read is really what you need to close these type of games, because otherwise we could have been looking at a 2-hour trench warfare game. Instead, we now have an opportunity for the kid to close out quick. Red has found the resources to dig deep and build 30 more Varangian. However, the Nest of Bees are the bigger detail here. Nest of Bees and Mangonel trying to snipe out the hand cannoneers. Voldemar. No. No. Are you kidding me? This game is so messy. The hand cannoneers just went down. Baldy down to just 12 of them. He comes in with a raid. But what he needs to be coming in with is more hand cannoneers here. I can't believe this, man. I can't. Eco now even again. Military lead remains with Voldemar. Surely this has to be it. I've said that about 3 times now, but it feels like Voldemar's got him on the edge. He just can't push him over. Maybe now with the Grand Winery area denied, this could be the moment. There's still a lot of farms in the corner for Trench Warfare as well. Treb count is up to 6 though. A landmark goes down. Voldemort, I don't know what the hell this Mangonel is doing. Oh, okay, so you finally realize Wingard Rangers might be good this game. It took 41 minutes in, but we're finally getting the unit that I think actually would have won him at the beginning of Imperial Age. Oh, Vikings. Oh my god. Damage. Trebs hanging around. Voldy. Siege reset. All gone. He's got 3 more Trebs behind this, but a heavy loss. I can't believe. How is Red still in this game? It's a double up on military. He can't be in much longer. It's not about the food anymore, guys. It's about the olive oil. He does not have mercenary depth. Nest of Bees, only 1. No military bio units whatsoever. It has been a scrappy affair. It has been an ugly affair. But it is one that has been made a bit too public here. Voldemar's raids have hit hard. Trench Warfare now down to 62 economy. Voldemar doubling him at 124. Oh my god, he finds the farms out on the east side as well. I think we've got the victor here. I promise that the 4th time of saying that should be the final one. I mean, in fairness, is this not how you want your games? It's boring when you say it's GG and then 5 minutes later you see the GG. This was a scrappy back and forth for Voldemar. Stayed the course, and now with his economy this strong, I think the only thing really missing is full production. Tamrid, Boulder Coins as well. This is the MVP, by the way. Against just Varangian, this is how you annihilate him, right? I mean, they're a bit dangerous when they're berserk, but the damage that these Roboticons put out, range damage at that, is enough to just kill everything. What a cool game. I am worried, though. The fact that Byzantines were even able to hold on that long with how shaky that game looked shows you how insane this Civ is. But props to Voldemar, pulls it off in the late game and gets the English dub. Wild game. Hello, Mr. Voldy. Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. I'd say hopefully you had a good stream, but I think based on that, you did. In fact, let me just quickly name that one. What do we call it? Tie for another game, buddy. I don't know what we call that one. I don't know if that one... Is that one uploadable, I guess? It was intriguing, right? It's interesting. I don't know, Voldy. I felt like he had you... Did you feel like he kind of threw the lead at the beginning of Castle? I don't know why he dove with all of his archers when he was teching up. I guess he was worried about the White Tower, but I generally thought he would have been better off if he just waited for veterancy and then attacked you. That felt a bit weird, right? Good spot early castle. Yeah, but like when you were trying to get... Like I'm saying when he went castle, he dove you with archers, right? That felt weird to me. At one stage, he had 50 plus archers. So you're like 30, and he had a tech up advantage. Yeah, I'm talking before the Varangian switch. Like he kind of I felt like he threw away the archers when he had more use for them if he waited for veterancy. With like Dialecticus, right? Because it comes in quick. What's the highlight of that game, though? Like, what's the really big takeaway on that one, I think? It might be to do with the... How to describe that one on YouTube? I might come back to that one. I don't know. I don't know if that one's entirely uploadable. I guess like the absurdity of... It's the absurdity of the... Absurdity of the Byzantine economy that he was even able to like maintain that. What's the next game for this channel tomorrow? Doha? If it was Doha, it would say Doha. I can't say what the game is. It's NDA'd. But tomorrow at 5 p.m. my time, we will be trying out a new game. A game that is incredible. Can we have commie games? Commie games will be after dinner, Rumpy. I've said this like 3 times now while you've been here. So, what do we call that one? I'm trying to think now. can't find, like... Wait, I guess it's shattering projectiles. I mean, I don't know if it really mattered that much. But it's kind of weird to see it coming back. Shattering projectiles back. English have come full circle. Trebuchets have returned. With a name like Trench Warfare as well, that was the beautiful irony. Okay, so I don't know. Let me check with my partner when we're eating quickly. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like the showering projectiles, like I don't feel like they had much impact there, right? I did find it interesting the way you went hand cannoneers when you had lombos. Kind of feels dangerous a bit, right? I thought you'd just lombo and beat him. Because like lombos, your lombos are just better. Because you can just mass lombos with Network of Citadels. That was a big shock. Like, did you get it in the end? I don't think you got Network of Citadels even at the end of the game, right? I was kind of surprised by that. That's too much? What? Like, I'm sorry, is it not ethical to get Network of Citadels? Oh, you won't like my criticism of the Corvinus Abbasid game then. I highlighted, like, I thought you were going to use I thought you were going to use the campfire on his woodline to snipe villagers. How did you feel watching Rams die to archers, by the way? That was so dumb to watch. I can't believe it, man. It looks so dumb just watching 50 archers destroy rams quicker than they can destroy TC. You forgot it existed? I had a feeling. There was like a sweet spot where I think you could have campfired with a scout and you would have seen his tree line and you could have sniped like 4 or 5 villages, right? Whether it would have mattered in the grand scheme, because I think you could have switched tree lines, I'm not sure, but like it could have been nice damage. Okay, so food is in like 10 minutes. Is there a quickie? You just sat there and looked at it like, I can't reach. Why can't my longbows not reach? Did you actually have any short games? Oof. Should we speed for an HRE game? I'm kind of curious. Was this mirror cringe? Voldy usually does some spicy HREs. Because I'm trying to think, well, like, I got 10 minutes until we eat. I guess I can go away from the PC earlier. And then, yeah. Okay, guys. 8 times speed cost? I mean, we could. I'll guess like 5 minutes content. Boom. So guys, like, basically, if those don't know, I go and eat, and then I come back and we do more. We're going to see if we have enough people for community games after I come back from eating. And if so, we can, like, you know, organize some free-for-alls or team games or whatever. We'll have to see if we have enough people is the catch. But what I'm going to do is we'll cast this and then I'll put up a video for you guys to watch, an entertaining game. But let's have a look. All right. Let's hop into it. Voldemar in an HRE mirror on Cliffside. This guy has some curious builds. I don't know if you noticed this, but the kid does tend to like to lean towards mine work into potentially some Burgrave spammage. Wonder if we're going to be seeing it this game around. Double scout opening from both actually keeps you in contention from that particular build. Looking at the scout haul though. Oh my god, dude. Green is jackpotting this right now. 15 sheep to the 12 in the mirror is actually a decent margin of advantage here. Arc and Chapel placements are going to matter a lot as well, though. I'm seeing a pretty damn good one for both sides. Retracted tree lines for both players. This actually might be one of the most balanced spawns I've seen for an HRE mirror in my life. We'll have to see how it opens up, though. It looks like we've got stables beginning for Voldemar. A little bit surprising there. I guess he's anticipating the Archer play. Instead, it's going to be a fast castle build coming out from green. Scouts have intercepted and distracted that. Good burn damage coming through, but with E-repairs there, it's going to have little to no effect in the grand scheme of things. Voldemar has to choose, am I all in or am I something else? And instead, he's all in on the greed. Voldemar pulls villagers onto the deer, and he has pro scouts. No. He has just got the survival techniques coming in. So this is going to be a fast castle from both players, but much better for green. I'm not sure this is worth it with Archon to go this far out with so many villagers and no wheelbarrow. Yeah, kind of feels like right now Voldemar's behind. Remnants is going to be dropped on one side. We've got double stables opener against one stables. Voldemar probably going to have to concede that he's the defender here and go towards the Raxus for Spearman. He did go for earlier Prolip, but so did Green, so it looks like it'll be a race towards the Relics. One already banked for Voldemar, though. It was a damn good start here with the Relic placement inside the outpost, and he's looking to grab more. One's going to be brought back in the meantime for Green. 2 more Relics on the way home from Voldemar, so it looks like it's going to be possibly a 4-1 Relic split here. Absolute insanity from the kid. Crossbows also being prepped, so already conceding defeat on the cavalry battalion, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the Relics. 2 already home and 2 more still trekking back. Voldemar with the big boy dunk is going to make it 4 Relics to the 1. This is huge. Knight count is not huge for green, though. Only 7 of them, and spears plus crossbows being prepped means Voldemar can now hunker down, just play into the later phase of the game. This feels like a easy breezy, freezy win coming in for the kid. Green is going to need to do something dire and do it fast. Landsneck just got queued up, has got plenty of golden reserve, but looks like we've got a huge miss macro coming out of green here. Sacred Sight's also being locked in, so trying to contest the mid-map, hoping that Voldemar's going to hunker down and give him some time, but I don't think that works. Imperial Palace would be a little bit too fast here for you to utilize the Sacred Sight victory condition. This feels like it might already be somewhat locked in unless Green can get a mass outplay, and he's looking for it, guys. Landsneck, now on the way in, he's hunting. We're going to slow this down a bit, because when it's Landsneck, things go fast. Faster than you can ever imagine. Okay, they're not going fast. He's building rams. Back to the 8 times speed here. Wait, is this a Lance clown car? Oh my god, it's a Lance clown car. Green. He's going to jump in, right? Does Voldemar know, though? I think Voldemar's seen. Yeah, this is OP, guys. Relics giving this much vision is disgusting. This is just not even remotely reasonable. So he couldn't even clown car to hide the play. This is an all-in. I just don't think this works because Voldemar had the right read. He invested in the age. Dive comes in, pulls it back. Landsneck just looking for the target. The crossbow sniping them down. You might clear the spears, but you got nothing left here. Green, only a handful of Landsneck left over. Rams at least going to shunt through the defenses, but it doesn't matter. Villagers pulled to clear it up. And that was the one hope Green had of turning this around. Rams can't do anything anymore. There's nothing to protect them. Army is far too small. And I think what we have here is an easy win for the kid. We'll stick on the 4 times now because I think this is going to be a snowball effect. Crossbows at this stage, especially another cool detail you may be noticing, there's an aura. We've got Inspired Warriors tech. That is sick. I love that out of Voldemar. The +1 armor matters a lot here. It mattered for the Landsneck contest because it allowed him to take an extra swipe in most fights there. On top of that, it makes the crossbow substantially more tanky when they do get breached to the backline. Love that he done this. The damage buff also helps a lot. It's an underrated detail and one we do not see the HRE leverage often, but when you go for mass pellet pump, you have all that gold with 4 relics. It makes so much sense to invest in that buff. Wow, it looks like we're going to witness another win for the kid. Voldemar on fire at the moment. Archon is at least unharassed for the time being, but you're trickling out troops to die, right? And this is wave number 1. Wave number 2 is going to feature a rebolstering of spears that should simply end this game. Boldy now even adding in horsemen. More efficient on the dive, right? Villagers just being sacrificed. Just look at the worker kills. We're going to stick on the 4 times because this is going to be a wave of the white flag. I'm going to anticipate now. Kid is cooking. All right, that only bought me 4 minutes. You do like it too? I don't know. Is that like a thing that people would actually care? I feel like people would hate it because they just can't track the action, right? Voldemar, you're buttering me up. What are you after? What do you want? What are you after? Are you trying to get me to subscribe to your channel? Oh, you. I don't know, man. You asked like one or two of the players that I think I suck, so I don't know if that's true. You know what? This new game, by the way, that we're going to be trying tomorrow, what I'm going to say is it's so damn hype. Like, I already said to the devs who said they hadn't got any intended esports plans, I was like, I'll build your esports scene. So maybe we'll have another game to start casting on this channel. Eyebrows, eyebrows. Oh, the writing on the wall? Oh, yeah, I did. And the best part is, like, I think at one point Winston mentioned something about the writing on the wall for the series. And, like, speaking of writing on the wall, I think the giveaway was really smart as well. Don't know if you guys clocked that. We set up a giveaway. I went to Pesty and told him to set up a giveaway. So, like, if you don't know, if you have a EGC TV, if you use EGC TV's code to get a Surfshark subscription, and then you tell them on their Discord, you'll be entered into a giveaway for a copy of Age of Mythology, and they're giving away free copies. So yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said about this earlier, I think most content creators don't understand the importance of integrating in a way that benefits both parties, and it's why we've gone from a skew of people getting easy deals that are way too good, not like getting bad deals, right? It's a balancing act. You have to give and take. You have to respect both sides. So I'm always thinking, like, how do I make sure the sponsor feels like they were valued? And then how do I make sure that we're not underselling the sponsorship slot, right? Like, for example, I go out my way to avoid doing, like, affiliate deals, because I think affiliate schemes are scams, right? If you really like a product, that's one thing. But, like, you know, this whole idea of, like, when I had one of my creators, someone approached us, and, like, we'd like to do a deal on YouTube, and we'll pay you per 1,000 views. It's like, so you want access to this guy's community, and you don't want to pay anything to get it, right? You just want to straight up be able to be given that. That's not how this industry works, and it never should be. It takes ages for content creators to build up trust with their audience, and you want to just have access to that for free. It's just wild to me. So yeah, always crazy when I see that out of people. So always important to me to find ways that make the brand happy, that makes them feel like they got a good deal. But look at, oh, dude, I'm blushing now. Look at Voldy just buttering me up. All right, guys, I've got the perfect game in mind. It was from Mutez's Reverse Draft Showdown. It actually, in my opinion, was probably the single best game of the tournament. It was a Lucifron Puppy Paw game. So what I'll do is I'll prep that for you guys to watch, and then I'm going to go eat. And then when I come back, we'll see if we can figure out some team games or some free-for-alls. If not, we could always lean into doing some 8 times casts, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe that's how we mix up the content. I always worry people wouldn't want to watch that on YouTube. I was thinking about, like, maybe I trim down the content and that's the way we go. Maybe we should 8 times cast. I'm worried that we'd run out of content so quickly, though. There's just not enough people playing, right? I don't know. We'll see. All right, guys. Enjoy the game. I will be back shortly for more live games. This one, honestly, like, hands down, my favorite game of the particular tournament. Lucifron versus Puppy Paw, French versus Japanese. This thing was wild. Enjoy. Well, there's an argument going on right now about who's better, Puppy Paw or Lucifron. Let's decide it with this by giving them the worst civs in the game. That's right, because we're back with more of Mutez's Reverse Draft Showdown, a tournament format where your opponent chooses for you. Your opponent will choose 2 civs for you to pick from, and, well, that's as good as it gets. In this situation, it turns into Puppy Paw on the Japanese up against Lucifron the French. This is a really good matchup for the Japanese. I've seen it many times. Joan at least has an option of trying to play very late game, and if she can get to the late game into Imperial with Arbitrary Mass, great. But for normal French, your Arbitrary are less buff, there's no Joan involved, and the other really big thing to keep in mind here is Japanese stop you from even reaching him. Lucifron either has to go very hard and feudal or play late game survival, because if this turns into a castle-age race, the Japanese are all over it like a car bonnet. Like a car bonnet, right? Like, the problem with this matchup is you'd think that French Knights would win, but Mounted Samurai are ridiculous. Deflective armor makes it so easy to win fights in Mascav, and the follow-up play afterwards into Onimusha is a GG stamp from the Japanese. So expect Lucifron to be more aggro-focused. We might even see some sort of early night opening into a delayed second TC. His goal in this game is to keep Puppy Paw in feudal as long as is humanly possible. Scout Hall so far, Puppy Paw A little bit behind, so that's actually a good sign. Lucifron does need additional sheep. If this does somehow reach Castle Age, he's going to have to find a way of condensing his economy. He doesn't want to be stuck out on the map when Matt Samurai start flooding. Lucy Prime 6 months ago would be slightly favored versus Puppy. Yeah, like current Puppy Poor is just ahead. I was just saying this before we got into the game on the cast. I think Puppy Poor is a top 3 player in the game right now. Actually, you know what? I'd say he's second place. He's really impressing me. And I love that it's kind of mixing up a little bit. I'd say Lucifron and Vortex have fallen down the rankings a little bit. They've got a lot to prove at the moment. And with an EDC tournament on the horizon, they're going to need to buck it up real quick and lock it in. Because with this kind of dilution of time between Stormgate and Zero Space, you've just seen the NA region, WAM and Puppy Paw in particular, close the gap and overtake them. But let's see if Lucifron's signature Civ can deliver him to greatness. School of Cavalry now on the way. Kura Storehouse coming on the other side from Puppy Paw. Back spawning gold, but berries on the other side kind of sucks for Puppy Paw because it means that against Knights, you're going to have to double down on outpost defenses or forfeit the berries. Ideal spawn for Puppy Paw would have been berries, gold, same side. You do get that sometimes, and that's when it's a jackpot because you can just defend very easily with outpost condensed. How did you guys vote? I'm curious. 81,000 points in favor of Puppy Paw. 15,000 to Lucifron. Good lord. Looking at the spawn as well, there's high value play to the idea of a delayed second TC in the south corner for Lucifron. Deers, berries, boars, gold, like everything you need here. And it's quite a defendable area, those tree lines. I'm not expecting Puppy Paw to want to hang around. It really is going to be on Lucifron to force him to do so. I'm actually curious if the most recent stats support exactly what I've been saying here, by the way. Let's have a look. March 19th patch, Japanese versus French. Yeah. Guys, it's only 7 games, so it's 85% for the Japanese. Even if I go to the previous patch, I'm pretty sure it's like over 70%. Okay, 63.6, but once again, 11 games played. Like, actually, I'm pretty sure France, on both of the patches, is the least played Civ. So maybe Lucifron can get unorthodox here, because something to keep in mind, what can sometimes be an edge is when someone doesn't see something for a long time, they forget specific details. I'm not sure if I'd say French has that level of dimension to its opening plays, but maybe Lucifron can get creative. First night on the way, outpost drop on the gold. Puppy Paw will have to forfeit the berries, but not before he gets the majority of them, right? So it's going to be, what, 4 of the 6 exhausted probably at this pacing? It's going to be tight, actually. Probably 3. Knight is now on the way. Notice that Puppy Paw did not bother getting Takazaiku. This is fine. If you're going for fast castle and you know you're going to get blocked off for berries, Takazaiku is actually a waste of resources. Because you're going to minimize your walk time, right? Like, after you get pushed back here, it's going to be sheep, sheep, sheep. And bah humbug, he's got 12 of those boys. 14 on the other side. But with the Kura Storehouse, Puppy Paw's going to have plenty of resources to get to castle. Love this wall as well. Just trying to strip any sort of opportunity to kind of poke and prod with archers if Lucifron all-ins. Lucy. Knight has arrived, but Knight kind of feels worthless now, right? So now it's the big question we're waiting for. Lucifron, does he try to go eco? Does he try to go aggro? Answer is a correct one. Aggro is your only play here. If you go 2TC, Japanese get castle for free, and they'll also get all the relics. You can't afford that. The crazy thing about Japan is that at the moment, fairly predictable. They tend to do one build, but if you let them get to that build, it's very hard to shut the door on it. Mainly because of the production speed, right? Like, you have to remember, Yoroshiros are essentially mini Burgrave effects. And the difference is, when the H3 does it, there's only one building they can commit to. When you do it with the Japanese, there's all kinds of options. And surprisingly enough, Lucifron with a worker kill there. That's actually pretty big here. That's going to slow the timings a bit. Lucifron needs to ramp this up further, though. It's good that he's idling out the gold, because that's the win condition for Puppy Paw. Food is never going to be idleable, but the gold is. And if you can shard the gold, you have to remember, those mounted samurai are very expensive when it comes to gold. And although you have this floodgate effect, that Burgrave-like effect out of Yoroshiro, you're also tripling the demand on gold required compared to just a standard stables drop. Siege Engineer on the way. Everything's being done correctly so far. Puppy Paw will be able to initiate his tech up, but it's going to be made quite uncomfortable like this. Dare I say, yeah, he's going to have to floating gate at the front of the base right here. You're going to have to block some farms with a TC, otherwise you're going to get dove. We're probably looking at the Mounted Samurai. It's pretty standard here. And in fact, you know, Puppy Paw, if he gets 5 or 6 Mounted Samurai out, he'll break Lucifron. That's just how good it is. You have to remember that these Royal Knights, they get a charge in. After the charge in, they're going to get 3 attacks in with, what, I think it's 5 extra damage. But because the Lance charge gets deflected, you missed out on 30 damage already and taken 36 in return. Then you add in the fact that Mounted Samurai have extra health, 230 versus 190. It's not even close in these fights. There are a lot of civs where French are actually confident about fighting from an age behind with Mass Knights. This is not one of them. This front. You can see he's trying to bait Puppy Paw, but Balls of Steel here. Refused to give in early until he forces the commitment in range of the town center. Fortification coming on the outpost in the meantime. That's important considering the ram is coming up. And Lucifron, he's built it in range. I wonder if it would have been worth it to build it behind the tree line, because then you wouldn't have to deal with fortification as well. Stable drop coming in. A little bit loose here. Is that intentional? That's crafty if so. I think Puppy Paw is building the stable on the north side because Lucifron is sitting on the south. So the logic here is that he won't see it. He might anticipate it, but he has to be a little bit reluctant without having confirmation. Being said, Lucifron isn't going to be bluffed out of this. Spearman being queued up. Tech up complete. Puppy Paw has got enough for the initial night here. He needs more though. Villagers are going to try for the torch down. This is smart. He's just trying to force Lucifron to commit underneath this outpost. If he can get 1 Mounted Samurai out here, the knight count isn't absurdly high. Scout. Wasting some extra time. Outpost likely to go down here. Puppy Paw, only 1 knight to his name. Villagers are going to start getting idled up. They drop off a little bit of gold, but that's not going to be enough. Puppy Paw is stuck on 1 Mounted Samurai. Oh no. Lucifron, it might be happening. Puppy Paw has to drop the marketplace to trade here just to try and get the Mounted Samurais out to recover. Quick reaction and a needed one at that. I wonder if Puppy Paw could have done this sooner though. He's still going to be heavily limited, heavily stunted. 3 Mounted Samurai with Spearmen already coming from your opponent. You need to cut the reinforcements. The problem is, if he doesn't commit towards defending the gold now, he won't get additional Mounted Samurai, right? So it's a hard choice no matter which way you cook it. Great use of the Shinto. Just topping off those Mounted Samurai. You have to treat these guys like they're made of gold. God knows they cost enough to be. And you're not getting many more after this. So Puppy Paw looking to cut reinforcements, but Lucifron already leaks in. Marketplace already being targeted. Puppy Paw needs to get as much gold as is possible here. He's just going to go for a raid. Okay, I actually don't mind this from Puppy Paw. He needs to slow down Lucifron's scale, otherwise he'll never win a fight. It sucks that you're giving over your one way of getting gold, but what other twist do you have here? You're fighting a losing battle into this. It's 2 spears, 2 knights. You need more. Not Samurai. Raid on the goal in the meantime. Spears are there to react. So just keeping the reinforcements at bay. Dare I say Puppy Paw needs Yuumi? Yep. It's the Yuumi play. It's smart, right? Like his opponent's going hard into archers and spearmen. Not so much in knights. So if Lucifron continues this trek of just going infantry, he will actually lose to Yuumi. It's critical that Lucifron sniffs this out. I wonder, is there a world in which Puppy Paw can sneak relics as well? Oh, this would be big, actually. Where did he put the... No. I think that's a blunder. I wonder if Puppy Paw knows, because most people forget this. If you Yorishiro drop a marketplace, you get gold. He could have got gold. He didn't need to build a forge to do that, either. Oh, that's rough. Shinto now moving out for the relics. Onimusha coming from Puppy Paw, so it's not even a Yuumi play. Wait, what? So, while not having gold, you decided to spend more gold. I'm not entirely convinced this is the way. And you get the same gold trickles you would for Euroshiro dropping a Forge. Onimusha, when your opponent has mass archers and spears. He might be speedrunning a loss for the Japanese here. Puppy Paw doing his part to try and get Japan buffed. Villagers running home. Never got the level 2 wheelbarrow right. Not enough for him either. This goes turn into a massacre. Archers onto the back line. Puppy Paw, that's it. Game done. No hope in hell against this. Spearman already massing the defender at home against the limited amount of samurai. This is just too much damage. Lucifer from the dive through will get plenty of kills. He even finds the Shinto priest. No drop off. No hope in hell. Game 1, no doubt about it. Lucifron on his signature French strikes hard. Woo-wee. We worried about that Castle Age, we worried about Beyond, but Lucifron was never worried for a second. Smart plays by the man, doesn't even allow Castle Age to really feel like it exists for Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, what have these Mountain Samurai really done this entire game? Nothing. A grand total of nothing. Oh, sorry, they killed a knight. Wahoo! Well, he's at least going to Yuumi now. I have to ponder, like, could it have been better to have gone Yuumi first, right? Like, build a second archer range, get the upgrade, drop a Yorishiro in there, and then get the bad boys online. Because I think that was what was missing. Compared to Onimusha, Onimusha don't handle pressure well at all. Their attack speed is terrible, right? There's a reason they're on a horseback, and it's because they always want to run away. Lucifron, funnily enough, now actually backing off. A little bit surprised by this. Did he actually scout the Yuumi detail? May have done. The weird part is he's letting Puppy Paw back under the gold. This would be one of the most insane comebacks if he somehow pulls it off. And off the back of Yuumi. Alright, I'm not going to go that far. If he gets back in this, it'll be more due to Mount Samurai than Yuumi. He's on gold. He has dropped one relic off at home. Second one is also being pulled. Lucifron, what is he doing? I'm a little bit shocked by Lucifron's approach here. Yes, he had to come out to the deer, but I feel like he had this game on lock. Backing up just gives weird opportunities for a player who's actually got half your economy to get back in. Well, Lucifron just got the bad news. Relics are coming home. This is supplementing Puppy Paw's economy, remember? Right? So once he gets the Monastery up, double Relic in, then he's got Yorishiros he can drop. He did lose the house on the front side in the stables. Like, this is really brutal right now. He has only got one Yorishiro in effect. Lucy. Oh, he's on his way back now. 20 Spearmen, 12 Archers, a few more Knights on the way. Puppy Paw's standing army isn't really designed to stand as much as it is to fall. Why? What are all these Sakura blue comments? Lucifron's in yellow. I don't care about yellows though, I care about greens. The super green's good. Code Killer Pigeon at checkout. Gimme. They might be able to beat archers, but not in small numbers like this. Remember, being an age up basically turns you into a standard archer. Weird dive there by Lucifron. Unnecessary losses on the exit as well. There's no way. Alright. If Puppy Paw wins this, I want to hear no arguments. He is legitimately, like, top 3 player. Even the Lucifron fans will have to give it over at that point. Because Lucifron, this is almost autopilot, it feels like. Lucy prepping a farm transition, though. He's going to try to all-in feudal. Which means Puppy Paw has a very thin chance here. It's a small gap, right? A crack in the armor. Lucifron needs to be very careful about the way he patrols the map because once again, Puppy Paw is sneaking by to find another relic. This is crazy. Lucifron doesn't even know where the relics are down here. He's heading back towards the gold again. A lot of gathering over here, though. Puppy Paw with more than a quarter of his economy on the gold right now. Not to mention the relics. Yorishiro drops. He prioritizes one in the house. Another, obviously, in the archery range. Lucifron getting ready for the dive. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a sec. You've almost got 30 villages? We got to do something about that. Thank you very much for the raid, Voldemar. We're catching your games on Monday, my friend. Hopefully the show match went well. Puppy Paw, you just tuned in to him attempting a miracle here. 25 extra worker kills one way than the other. I think Lucifron's finally had enough. It's ram time. Well, this is exactly what was missing for Lucy before, right? Like, if you just sit in the rams now with Archer Spears, Puppy Paw's in trouble. Puppy Paw needs to find kills. Canadian boys on the hunt. V for victory walls have gone up from Lucifron, but the villagers are not guarded right now by spears, so could be some chip damage done here. Textiles at least there to minimize it. In the meantime, rams are moving in. Dive in with the knights. Villagers, Puppy Paw, not again, not again. There's not enough room in the inn. There's a golden rule in this game, Lucifron says. If you're over 30 villagers, no. Yuumi at least giving it a run away. I don't think you build units so they can just run away, though. That's not usually the intended design. Knights are hunting. Military lead that Lucifron had has started to shrink, though. Rams now being torched down as well. Looks like the stables is going to survive. And by God, Puppy Paw stays another execution. That's twice. 3 times, and we're going to have a problem here. Lucifron is up by 33 villages. Does it feel like it, though? I can't believe Puppy Paw's doing this. Yuumi killed these spears pretty damn fast at this stage. They also back off insanely quick. Mount Samurai just trying to delay the Night Charge. There's not many of them right now. Spear count is getting low. I can't believe this. Lucifron is starting to lose this game. Mount Samurai commit in. There's even a Shinto here to heal off the limited damage coming through. I can't believe this. Puppy Paw. Mount Samurai winning out. Night count now down to nothing. Lucifron maybe about to lose in one of the biggest comebacks we've seen. Incredible game by Puppy Paw. Second wave is coming in, though. He needs to get more troops out ASAP. He chose to prioritize tech. Ranged armor and damage on the way in. Third relic has been dropped home. We might see him sneak for a 4th soon. Spearman count just feels non-existent here. Every time. Just so on point by Puppy Paw. The micro is pitch perfect, right? Like, the Yuumi moves so fast, he keeps baiting the archers out of position. Lucifron still floating over 1,000 wood. For what? He has 12 farms right now. I can't believe what we're seeing here. It's like Lucifron is uncomfortable about the state of this game, right? Like, he's aware that the Japanese can just rise up at the beginning castle each and every time, right? With the surging units, with the openness of the map and the lack of walls. There's so many things concerning him, but Lucifron just needs to calm down. Either you commit everything into a big strike, or you go back and go for your age up. But this attempted raid each and every time is gradually getting Puppy Paw back into this game. Well, how about this for a raid? Villagers have at least got textiles. Mount Samurai do not have the +1 damage. The katanas, 3 of them won't insta-kill a villager. But the charging can help for that. Lucifron will have to pull away. 2 more villagers down. Make that 3. And the interesting choice being made there against 3 fully health Mounted Samurai. He tries to fight. He gets pinched up against the tree line. Luckily, reinforcements arrive. But now, with all your pressure here, what are you doing about the relics? It's a move out. This could be a 5 relic game for Puppy Paw. Yuumi count continues to scale. I actually think Puppy Paw is going to win this game with Yuumi at this pacing. Even the Knights struggle against Yuumi, guys. I think you're actually discrediting just how good Castle Age Yuumi are against Feudal Knights. 4 ranged armor, 9 damage with the Bannerman Aura. Not to mention the fact, because they are faster than archers, you can't get on top of them easily. There is an increasing risk that Poppy Paw could just start building archers only and win this game. And I think Lucifron knows it. Guildhall now on the way. He needs to fix the mistake. Whew. Fans of the Spaniard can breathe a sigh of relief. Poppy Paw is still down by over 30 villagers. There's only so much 5 relics can do to offset that. He still hasn't even grabbed the 5th. Poppy Paw needs to force a fight right now. He's aware as well. Right, so far, Poppy Paw has been forced on the defensive, but now Lucifron hasn't come to him anymore. I'd be suspicious too. Canadian looks to strike. He's going to force the fight, and he needs it before Lucifron gets those veterancies. Lucy backing up, but really, how far can you go here? Tech up complete. He needs to buy himself a minute. Without those archers, this is a hard fight. Yuumi diving in. Chase is on. Villagers right off to the corner. Everything in the corner. Lucifron with a please don't hurt me strategy. Knight's about to be upgraded though. This might be the point where he tries to turn for a fight. Mount Samurai count isn't out of control in this game. Yuumi a tickling though. He needs to commit now before he loses too much health. March in with the Knights. Veterancy from the archers 20 seconds away still. Poppy Paw at risk here. He needs to clean up the heavy cav. Spearman almost getting on top of those Mount Samurai. Barely anyone left. The Yuumi count is shrinking fast here, folks. I think he's done it. Poppy Paw, despite the best efforts to try and recover this, it looks like Lucifron will be comfortably in Castle Age with a 30 villager lead. Wow. What a game as well. The only upside, at least right now for Poppy Paw, is he can run away better. But what are you running away to? Back to what we were doing for the first 15 minutes of the game? You don't want that. You need to try and pin him here. Lucifron has lost most of the Knights. Keep that in mind. Mount Samurai are starting to scale up behind this. The archers slightly overextending. Remember, there's a big ranged armor difference here. That's the difference, right? Like, the level 2 ranged armor only just came through. He's still waiting on level 2 ranged attack. So Poppy Paw, he says, if there's going to be a time, it's now. Now or never. Dives in again. Spearman just not being focus fired down. Instead, he has to deal with the Knights. I got to give it to him. Poppy Paw is doing a damn good job of keeping this close. But unless he can clear these Spearmen ASAP, he's going to have a problem. He needs to allow the Mount Samurai in. Knight count about to go down to 3. This is so uncomfortable. One Knight has made his way into the economy. Some chip damage being done there. Poppy Paw can't give too much attention to it, though. He needs to focus on the fight. Knights are getting cut down. Only 2 Mount Samurai left the front line right now. How is he doing this? The fact that he's even keeping it this close with Mass Yuumi. You know, if there was one player I'd trust Yuumi with right now, it's this guy. Poppy Paw is the guy working hardest to innovate the Japanese with this unit. And he's making a reasonable argument for them as a recovery arc here. Remember, these units are cheaper, 65 resources each. But the longer this drags out in a tug-of-war, the worse it gets, right? With the villager lead as it is, the guild hall detail, the fact that your opponent is now getting all his blacksmith techs, the advantage you once had has now been removed. Archers, a little bit overkill there. Don't like the micro from Lucifron. Just focus firing down with 22 archers on 1 Yuumi. Feels pretty rough here. Mount Samurai not counted anymore. Lucifron has shied away from spears. He's just going into men-at-arms. The army is suffering for it as well. Look at the archer count, guys. Like, look at the difference here. He may not have Mount Samurai anymore, but he's got enough Yuumi. Next wave comes in. Bannerman Aura is there, and this is about to get bad. Oh my god. Can he do it? Bannerman Aura snipe comes in. Lucifron just can't contest with that extra damage. you know, Lucifron may actually have to pull the food sooner than you usually would with the Guildhall. Because if I was him, I'd start to get a bit worried about this. Somehow I'm getting outnumbered by an opponent who has half my economy. Knights keep trying to sneak in, but over time, this is just costing you more losses. In a game where you really lack a front line right now. This is sick. You know, we got into this game and everyone was really focused on Lucifron's micros. Like, he's a micro king. How can you do this? All right, talk to me about Puppy Paw's micro a little bit. The way he's skirting these fights with Yuumi is making it impossible for Lucifron to commit. But here's the other detail. Before anyone says, well, okay, well, if Lucifron can't commit, go back, build up a bigger army, then commit. That's the other annoyance of the Ashigaru here. The Yuumi Ashigaru, in and out, right? Like a fast food restaurant. They just come and go. They force you to commit to a fight. And if you don't, they take more ground. Because the crazy thing about this unit that always freaks people out, whoever has actually faced off against a good Yuumi player, this isn't just a fighting unit. It's a raiding unit. 1.38 movement speed. Lucy backing up. The other awkward issue is you think, oh, Mangonel at this point, right? Even that feels tough, right? You don't have a very big front line, and if you go for a Mango, you don't really have the means to defend it against a few Samurai. On top of that, because the Yuumi are faster, they can dodge the Mango shots. And if you guys remember, Puppy Paw, I think one of the biggest ways he made a name for himself in the early days was he was arguably the best player at dodging Mango shots. Even before he reached podium finishes as a player overall, one of the big notes that Puppy Paw had in his favor is that he dodged Mangos like the Chosen One. He dodged Mangos harder than someone who never eats fruit. The size of this Yuumi army. And somehow Puppy Paw is built up... Wait. Is he gonna do what I think he is? Elite Yuumi? None? No. This... Surely not. On 44 economy, he's going Imperial Age. What? This is wild. Castle of the Crow as well. That's such a big brain play. Not a big brain placement. Like, the problem here is the wall off. Because you want this trade post, right? Otherwise, it's cross-map. For those that don't know, to get maximum value out of the trade caravan, you only need about a third of the map maximum. So actually trading this far doesn't get you more resources. It caps. Still, it does secure his gold. It secures food in the corner. We're going to get Elite Yuumi. Oh my god. Imagine being Lucifer. He's like, whew, okay. He's calmed down. Okay, he's probably gone like... You know what, like, he's really far behind. He's got a lot of Yuumi. I can't dive him yet. But, you know, I'll be able to get him in a few minutes because he's probably gone for, like, 2 or 3 TC, right? Like, he's behind by 40-plus villages at the stage. He has to go for recovery TC. So, you know what? I feel pretty good about my French. We're going late game with Guildhall. I'll get him. Watch this, kids. Lucifer fans out there, mark my words. I'm going to whip his ass and it's going to look simple. Oh, what's that? And the Onimusha queue up. Alright, this is just getting wilder. So he needs to trade across map. That's one risk, right? Because you are up against Knights. Does Lucifron suspect Castle the Crow, though? Well, he's going to know it is now. Rocket launch is quite effective against ponies. So, number one thing that Lucifron now needs to do... Oh, no. No. Okay, good news for Lucifer, for Puppy Paw. Lucifron isn't going to see this because of the pathfinding. It's going to be just out of range of the wall. The bad news is Puppy Paw now knows there's walls here, and I don't think he knew before. That is brutal. The good news for Puppy Paw, this is quite the distraction. The bad news, however, is that Red Palace is already on the way from Lucifron. Puppy Paw needs to go, man. I don't like that he slowed down at all. Diving in would have been the play, right? Mass Yuumi into the enemy base would have been huge here. Elite Yuumi would have broken this. This, not so much. Wow. All right, we officially have a problem here. Because I'm not convinced that Mass Onimusha is the way. Maybe if Lucifron doesn't see it for 5 minutes, builds like 20 knights, it could work. But if he gets a glimpse of it at all, you could just build Arbitrary and win that fight. Right? The crossbow spirits means they attack quicker, and the Bevis means they have more range and more defense. It's like Puppy Boy trying to mix it up. Interesting enough, risk of Arbitrary, and he queues up upgrades for Samurai. Onimusha reveal themselves. Yeah, one big thing is missing from Puppy Boy here. You need Kaburia. Kaburia would let you kill these knights. Now you're in a situation where you move at the same speed, right? Bunrei on the way as well, so we should be getting more Yorishiro drops, what, in the Forges? And a very delayed second TC for Puppy Boy now. 32.5 minutes in. Yes, you had that correctly, in a game where he only has 50 villagers. Yeah, I think Puppy Boy is looking to feed the world at this point. Royal Bloodlines queued up as well. And did we just see that correctly? You don't see it often. Elite Onimusha. If Puppy Boy somehow comes back in this still. I feel like if Puppy Boy wins this, this will be one of the greatest comebacks we've seen in AoE 4. This is wild. Another Samurai upgrade queued. This front has got mass archers. That's why I didn't like the Onimusha detail. You just always get clumped and in range of them, right? So smart choice by Lucy to lean hard into archers here. If it was Mass Yumi, you can beat them, right? Because at this stage in the game, the limitation doesn't become, you know, how many can you get. Oh, sorry, it doesn't become how many you got, how many can you get, right? It's population. Yumi are great until you find yourself at 200 pop. Then they feel like the worst unit in the game. I think that's another reason why Puppy Boy didn't commit into them, is because there's a point at which they can't win you the game because they are the worst unit you can build for a population efficiency point, right? Like, anything else will be more value for that pop cap. Wait, Puppy Boy. Stand your ground, brother. They will never come near the Yorishiros. They'll think that it's a relic that will wallow them with. Okay, he did notice. They have a weird rally point for the floating gate. That's double Yorishiro drop for what? 2 more Forges? It should be. His issue is gold right now. So he needs to give himself some permanence there. Yeah, he's got Forges up here that you can drop him off in. Lucifron waiting for the Incendiary arrows. Do we actually have Unitech yet? No University yet for Puppy Boy. I mean, he doesn't have the gold, right? That's why I want to see these Yorishiros dropped in those Forges. That's what we're going to get. Quite delayed, though. Okay, that's actually perfect what Lucifron just done there. You don't want houses at this stage. You've got enough food income. You actually need gold. So he's freeing up additional Yorishiros. That's perfect. If I was Puppy Boy right now, I'd all chat be typing thanks. Diamond the main has one upside right now, and it's that Puppy Boy does not have the Shogun Castle. So no rocket launcher. Onimusha. He's frontlining with Yumi. Are you kidding me? Onimusha just trying to snipe down the knights quickly here. Samurai are starting to emerge, but they are yet to be upgraded to elite status. Adachi Tech is on the way. Lucifron. I don't think he's got enough here to break this. Knight count is getting low. Only 6 of them left over. Yumi versus Archers, you think it'd be great here, but the difference isn't big enough right now. He has to stick to this dive. Onimusha on the backside are getting good value as well. They're not being sniped down first, so he's throwing away the trash unit and keeping the premium alive. More Samurai are just trickling out to distract the Archers. Lucifron, remember, it's 70 to 41 military, but that's not all here right now. Only 30 of it is in the base. And you know what's more important is Puppy Boy. He keeps the Onimusha alive, which means the next wave of knights cannot dive in. This is huge. Well, Samurai being queued up. Lucifron just trying to deny the gold right now to stop this spam coming out. Elite upgrades now on the way for the Samurai, though. He's failed at the mission. No, this is crazy as well, guys, because like Lucifron, this whole game has been dictated by his obsession with getting inside Japan's home when he could have forced them to come out. No sacred site attempt. Still. Now a harder dive onto the double TC on the flank, a free TC build, but the Shogunate isn't needed here. The Castle of the Crow is the makeshift defense you're looking for. Puppy Paw using mobility against Lucifron here. Dive in between the main base. Shogunate Castle's also online. This is now problematic. He needs to kill the army and raid between the two locations. It's the only way. What a play by Puppy Paw, rushing the stone just to make sure he had those strong defenses. Onimusha are now in trouble though. They need Mount Samurai. They need Samurai. They need anything to front line for them. They don't seem to be getting it. Okay, so Lucifron has a wedge here between the two sides of Puppy Paw's base. But what he still doesn't have is a way of going into the base. That's the thing he has to solve for right now. Puppy Paw does have some significant idle time on food. He needs to fix that. And he also needs to stop trickling out Mount Samurai rather to the death. Then again, if Lucifron runs away like this, I'm impressed actually. Puppy Paw kept 20 Onimusha alive after all that. You'd expect a lot more to die here. If Puppy Paw realizes and gets Uma Bannerman, by the way, you're going to begin to shred. Another detail as well is he hasn't got a Katana Bannerman at all, even though he's starting to scale into Samurai. At this stage, that Bannerman aura is huge. The other thing to keep in mind is Lucifron does have some big tech edges, right? We are now, God knows how deep in this game, 38 minutes at this stage, and we do not have any play into Uni yet. If Puppy Paw could get towards Oda Tactics, he would hold. Without it, he's struggling. Hand Cannoneer is now coming. Smart choice by Puppy Paw. A little bit dangerous against mass archers, though. You need more of a front line first. Dive underneath the Shogunate. Onimusha. Just trying to deal with this. Samurai, I'll get a front line. Archers need to dive past it, though. Can he break it? It's a double military advantage right now for Lucifron. Front line is failing. Samurai not able to hold on. And Puppy Paw, I can't help but feel there's just not enough food income here. Lucifron once again doing this the hard way, but finally a cannon has been queued up. That's the thing that's been missing. Rams are also into the base. He's looking to deny the gold. And that is it. GG gets called. A hard-fought-for victory. Puppy Paw, in the end, not able to achieve the miracle comeback. Lucifron, on his signature Civ, will get the win. Woo! What a damn series. Obviously, I only saw the one game, but yeah, that was by far the standout game of that series. That was actually crazy. I am unbiased, but after that cast, I was like, damn, I really want Puppy Paw to find a way. That would have been an insane game to come back into winning. But I just put a poll up to see what we're going to do now. So get voting ASAP. We've got 1v1s, we've got community free-for-alls as the options. People asking earlier about community free-for-alls. If there's enough people for it, now is the time to make yourself apparent. And Kyle, yes, you can use the Shinto Priest drop on a marketplace. It will give you gold. That is a thing. When you went for Imp and didn't get Elite Yuumi, I mean, I don't think the Yuumi was going to save him at that point, right? Because like late game, French, optimal is Knights, Horsemen, and Arbitrary, right? So Yuumi, like that is a nightmare. You do nothing in that situation. So yeah, that's fine. The switch definitely makes sense. What's that? So kicking up the game now. How much gold does it give in a marketplace? Same as a blacksmith's. So a forge and a marketplace are basically identical in terms of what they give you on a Yoroshiro drop. Well, we've only got 3 people for Fair games, which doesn't really work. With Puppy Paw and Wham through the respective series, I think there's just a lot of players. What, you're talking about the most recent tournament? I think there's just a lot of players that were not attuned to the current meta. 0.5 supply Yuumi? Dude, that's how you crash games. Which is probably not a good idea in a game that doesn't have a reconnect function. just Just food for thought on that one. That might be a small problem. Are we back to 1v1s? We might be. Because we do not seem to have enough people for commie games. Wait, isn't this... I'm pretty sure this was Lucifron. Vortex, rather. Yeah. So we can do Vortex versus Louis. I mean, if we don't have enough people... We've only got 3 people voting for community free-for-alls. So I guess we're doing 1v1s. Sorry, guys. This is the thing that like, I emphasized, though, right? If we don't have enough people, we can't do it. It's the way the cookie crumbles. We weren't going to do it before I go and eat because there was literally 20 minutes until I was going to go eat. So just like it wouldn't have logically made sense at all.
Готово есть.
Right.
Что?
Like, but no, you say that. But the problem is if it's 0.5 and you allow like a free-for-all situation, you see what I mean? That's why. Remember, just you change supply in 1v1s doesn't mean it doesn't change in team games. That's the conundrum. All right, should get ready to go. All right, into the action we go. Vortex versus Louis MT. Louis MT with the Marlins in his hands. Meanwhile, we're gonna have Freddy Smurfy, which I love that name, by the way, in the blue, which is appropriate as Vortex on his Roost. We're going to go at the 4-time speed because I know you guys love to see these type of casts. We've got Roost versus Marlians on Highview. A really cool matchup, actually. Marlians have some ambush potential. We've seen a few times Marlians are able to bunker bust Roost, but with spawns like this, it's hard to see. I got to give it to him. He got an insane spawn. Vortex has the Forged Stone, Gold, and Berries all close by and easily guardable here. And also remember, by going 2TC, typically in this matchup, Roost just need to hunker down and force the Marlians to react to them. And what a reaction is going to be. What? Louis MT with the Saharan Trade Network. No, Louis. Wait, are we actually doing it? Is Sakura Bluey going for full trade boy? I think he is. Which is surprising because if I remember correctly, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, the trade is still bugged for the Marlians and that you don't get the full trade amount, right? You have to go both ends before the taxation resets. So that's going to be a little bit suboptimal for him, and it's going to take a long time to build into. In the meantime, this hurts him. This allows your opponent to bolster up quicker, but I think this was the real reason. Check this. Double gold pit. It might not even be a trade game. I think this is simply because he was worried about the raids coming in, and now he has a strong point defense to stop the Roost raids entirely and keep them greedy and defensive. Speaking of which, Vortex is going to be setting up the 4TC on the deer here. He's looking to set up and gather on that, and he is across on the gold. So this is going to be a 2TC fast castle build versus a cow boom, no trade, just a defense to guarantee your opponent can't do anything else. Very intriguing to see this detail, though. And it's kind of smart, right? I'm surprised by this, though. He still had to go for the Donzo despite the fact he built this. This kind of negates the value in the play. The logic is that you can defend against the scouts with just the Saharan Trade Network. But Lucifron, of Vortex rather, Louis, get there. Louis made a critical blunder here. He didn't build the Saharan Trade Network, one in instead, and build the houses outside. If he'd done that, it would have encompassed the entire area. Instead, there's some exposure points that force the investment into Donzos. Fulani is going to be on the way soon. In the meantime, High Trade House coming in. Oh, get your numbers in. We're about to be rich here. I want to see him in the chat. I want to see him on the YouTube side later. We're going to see what kind of number Roost can get here. This is an insane spawn for so many reasons in this game. It's hard to see a world in which Vortex loses this. We'll have to see if it gets late enough, because we know in that late game, that's where Louis shines brightest. Grand Fulani Corral now on the way. Double racks being dropped along the first one that he already built here. There's going to be Mass Donzo to defend against the night opening and try to contest on the relics, which we can always see that Vortex is playing towards here. Double Warrior Monk is going to be on the way. Only a single monastery to build up into them, and Archery Rangers pumped behind this means we should be looking at play into probably crossbows. You could go archers. The Warriors, if you're up against Sofas, you're going to need the crossbows to defend, but instead it's going to be Musafadi, which should enable archer spam for Vortex to have the pristine defense against everything coming out of those racks as the Marlians are pumping into. Backside is 227. We almost had someone on the mark. They just chose a 7 instead of a 2 there. Insanely valuable here, right? Essentially close to 3 relics worth of gold juicing into your economy. On top of that, he's got 2 additional relics on the way home for the 2 already there. This is an insane gold haul. This should be fast imp as quickly as possible, just enough to defend. And he's going to need to defend hard. We've got Musafadi Warriors being spammed out in the meantime by Louis MT. The whole idea here, by the way, of the Musafadi is that you can play onto the flanks through the stealth forest, unseen, and then gank. The problem, though, is you can already see great reaction coming out of Vortex. Kremlin covers one side. He's got the Wooden Fortress on the other. He should see his opponent trying to breach in here in multiple locations. Got to make that move soon. In the meantime, escaping pressure coming the other way. Vortex moving in now with the Mass Militia, with the Archers, dives through in towards the Cows. He knows his opponent's got to defend him here, but Mass Archers coming through from Louis to try and hold this. We're going to stick on this 4 times cast. I actually like this. It's a nice, cozy speed that I like to work with. Meantime, we have seen a sneak out for the other pit mine, but unfortunately, the berry spawn is going to block Louis off a little bit there. Sacred Sites, only 2 of them locked in. Unfortunately, this map spawns in such a way that it's very difficult to get a Sacred Site victory. So Vortex is probably going to have to look for the tech up instead. He just needs to guarantee that he's not going to be dove by Louis for it. A lot of Knights coming through, but a lot of Spears and Moose fighting to answer that. Vortex kind of needs to find his way up the pop before he can actually pop all the way up into Imperial Age, but instead he's being a greedy boy about this. Boy's Fortitude is on the way, but not much of a front line to bolster anymore. Wolves have gone up in the meantime from Louis, so it looks like he's trying to just consolidate himself and prep himself for the late game. This isn't a good sign, though. Marlians going up against the Roost in the late game is something that should heavily favor the Roost. And check the paranoia. Vortex, the pristine reads, Spskaya Tower to try and hold the fort. Something to protect him in this tech up. Marlians now on the flank, wrapping around. Looks like the walls are going to be going up. Now remember, you can also now build stone walls, which is huge up against Marlian floods. But the time being, the flood has already been let into the village. And it's already dragging away a few children on the way out. He's going to be a little bit pinched here, though. Walking to the backside. Looks like the walls haven't gone up, so it should be easy enough for Louis to pull away from this. Tech up comes out on his side in the meantime. We have got veterans and the archers on the way. In the meantime, Vortex going up to 76 elite archers here. University Tech is going to be needed soon, though. I think that's the thing he's really missing here to just gun him into that late game. Once that comes up, that's where he should be non-stop pumping here. Archers chasing on in the meantime. We still don't have the Incendiary arrows. Kind of interesting that he's delaying it so long because we've got 2.4k gold in reserve. It could be that this is a bait and switch, and a switch over is on the way. Mass Horseman now being prepped by Vortex. Incendiary arrows is finally being queued up. Dude, this is a game of cat and mouse. We've just watched the last few minutes of gameplay. It's just Marlians running away from Roost constantly. I don't know what the win condition is in Louis MT's mind because he needs to throw away trash tier units to get good tier units, especially with Spskaya being on the line. But it seems like he's just playing a game of tug of war here. Drag attention one side, going on the other. The problem is this is not a sound solution against a Civ that now has access to Stonewalls in the late game and has the premium comp in that late game as well. Mass Horsemen are on the way. I expect Streltsy switch up down the line from there, and that's where these should become one-sided fights. Roost in the meantime, you have to stand their ground. Archers, poking and prodding. Louis, another wave coming on the west side. Archer's already there to just try and stop him here, but it's going to be an outnumber and a runaway. Remember, the poison arrows do give an edge over to the Marlians when it's mass archers here. Breacher on the wall attempt here coming in. Looks like the reaction should be there in time. Only 3 villagers exposed anymore. More walls going up the west side. In the meantime, dive in. Horseman actually intercepting the Marlians as they're setting up the trade. Louis, not that many deep, and now he's barely going to be any in at all. Wow, what a sniff out here. Vortex blocks the trade boom before it can happen, and that's a big deal here. Louis MT now falling behind on numbers, only 40 to the 75 military, and Eco is a full eclipse here. Roos ahead by 50, they're howling for the moon, and Horsemen are hunting for more. This is getting uncomfortable. After so long and the Marlians just trying to do the dance, all of a sudden when he needs the distraction the most, in the middle of the Musafadi Gunner transition, it looks like Vortex has found the way forward. Streltsy now being queued up, Horsemen on the way. Flanks are about to be forfeit, and that means Louis is going to be hunkered down on the high ground with nowhere near enough gold for Sofa Gunner. Spear in the meantime, I'm going to chase down the remaining horsemen. Ground has to be defended here. Keep now on the way up from the Marlians, but dive in from the horsemen onto the villagers here. Costly losses, ones that Louis cannot afford when he's on 1 TC here. Raid coming in on the right side. This is non-stop. Vortex is just gunning it left to right, ironically using Louis' very own strategy against him here. How does Louis get out? Massing on the sofas. Needs to find a dive that hits. There are not stone walls. That is the upside from right now. But there are stone keeps. Castle drop now coming in. It's going to be a denial. Streltsy stand their ground, though. Mango's coming with the wallop, but it's not going to be enough. Horsemen dive past and take it out. They'll wipe out the remaining archers. And Louis, now over doubled, made that tripled in the military. More eco being exposed. Thought the Huntress might at least reset this, but the full attention is now on the right side. Keeping rushed up in the Marlians trying to hold the area. Streltsy now diving towards it. The castle will be able to defend, but now we dive deeper. Vortex moving towards the cows here. And Louis on the very edge. 52 workers to 120. Only 10 military, and no way out of the grips of the Spaniard. Subscribe. What are you waiting for? What is this 4x cast? I mean, I don't know. Do people like the 4x cast? They hate the 4x cast? What do we call that one? When I'm trying to think what we call that. It was non-stop raiding, really, right? Good luck keeping track. This game, one sec. A game all about raiding. Once in a lifetime? No, I'm trying to think what we call it. There's something to do with the raiding. I'm trying to think what we call it now. God damn it. It's something to do with the raiding element. There was a lot of like raiding attempts. When non-stop raiding. And we make non-stop raiding and we make the game even faster. Maybe. Something like that. Ooh, cool game. Cool game. Well played, you two. And we were quick enough that we can catch another Louis game. Alright, this one can't be speedcast, unfortunately, because it's going to be live, right? Oh my god, it's so hot. Wait, oh, my fucking aircon went off. Just realized that. Wait, guys, if I fill my aircon up with Red Bull, well, does it mean that, like, the air will taste of Red Bull? That's how that works, right? Right? I think that's how that works. I mean, I've got a load of Red Bull here. We can always test it. The Red Bull aircon. Damn. It's got the electrolyte your conditioning needs. Yeah. Don't even need to plug it in for the power because now it's just been... it's just got the Red Bull to charge it, right? Oh dear, oh dear. Trying to think how much longer we go, actually, because my partner needs me to watch Kido when she goes to the shops. And we will be casting. We'll probably cast like 4 or 5 hours of AoE4 tomorrow as well. Because the new game, we will not be playing it until 5 p.m. my time. And then we're going to play the living crap out of it, guys. We're talking content pump, content pump, content pump, content pump. Dude, I'm so excited for this game. But yeah, hopefully the Battle Ace devs get back to me and we can maybe check that game out as well. I think that'd be pretty cool to give it a ganders. You know, like I said, I need to get hands-on before I can give a full opinion on Battle Aces, but I think it's intriguing. It has some potential for sure. Do we wait for this game or do we find another one to cast? What do you think? What do you guys think? I mean, Jean versus English. This is like one of Jean's hardest matchups, right? Because the Longbow mass snipes her. And you can't dive English either. Like, this is legit one of the worst matchups in the game for Jean by far. Makes it even more depressing the current meta for her, right? Because, like, English is everywhere, so Jean's even less pickable. If that was even possible. Pretty brutal. From 1 to 5. Uh-oh. Here we go. After my Ayabid comment, this is really going to go well. How viable is it to get a new DLC with 2 civs in AoE4? Well, that doesn't have enough context. When? I'd say in general it's 1. After the success of Sultan's Ascent, I don't think they're interested in shilling 2 civs at a time. I think they want bulk value. Because here's the thing, like, I think they see it as more design work, and they don't have aggressive enough of a patching process to introduce 2 civs every like 8 months, right? Versus introducing 4 to 6 civs every 2 years. So yeah, wouldn't expect that. 1 civ for $9.99? Nah, dude, that's overpriced. I think, like, genuinely, the more you do that with civs, by the way, the more you introduce a pay-to-win environment. I'm just not a great fan of it. It's too late to go for a cosmetics model because they'd have to design all the infrastructure behind the scenes, but that's what they should have done. I don't think the correct way of doing RTSs now is to release civs for a paid amount, like an expansion. It doesn't work. It annoys people because it gatekeeps content, and then it designs a system where you're actually financially incentivize the developer to make the new civs broken. You think we'll get new civs? I mean, if the game's still alive long enough, maybe. Honestly, it's kind of hard to say in the current state of things. Things are, I mean, I think people will be delusional to try and say that things aren't a bit rough in AoE4 right now. Future's a little bit of a question mark, right? There's been a consistent trend of downward spiraling for prize pools for the last 3 years. That hasn't once changed. So that leads to the question, what happens next year, right? It's a big issue for people, as it should be. You know, less players are able to justify AoE4. Less content creators are able to justify AoE4. Sorry if this is a bit doom and gloom for people, but like I try to be honest on the reality checks here. I don't think anyone can question my commitment to this game at this stage after 3 years and countless hours of commentary. At this point, I think I've bluntly been saying recently, and it's true, I've commentated more Age of Empires 4 than anyone else in the scene. That's not a shade at Drongo or anything. Like, obviously, he does, you know, he casts 1 or 2. He doesn't, like, you know, I stream literally and cast I don't know how many games a day. Right? It's like, I've dedicated a lot of time to this game. And it's kind of frustrating to see the way it's played out from a development and publishing side. And I don't think I've been subtle about that either. I think I've been quite blunt about that, because I think it's important to be blunt. I don't like this idea of sugarcoating crap and then letting people think the state of something is better than it is. Age of Empires 4 has had multiple opportunities to try and swell into a big thing. It just doesn't ever get the due marketing or due development process. And it's not the developers themselves as much as it is the publishing stopgaps that stops small, frequent patches. It's also, admittedly, from an engine side, like structurally this game was not built on a good foundation, right? Like, that's why maps feel kind of limited, because of the way that it was all coded. Same with why modding tools feel so accessible. It's just kind of an unfortunate reality. I think Age of Mythology will do okay, but not well enough. And then maybe... But I guess people are kind of in a hope spiral right now. The Age of Myth, like, you don't want a game to do bad, but I don't think it's going to do well enough to justify heavy investments from Microsoft. And I think the theoretical hope for people is that that will wake Microsoft up to reinvesting in Age of Empires 4, realizing that Myth isn't the next god kid of the RTS scene. And I, by the way, say that as someone who loves Age of Myth. I'm just being realistic. Age of Myth, by trends, historical trends of games, should not be capable of succeeding to it's the next Valorant level of success. I think it can be successful from a commercial standpoint for what it costs. But in terms of what, you know, the game that brings RTSs back into the mainstream, this, once again, comes from someone who grew up a Myth, loves the campaign so much, it won't happen. It won't be the game that brings it back. All right. We got to focus on this game, though, because it's Chamber of Commerce time. In the hands of Louis MT, god of the Chinese, god of Jeanne d'Arc. And he's going to be doing this up against an aggro boy on one of the most oppressive civs we currently have in Age of Empires 4. It's the English in the hands of the aggressor, Vortex, playing on his Freddy Smurfy account in the blue. We are going to be on Highview. Interesting map, actually. Not a bad one for Chamber of Commerce, considering the corner spawning trade. A bold choice as well, but kind of an interesting one that, I've been expecting more Zhone pickers to lean into. I actually think Zhone does Chamber of Commerce better than French, and it's one of the few things she does better. The reason is that you are so anchored towards this idea of mid-map aggression that it scares other civs away. And inherently in doing that, it means that you can more freely trade without pressure on you, right? Same logic about why you would never trade against Zhone, because you're just feeding her XP. She wants you to come out and contest her. And the whole logic with Chamber of Commerce is you have to choose your poison. You either come out to attack her trade and die to her, or you let Zhone trade, and you let your opponent have trade. Neither sounds delightful. But maybe English is the civ that can solve for it. Don't know if you guys know this, but this is one of Zhone's hardest matchups by far in Age of Empires 4. There are not many civs she's struggled more with than the English. Why? Multiple avenues. If the English play defensive, you can't easily dive with Zhone's army. Not against double TC fire and double arrow fire from the primary, let alone the attack speed buffer. If you try to defend, if you find the English are the ones in the offensive, you also struggle because Mass Lombos annihilates Zhone. She becomes a prime target because of the high base damage. So definitely a bit of a struggle-snuggle matchup. We'll have to see what Zhone can do here. Stables opening coming, as would be expected. King is already primed and on the way, and it is indeed going to be the 2 TC build out of the Spaniard. Likely on this spot right here. This is actually a disgusting pawn. This is the second game in a row we've watched Vortex get, quite frankly, ludicrous spawns on Highview. Ludicrous may not be the most insane spawn we've ever seen, but it is. If you had to rate 0 being crap and 10 being the best, I'd put Vortex's spawns on this map so far at a solid 8. He gets the TC on the gold. That allows him to inflate towards castle quickly. He gets the deer pushing opportunity now with the scout. That is huge here. It allows you to go for a much more aggressively tuned castle timing. And the word aggressively has not been used willingly. It's been forfeited from me. Because this is the player that wants those aggressive timings. It allows him to ramp up much faster. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing those deer shoved in shortly. Trade in the meantime is going to start kicking off. First trade just came out. Pretty delayed here, actually. It looks like we didn't actually have Wheelbarrow coming in as quickly as I maybe would have anticipated. Forestry wasn't even prepped. Typically, you see players prep Forestry for this play. We actually have stone being gathered, so that's interesting. It looks like Louis is going to be going for some outposts to protect his trade. What's that? Someone else highlighting that for RTSs to become mainstream again, 1v1s need to stop being the focus, and team games needs to take a big stand in the crowd. Wow. Where have you heard that opinion before, somewhere? Yes, I've been a big believer in that for a long time. Maybe sometime in the next 5 years, someone's really going to lock onto that detail. So nice being spammed up. You're noticing that Vortex isn't adding in anything aggressive at all. This is pretty atypical. A little bit disappointed there wasn't a deer shove in here, by the way. I mean, realistically, from a mathematical standpoint, the farms are basically as good as the deer before survival techniques. But they don't get better than the deer with survival techniques until you are, what, like age 4, I think, in terms of raw food gathering. And it's just a free play there. I guess the concern right here is that Vortex can't afford to have the king without his scout, because if he does, he might run into a pinch and lose the king to Zhone sniping it. Because Zhone did go range form, by the way, which is the correct call. You can't play melee form up against English because of the longbows we mentioned, and also the king. The longbows are the bigger detail, though. I've seen it in the early days when Zhone pickers tried to play against English. They'd rush in with Zhone, and she'd die before she even got in range for a cleave. It's that bad. And the cool thing here, you can see he's hunting for it. He wants that opportunity to just one-tap down, right? This is where Vortex has to be very careful and respectful. It's very easy to just lose this king if it gets anywhere near death's door. Like, you can't min-max like you normally would, because it means that Zhone will get the final hit. I say that, he's walking in very greedily here. Luckily, the scout goes down. That was huge, actually. Dude, that was sick. Vortex intentionally dove for the scout, right? He gets the kill there, and that means that Zhone can't walk in and snipe in the forest. That was such a big game changer. Because otherwise, these knights could have recycled their charge, gap close, hit the king twice, put him down to 40 HP, and then Zhone could have finished him with the arrow. Damn, that was sick. So a reproduction on the scout here out of the stables that was built. And we have got more traders on the way. It should be up to what? Yeah, 3 so far. It doesn't really inflate as quickly as the eco on the other side, right? Like, and that's to be expected here. You're having to wait for a tech to get a free trader, right? And techs take a long time to research. And because you're trying to pump your initial knights, at the beginning of the age, you don't have the resource to immediately commit everything into all the eco techs. You need to get the knights first. So it staggers your timing on getting the free traders. Vortex halfway towards castle already, man. I'm a bit perplexed what the plan is for Louis to get out of this. Maybe he was... Okay, I think I know what this was. He thought he was going to get the king kill really early, and then he was going to constrict the English a bit. But even that feels really flimsy. The reality is the English can just hunker down and go castle. It's very difficult for a Zhone player to build a big enough army to dive and kill their opponent, because diving into a white tower is a death sentence for mass knights, right? Like they're not going to stand there for very long when you consider that the maximum armor you can give your French knights is 4, and a white tower's base attack is 12 times 3. Kind of a cool idea there, by the way. Louis, it looks like he delayed his traders going on a trade until they were stacked up so that he could then escort them. Still, he needs to get that maximum distance ASAP. Only 10 gold right now each way. Wolves are going to start coming up. Louis, he is admittedly saving up quite nicely towards that castle timing. This gets a lot scarier if he can't get the walls up quickly, though, folks. The reality is that the white tower is going to lead to a lot of knight spam. And Vortex is not weak on economy, right? He's already got 1, almost 2 farm clusters up. So he'll have a decent pump here, a sustainable 750, 800 food a minute. I think it's going to be a lot more than that as well, by the way. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to snake relics. It's quite easy to just sneak out for that on high view, right? There's a lot of blind spots here. A little bit risky against Zhone, but you don't really want to be running Zhone out into the mid-map if you're Louis. On a map like this, when you know your opponent's starting to pump knights, Zhone walks into the wrong neighborhood, she ain't walking out. First 2 knights coming out, Guildhall being prepped on the other side. And interesting, wait, when did he sneak this? This was very recent, or I'm very blind? Louis did actually go 2 TC in the end. Wow, that's kind of crazy. That was definitely on a significant delay, right? Because he has 6 traders to compensate the difference. Kind of cool that he caught up like this, though. I don't know, man. That makes me believe a little bit more here. Weirdly enough, despite the fact that's greedy. I don't know if Vortex has seen this detail. I don't think he has been deep enough, right? Which is really important. Because if he knew, he'd put everything into knights and kill. Instead, he's putting things into monks. Ay, ay, ay. This is a spicy meatball to now sink our teeth into, because if you think about it, if you get deep enough into the game, Zhone can contest the English. And the reason is Mass Arbitrier, with crossbow stirrups and the attack speed booster, makes you kind of eclipse the network of Citadel's effect, at least temporarily. And crossbow stirrups at least keeps you competitive outside that. So there is a world in which Zhone, in the hyper late game, could contest the English. It's a tough uphill battle, though, and an absolute ballbuster of a challenge to even get there. Nice, now diving into the wood line. Zhone would love to reap the rewards here. The problem right here is, like, really, Vortex could just target down Zhone. The reason he's not is, check this, only 11 villagers inside. So Louis intentionally left enough room to garrison the archer so that Zhone can't die. That's really smart here. He's starting to be brought low, and looks like Zhone, unfortunately, out of range of XP here because he wants to go hunting. The villagers get found. Vortex starting to turn the screws. A big screw you moment. Scouts at least get taken out, so that is now Vortex riding blind in the enemy base. I think he has actually got a glimpse of this TC now, so he should realize it's 2 TC versus 2. Arbitrator now coming out. Zhone, in the meantime, what a bait! Divine Restoration gets pumped. Zhone brought low. Will she die off here? It looks like there's going to be an extra love tap coming in. She can actually take an extra hit, though. And the Knights turn around for the charge. Good save. 0 XP given, though, is a sin. That's the first king, right? And the first king, I guess, doesn't give anything? Wait, no. That doesn't make sense. If the first king doesn't give anything, I don't think the second one will either. That seems like a bug. There's no way the king should be giving 0 XP across the zone. That's dumb. Yeah, they're gonna need to fix that. That should be 20 XP for zone. That's insane. Well, the first one costs nothing. But by that logic, for example, if you have a Chamber of Commerce build and you snipe a trader with zone, you still get the full XP, right? So I don't think that holds true. Same logic as, like, for Mongols, right? With Mongols, if you get... Like, this is the inconsistency I don't like, by the way. It's like, Mongols, if you kill their traders, which do not cost 120 resources, you still get 12 XP, right? I feel like that just needs to be consistent. It feels weird to me that it's not. I've said this about Joan Mirrors as well. Joan should genuinely give XP when she dies. It's silly that she gives 0. She should actually give, like, either her buyback cost or half of her buyback cost. That, by the way, would make Joan Mirrors very interesting to watch. Knights, in the meantime, still hunting. Well, Joan has ran out onto the other side of the field here. So, Wolves coming in. And we've got Imp on the way, man. I'm starting to lose faith that Joan is going to survive this. This is brutal, this timing. Because look at the comp that Louis gone for. There is one type of pump that stops this out of the Wingard, and it's Raiders. Wingard Raiders disintegrates everything Louis trying to do here. Wait, what? Alright, good guy Vortex. He's like, you know what? English OP, I'm going to be fair. I'm at least going to give him a chance. It's going to be a Berkshire. Yeah, this is so unnecessary. I guess he's... Oh, actually... He's down to 3 military, right? So he's clearly worried about a dive. The only reason you build Berkshire is you think your opponent's going to kill you. But I'd argue in the tech up, you could have been pumping Knights or Spearmen, something to defend this. And with the walls up, with the positioning in this game, I don't feel like Louis in a position to punish you. But we have to remember that Vortex doesn't have gob vision like we do, right? He barely sees anything. And this is brutal, though, for Louis in this situation to feel like he's just catching up and then all of a sudden be this far behind. And the Knights really are the difference, right? I did build so many of these, but just think about the raw mass involved. It's over 2,400 resources in Knights. So much resource in reserve. Tech up complete. What is the plan here? I'm not sure what he's holding for. I mean, Berkshires are going to scare him off. So that's good, actually, for Vortex. Louis will not try to contest this. What's weirder to me is the fact that he's sitting on 2,000 surplus resources and hasn't made a choice yet. Usually you expect to see, like, what? Knights, Men-at-Arms, one of these options. He could have even just been queuing up hand cannoneers, at least. That would make sense to be using. But looks like he's made up his mind. Is it just going to be mass Men-at-Arms into Arbitrary Knight? What? That quite possibly may be the single worst choice to make against Louis' comp. Men-at-Arms, I get it, right? Like, it's a very powerful comp late game for the English. And someone's about to say, what comp? You just spam Men-at-Arms. Exactly. But in the beginning here, when you're up against Knights and Arbitrary, are you not just giving a free win in a fight? I feel like you are. And it's going to lead to this. Red Palace now on the way. And now you're in a situation where even when your opponent techs up, you can't do anything to him. Not in the opening, anyway. And there are issues down the line for Louis. Keep in mind, he's not out of the woods. One big issue is, where are we getting food? Because he does not have mass farms, right? That's the difference. That's the powerful thing about the English. Look at this. Quadruple farm cluster. Not fully set on the late game. There's still room for probably at least another 2 farm clusters here. But Vortex is close to what he needs. Unfortunately, it looks like Lou's going to have to settle for just that one relic in the corner. Vortex already bolstered himself that way. Remember, he's got some big buffs now coming in. You saw the gold there. Enclosure is a hell of a tool here. Longbows now also being queued up. This is interesting. Longbows are a good answer against Arbitrary, because Arbitrary can pervise, but you never feel good about it, because the issue is you then have to stand still. And you will struggle to find a pro-level player that likes standing still with ranged units. It doesn't feel great. Because there's actually a nice little animation skip trick where you can kind of get like an extra attack in a minute, or 2 attacks in per minute, by moving because there's a small animation frame skip at the end of attacks that gets like basically skewed when you move. I remember I was talking to, I think it's Robbytron over at AoE4 World, where he explained that's why, for example, when you look at the rates they show on their website compared to the in-game rates, they're different because of the way that those values round up, and that leads to a wind out element in the attacks. So we really are heading for Mass Knights versus Mass Men-at-Arms. Oh, that's cool as well. We've got Jones Champions. Makes a lot of sense. Your opponent could be building Spearmen, but when you're in Imp as English, you don't really build Spears. You always go Men-at-Arms instead. So this gives you an answer in case your opponent transfers over to Crossbows to counter out Knights. We are going to need to see some Trebs, though. The Army Tactics is on the way. Crossbow Stirrups being prepped on the other side, though. Remember, this is a big boom, but the challenge now is, for the next few minutes, Vortex has quite a big lead in terms of quality. He has Volley coming. He also has got Network of Citadels unlocking. That is huge here, by the way. He is going to have to remember to build Outposts. This is one of the negatives of doing Network of Citadels after Berkshire. Look what just happened. Look what just happened. Look what just happened. And look what just happened. Right now, Vortex has a grand total of 0 buildings giving a 40% attack speed buff. Sorry, 1 building giving a 40% attack speed buff. Always a detail to pay attention to, folks. It's why, like, sometimes you kind of wish you could just go Network of Citadels in Castle if you're going to go Berkshire. Because that Berkshire doesn't provide the aura. It's another reason on the list of why Berkshire now feels worse than Wingard. Is because you don't have this 6.5k HP structure giving the aura anymore. Stonewall's going up, so it looks like Louis is hunkering down. Makes a lot of sense, right? Like, your opponent is going to try to flank raid with Men-at-Arms soon. And you have got trade booming up. In fact, we're up to 15 traders right now for Louis. Oh, gold coming in. And I believe we should already have... No Merchant Guild. I guess it doesn't make sense at 15 traders. Usually Merchant Guild starts to make sense at around, like, what, 25 traders? Because it's a 700 resource tech that you don't even start getting value returned to you for a minute anyway. So you do need a justifiable quantity to lean into it. As soon as I say that, Merchants Guild is on the way. Well, of course they're going to do their upgrades. I mean, you kind of need to, right? Because it's going to have to be a dive into a potentially superior force. And they have to go wide as well, and they'll be seen doing it, right? Like, check the vision on each side. This is Vortex's, and this is Louis'. These keep drops are making it very difficult to just send it straight to your opponent. Yeah, kind of two examples of very toxic civs, right? Like, English definitely winning on the toxicity. But Zhone late game, especially with Red Palace, is kind of up there. Break out on the walls, though. And it looks like Vortex is going to be first to make his move. A lot of Spearmen now being added in, by the way. We have also got Incendiaries on the way. Feels like Vortex should have a small window of opportunity here to attack ahead of Louis, but it's very thin, and the problem now is with the stone walls going up, you have to go through that red pass, right? I'm kind of surprised that for a guy who wants to try and gun it, Vortex is this slow about moving out. The red palace threat means you have to go fast before the stone walls come up, and he simply failed to hit that timing. Remember, by the way, because of the genius level design of whoever created Highview, Sacred Site win conditions are not very feasible here. Night Raid round the back in the meantime. Oh boy, we are not ending this game soon, are we? That's a full Stonewall in by both players. Hunker down, folks. I clicked on a high view game and I don't know why I done it. Why do I ever click on high view games anymore? Like, I already know what I'm getting in store for 90% of the time. Ooh. Now that's interesting. Louis, he's sneaking out for a Siege Workshop. So Ram Spam could be in the future. future here. Definitely plenty of wood on the map. Trade account now to 20. Remember, each of these guys, it's kind of like enclosures. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's exactly like enclosures. Right? Because enclosures gives you, I think it's every 5 seconds. I could have sworn it's 6, but I think it's every 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Merchant's Guild is every 6 seconds. But remember, this is also giving you gold on top of that, or you can make it any resource you want. So, in some ways, you know, in terms of the efficiency here, I want to say Zhone competes reasonably well. It's still favorable for the English, though, right? Like, I think they gather more, because traders should take... I don't know if anyone's done the maths. I don't want to watch it now. I imagine it's just around a minute to go each way. And you're only getting 61 gold. Meanwhile, your opponent's probably getting like that, at least, in food, if not more, with all the buff gathering rate. But you definitely have flexibility on your side. One big problem right now for Louis, food is looking ugly. We're talking, I wish I was 10 drinks in, but I'm only 1 drink in ugly. Yeah, there's just not many farms yet. I say that it's up to 39, but this only just came online, so delay on getting value, right? Siege Workshop finally being built up. I love the long wall as well, just to guarantee there's no stone walls on the flank. Oh, this is actually very smart for multiple reasons. Think about it. There's a lot of gold and stone down here, but there's also the trade posts. So this lets him know that actually Vortex is limited. He can gather a decent amount of gold. He can potentially go for like a hand cannon near play. But long term, that's not sustainable without trade. Meanwhile, for Zhone, I mean, between the guild hall and the trade, you can keep on rocking. And that is cool. You guys see that? We never see this anymore from French or Zhone. It's actually generating stone on the guild hall. So an eventual play into Zhone's champions, I think. Red Palace being dove. Ambitious from Vortex here. Men at Arms are trying to just dive onto it, but it's not going to work. And the Knights are delaying them. Reinforcements finally arriving here. Zhone is going to farm this one up. This could easily end up being level 4. Up the tree onto the tree line, onto the wall. We'll be able to actually pepper down upon those men at arms, and that means the Red Palace is going to live. Knights, in the meantime, are at least going to be intercepted on the flank, but the real big deal here is the amount of XP Zhone is now pumping. Yeah, ambitious choice by Vortex to headbutt one of the strongest defenses in the entire game's history. Doesn't work out. Rams are now going to be the retreat and follow-up. One that should work a lot better here. Nangos are going to start to deny it, though. Arbitrary from the tree line, from that wall. Able to start farming up for Zhone. Lombos are spamming down the few Knights that come far forward. But right now, remember, these Arbitrary have the same range as Lombos. They can contest. Villagers with repair. Knight count heavily diminished right now. But not much left on the front line here. Enough Knights to just repel away the Rams. Nice garrison comes in for the machine gun. You never thought you were going to see that in an RTS from the medieval age, right? Gatling guns manned by Knights, but apparently we're living every 8-year-old's dream here. Castle now being dropped by the English. Aura could make a difference here, but I think just realistically, Vortex is taking possibly the hardest route to addressing this Red Palace. I guess part of that is forced, right? Like, he doesn't want to go into siege like Bombards because they'll die in range, and even if you repair them, Zhone can snipe. But Trebuchets is the thing you'd think would make sense here. Oh my god, what was that castle? Less than ideal, I think, is the word I'll choose there. Big mistakes made by Vortex. Wow. And pressure might be mounting up. Vortex, he's about to discover what's down here, at least. That's the good news for him. Stonewall's going up, looking a little bit ugly, to say the least. And now as he reached deeper into the late game, I mean, I kind of have to lean Zhone. Weirdly enough, I think the Lombos could still be somewhat threatening. But yeah, okay, hand cannon is an ambitious choice here. Possibly a little bit of a weird one, actually, considering that the gap closes a problem against Lombo Volley. But if you ever do get that, Zhone, after the next fight, will be level 4. And level 4 with the attack speed buffer is insane here. I do think it's a bit weird to just lean into hand cannoneers over like the Arbitrary, because Arbitrary are a lot more cost efficient. But you could argue the savings add up, right? Like you're saving double per hand cannoneer what you would per Arbitrary. So it balances out to a certain degree. And you're making yourself more pop efficient. Like we are talking about a game where Louis has mass trade, so he's not going to run out of gold. So theoretically, hand cannoneers works. Problem on the flank here, though. Vortex knocking at the door. And Louis refusing to answer right now. Oh, he needs to be moving a lot faster than this. This is a mistake made. He was distracted. I think he was messing around on the flank here with the Rams. Might be about to pay the price. Remember, the thing that keeps Louis in this game, in the middle of a transition like this, while still scaling Knights, is trade. Without it, he's dead. Vortex starts to march in. Louis brings the army. Joan most definitely looking at a fight that she could easily get level 4 off of. Commitment comes in on both sides. Joan has got the Divine Restoration to work with. It's hard to know exactly when you want to pump it in a fight like this, though. Mango shots to the backside. Bad reaction by Vortex. And the outpost aura not being there is what's favoring Joan. Oh boy. Target fire comes in. Divine Restoration really needs to be pumped, but Joan a little bit too late. But Mangoes will be enough to push this away. Vortex rakes in, but quickly has to leave. Army not that scary here either, actually. There's a big risk that this castle's a bit too ambitious. Actfura is at least going to be big with the network of Citadels. But the dive comes in. Yeah, no, Vortex, this doesn't work. Vortex. The Bombard's hitting it right now. Mango's moving in. The second time now that Vortex has tried an overly ambitious keep and been denied. And once, but twice. I mean, this is crazy right now. Meanwhile, raids on the gold. It looks like Joan is going to be struck back here. Vortex losing a lot of economy, but at least taking something else in return. Right now, it feels like Vortex's teeth being ripped out. That overly ambitious dive to try and block the trade. You can see what the real intent was here, guys. He wanted the keep drop right here, but just in time with the reaction coming out from Louis, protects his trade and now enables himself to keep inflating in that premium count. We've got more hand cannoneers being queued up. A Knight count still looking bloody strong. Yeah, and you're starting to see why I'm favoring Louis here. Vortex finally realizes where this game is going, but it's not a good place to be. Hand cannoneers, great, if you can maintain the aura. How do you maintain the aura and creep the aura against 4 cannons? And if you do not have that aura, how long before Louis does? Remember, that 35% buffer basically puts you on par with Network of Citadels. It does look like he might be on course to deliver the maximum dosage of Jean-D. In fact, 17 Rams just got queued up. Where? Because he got spotted out on the south side, right? So he's just building them at home, I guess. That's wild. Bombard's shuffling out. I don't think that castle's going to last very long. Oops. Jones back. And the push is on. Keep drop now coming in from Louis. Keep being rushed up now by Vortex in defense, but with the cannons so close by, I don't think this works. Louis staggers the arrival. Pulls the Knights back here. Allows the Spin to engage. There's no brace, and then re-engages. Crossbow's clearing this up. Joan holding the line, and there it is. Mecha Jean online. This is big. Valorous Inspiration really is the juice you need. Hasn't been activated just yet, but it doesn't even matter. Even without that, Vortex now in retreat. Castle after castle. This is what we've been waiting for. Remember, Louis was hauling Guildhall into stone the entire time. This is the crawl he needed. And this should be the game. Vortex fallen further and further behind the French variant. Knock at the door. Once again, you don't want to answer, but there's no choice. Louis lets himself in. The rally points. Vortex. Bit of a cluster. Mangoes. Not the best of hits. The follow-up will be juicy. And remember, folks, Louis primed almost 20 Rams behind this. They're coming. Another big problem right now is Vortex's walls are creating choke points that don't help him. The Mangoes are a big problem here. He needs anti-siege, but he can't play that into Zone de Blast. New TC, or new Keep rather, coming up. Berkshire about to go down, and this looks done. This looks absolutely decimated. Faust Inspiration coming off cooldown. Remember what we said as well. There's no landmark giving the aura. These fights could not be more one-sided if they tried. Neither can this game. I can't believe it. Jeanne d'Arc meant to be a huge disadvantage against the English, but not when you give it to Louis. Woohoo! Louis is just made of different things, man, I swear. That kid is insane. So. Classic Jeanne killing English. Of course, of course. But of course. How's it going, Miro, bud? How you doing? That was interesting, though. Jeanne Specialist. Take someone hardest counter, I think. Right, I'm trying to weigh up if we do more. We've almost been live 7 hours. We're going to be doing like what? Probably 4 or 5 hours of the good old content tomorrow before we reveal the new game. A new game that honestly I think y'all should get hyped for. It's eventually going to be free to play. It should be open access for a week. It's an incredible game, actually. I'm really excited to get hands on with it. So tomorrow at about an hour and a half in the past, we will be checking out a new game, and I'm excited for it. It's not an RTS, but I would say give it a try, check it out, at least tune in and see what you think of it, because it might be for you. But yeah, I've been testing this game for months, and I'm hooked, man. It's incredible. I can't quite reveal yet, because NDAs, so you guys have to tune in tomorrow. I'm working on some little kind of reveal thing for YouTube to show it off as well simultaneously. But we'll be doing that. We'll be checking that out tomorrow. I'm so buzzed for it though, man. But what I think I'll do now is we'll wind down. I'm going to find someone to raid. I need to try and prep some of that stuff. What genre is it? Actually, it's a fusion genre, is the way I describe it. If you like MOBAs, if you like Battle Royales, I think you'll be intrigued. And if you like team games. I personally have found it a lot of fun. So, hopefully you'll join me to check that out tomorrow. Be cool to see what people think of different games. But you have a feeling you know? You might know. I can't directly say. But, you know, the only thing that's stopping me from saying this thing has the future as a big esports scene is, like, it's not big developer money. It's not, it's not funded by Riot. It's not funded by EA. It's not funded by Ubisoft or, Valve or something like that. So that's the only thing that has me like a bit reserved about how it's going to go. But hopefully a lot of the community will support it. Hopefully the community will be engaged with it. And then they can build something incredible from there. But hopefully we can be a part of that. Hopefully you guys will join me in that. Don't worry. It doesn't mean we're not going to do Age of Empires 4. This week, it does mean we'll be doing a lot of that just because it's limited access temporarily before the full release. But I think you guys will like it. And I need to double check and prep for tomorrow because I should have a way of giving some people access for the week. So all the more reasons to tune in. Let's have a look now, though, and we will raid through. Oh, I see Philly's online. Should give it a cheeky little raid to Phillisbow. Yeah. Battle Aces. I want to check out Battle Aces as well. We'll see if they give me some access. The L, can't remember if you talked about it. I might have talked about it in the past. I talked about a game. Just have to wait and see, Kovayu. All right, guys, that's going to be it for me today, though. I'm going to raid through to Phillisberto. Remember, the critical thing that you do is you go into his chat and ask, why no Mongols? That's really all you need to do. Is that simple. Spam why no Mongols. And then use appropriate pigeon emotes as they come through. Maybe use the KPig Riot. I think it's perfect. But I will be back tomorrow around midday, so about 12 my time, like about the same time we were today, where we'll do a few more hours of Age of Empires 4 before we hop into a brand spanking new game that I am freaking so excited for. Hopefully, I'll see you all then. Diddly.